Preface of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Preface. Having taken more than ordinary pains in collecting the materials which compose the following history, we could not be satisfied with ourselves, if anything were wanting to it, which might render it entirely satisfactory to the public. It is for this reason we have subjoined to the work a short abstract of the laws now in force against pirates, and made choice of some particular cases, the most curious we could meet with, which have been heretofore tried, by which it will appear what actions have and what have not been adjudged piracy. It is possible this book may fall into the hands of some masters of ships, and other honest mariners, who frequently, by contrary winds or tempests, or other accidents incident to long voyages, find themselves reduced to great distresses, either through scarcity of provisions or want of stores. I say it may be a direction to such as those, what lengths they may venture to go without violating the laws of nations, in case they should meet other ships at sea, or be cast on some inhospitable shore, which should refuse to trade with them for such things as are absolutely necessary for the preservation of their lives, or the safety of the ship and cargo. We have given a few instances in the course of this history of the inducements men have to engage themselves headlong in a life of so much peril to themselves, and so destructive to the navigation of the trading world, to remedy which evil there seems to be but two ways, either to find employment for the great numbers of seamen turned adrift at the conclusion of a war, and thereby prevent their running into such undertakings, or to guard sufficiently the coast of Africa, the West Indies, and other places whereto pirates resort. I cannot but take notice in this place that during this long peace I have not so much as heard of a Dutch pirate. It is not that I take them to be honester than their neighbours, but when we account for it, it will, perhaps, be a reproach to ourselves for our want of industry. The reason I take to be that after a war, when the Dutch ships are laid up, they have a fishery, where their seamen find immediate business, and as comfortable bread as they had before. Had ours the same recourse in their necessities, I am certain we should find the same effect from it. For a fishery is a trade that cannot be overstocked. The sea is wide enough for us all. We need not quarrel for elbow room. Its stores are infinite, and will ever reward the labourer. Besides, our own coast for the most part supply the Dutch, who employ several hundred sail constantly in the trade, and so sell to us our own fish. I call it our own, for the sovereignty of the British seas are to this day acknowledged us by the Dutch, and all the neighbouring nations. Wherefore, if there was a public spirit among us, it would be well worth our while to establish a national fishery, which would be the best means in the world to prevent piracy, employ a number of the poor, and ease the nation of a great burthen, by lowering the price of provision in general, as well as several other commodities. I need not bring any proofs of what I advance, viz., that there are multitudes of seamen at this day unemployed. It is but too evident by their straggling and begging all over the kingdom. Nor is it so much their inclination to idleness as their own hard fate, in being cast off after their work is done, to starve or steal. I have not known a man of war commissioned for several years past, but 3 times her complement of men have offered themselves in 24 hours. The merchants take their advantage of this, lessen their wages, and those few who are in business are poorly paid, and but poorly fed. Such usage breeds discontents among them, and makes them eager for any change. I shall not repeat what I have said in the history concerning the privateers of the West Indies, where I have taken notice they live upon spoil, and as custom is a second nature, it is no wonder that, when an honest livelihood is not easily had, they run into one so like their own, so that it may be said that privateers in time of war are a nursery for pirates against a peace. Now we have accounted for their rise and beginning, it will be natural to inquire why they are not taken and destroyed before they come to any head, seeing that they are seldom less than 12 men of war stationed in our American plantations even in time of peace, a force sufficient to contend with a powerful enemy. This inquiry perhaps will not turn much to the honour of those concerned in that service. However, I hope I may be excused, if what I bint is with a design of serving the public. I say, 'tis strange that a few pirates should ravage the seas for years without ever being light upon by any of our ships of war, when in the meantime they, the pirates, shall take fleets of ships. It looks as if one was much more diligent in their affairs than the other. Roberts and his crew alone took 400 sail before he was destroyed. This matter I may probably set right another time, and only observe for the present that the pirates at sea have the same sagacity with robbers at land, as the latter understand what roads are most frequented, and where it is most likely to meet with booty, so the former know what latitude to lie in order to intercept ships, and as the pirates happen to be in want of provision, stores, or any particular lading, they cruise accordingly for such ships, and are morally certain of meeting with them; and by the same reason, if the men of war cruise in those latitudes, they might be as sure of finding the pirates, as the pirates are to find the merchant ships; and if the pirates are not to be met with by the men of war in such a latitude, then surely down the same latitude may the merchant ships arrive safely to their port. To make this a little plainer to my country readers, I must observe that all our outward bound ships, some time after they leave the land, steer into the latitude of the piece they are bound to, if to the West India Islands, or any part of the main of America, as New York, New England, Virginia, etc., because the latitude is the only certainty in those voyages to be found, and then they sail due west, till they come to their port, without altering their course. In this west way lie the pirates, whether it be to Virginia, etc., or Nevis, St. Christopher's, Montserrat, Jamaica, etc., so that if the merchant ships bound thither do not fall a prey to them one day, they must another. Therefore I say, if the men of war take the same track, the pirates must unavoidably fall into their mouths, or be frighted away; for where the game is, there will the vermin be. If the latter should be the case, the trading ships, as I said before, will pass unmolested and safe, and the pirates be reduced to take refuge in some of their lurking holes about the uninhabited islands, where their fate would be like that of the fox in his den. If they should venture out, they would be hunted and taken, and if they stay within, they must starve. I must observe another thing, that the pirates generally shift their rovings, according to the season of the year. In the summer they cruise mostly along the coast of the continent of America, but the winters there, being a little too cold for them, they follow the sun, and go towards the islands at the approach of cold weather. Every man who has used the West India trade knows this to be true. Therefore, since we are so well acquainted with all their motions, I cannot see why our men of war, under a proper regulation, may not go to the southward, instead of lying up all the winter useless. But I shall proceed too far in this inquiry. I shall therefore quit it, and say something of the following sheets, which the author may venture to assure the reader that they have one thing to recommend them, which is truth. Those facts which he himself was not an eye witness of, he had from the authentic relations of the persons concerned in taking the pirates, as well as from the mouths of the pirates themselves after they were taken, and he conceives no man can produce better testimonies to support the credit of any history. It will be observed that the account of the actions of Roberts runs into a greater length than that of any other pirate, for which we can assign two reasons: first, because he ravaged the seas longer than the rest, and of consequence there must be a greater sense of business in his life; secondly, being resolved not to weary the reader with tiresome repetitions, when we found the circumstances in Roberts's life and other pirates, either as to piratical articles or anything else, to be the same, we thought it best give them but once, and chose Robert's life for that purpose, he having made more noise in the world than some others. As to the lives of our two female pirates, we must confess they may appear a little extravagant, yet they are nevertheless true for seeming so; but as they were publicly tried for their piracies, there are living witnesses enough to justify what we have laid down concerning them. It is certain we have produced some particulars which were not too publicly known. The reason is, we were more inquisitive into the circumstances of their past lives than other people, who had no other design than that of gratifying their own private curiosity. If there are some incidents and turns in their stories, which may give them a little the air of a novel, they are not invented or contrived for that purpose. It is a kind of reading this author is but little acquainted with, but as he himself was exceedingly diverted with them, when they were related to him, he thought they might have the same effect upon the reader. I presume we need make no apology for giving the name of a history in the following sheets, though they contain nothing but the actions of a parcel of robbers. It is bravery and stratagem in war which makes actions worthy of record, in which sense the adventures here related will be thought deserving that name. Plutarch is very circumstantial in relating the actions of Spartacus the slave, and makes the conquest of him one of the greatest glories of Marcus Crassus; and it is probable, if this slave had lived a little longer, Plutarch would have given us his life at large. Rome, the mistress of the world, was no more at first than a refuge for thieves and outlaws, and if the progress of our pirates had been equal to their beginning, had they all united and settled in some of those islands, they might by this time have been honored with the name of a commonwealth, and no power in those parts of the world could have been able to dispute it with them. If we have seemed to glance with some freedom at the behavior of some governors of provinces abroad, it has been with caution, and perhaps we have not declared as much as we knew. However, we hope those gentlemen in the same station, who have never given occasion for the like censure, will take no offence, though the word governor is sometimes made use of. P.S. It will be necessary to add a word or two to this preface, in order to inform the reader that there are several material additions made to this second impression, which, swelling the book in bulk, must of consequence add a smaller matter to its price. The first impression having been received with so much success by the public, occasioned a very earnest demand for a second. In the meantime, several persons who had been taken by the pirates, as well as others who had been concerned in taking of them, have been so kind to communicate several facts and circumstances to us, which had escaped us in the first impression. This occasioned some delay; therefore, if we have not brought it out as soon as wished, it was to render it more complete. We shall not enter into a detail of all the new matter inserted here, but the description of the islands St. Thom, etc., and that of Brazil are not to be passed by without a little notice. It must be observed that our speculative mathematicians and geographers, who are, no doubt, men of the greatest learning, seldom travel farther than their closets for their knowledge, etc., are therefore unqualified to give us a good description of countries. It is for this reason that all our maps and atlases are so monstrously faulty, for these gentlemen are obliged to take their accounts from the reports of illiterate men. It must be noted also, that when the masters of ships make discoveries this way, they are not fond of communicating them. A man's knowing this or that coast better than others recommends him in his business, and makes him more useful, and he'll no more discover it than a tradesman will the mystery of his trade. The gentleman who has taken the pains to make these observations is Mr. Atkins, a surgeon, an ingenious man in his own profession, and one who is not tied down by any narrow considerations from doing a service to the public, and has been pleased generously to communicate them for the good of others. I don't doubt but his observations will be found curious and very serviceable to such as trade to those parts. Besides, a method of trade is here laid down with the Portuguese, which may prove of great profit to some of our countrymen, if followed according to his plan. It is hoped these things will satisfy the public, that the author of the following sheets considered nothing so much as making the book useful. Though he has been informed that some gentlemen have raised an objection against the truth of its contents, viz., that it seems calculated to entertain and divert, if the facts are related with some agreeableness and life, we hope it will not be imputed as a fault. But as to its credit, we can assure them that the seafaring men, that is all that know the nature of these things, have not been able to make the least objection to its credit; and he will be bold to affirm, that there is not a fact or circumstance in the whole book but he is able to prove by credible witnesses. There have been some other pirates, besides those whose history are here related, such as are hereafter named, and their adventures are as extravagant and full of mischief as those who are the subject of this book. The author has already begun to digest them into method, and as soon as he receives some materials to make them complete, which he shortly expects from the West Indies, if the public gives him encouragement, he intends to venture upon a second volume. End of Preface. Introduction, Part 1, of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Introduction, Part 1. As the pirates in the West Indies have been so formidable and numerous that they have interrupted the trade of Europe into those parts, and our English merchants in particular have suffered more by their depredations than by the united force of France and Spain in the late war, we do not doubt but the world will be curious to know the original and progress of these desperadoes who were the terror of the trading part of the world. But before we enter upon their particular history, it will not be amiss, by way of introduction, to show, by some examples drawn from history, the great mischief and danger which threaten kingdoms and commonwealths from the increase of these sort of robbers, when either by the troubles of particular times or the neglect of governments they are not crushed before they gather strength. It has been the case heretofore that when a single pirate has been suffered to range the seas, as not being worth the notice of a government, he has by degrees grown so powerful as to put them to the expense of a great deal of blood and treasure before he was suppressed. We shall not examine how it came to pass that our pirates in the West Indies have continually increased till of late. This is an inquiry which belongs to the legislature, or representatives of the people in Parliament, and to them we shall leave it. Our business shall be briefly to show what from beginnings as inconsiderable as these other nations have suffered. In the times of Marius and Sylla, Rome was in her greatest strength, yet she was so torn in pieces by the factions of those two great men that every thing which concerned the public good was altogether neglected, when certain pirates broke out from Sicilia, a country of Asia Minor, situate on the coast of the Mediterranean, betwixt Syria on the east, from whence it is divided by Mount Taurus, and Armenia Minor on the west. This beginning was mean and inconsiderable, having but 2 or 3 ships, and a few men, with which they cruised about the Greek islands, taking such ships as were very ill armed or weakly defended. However, by the taking of many prizes, they soon increased in wealth and power. The first action of theirs which made a noise was the taking of Julius Caesar, who was as yet a youth, and who being obliged to fly from the cruelties of Sylla, who sought his life, went into Bithynia, and sojourned a while with Nicodemus, king of that country. In his return back by sea, he was met with and taken by some of these pirates, near the island of Pharmacusa. These pirates had a barbarous custom of tying their prisoners back to back and throwing them into the sea. But supposing Caesar to be some person of a high rank, because of his purple robes, and the number of his attendants, they thought it would be more to their profit to preserve him, in hopes of receiving a great sum for his ransom. Therefore they told him he should have his liberty, provided he would pay them 20 talents, which they judged to be a very high demand, in our money about 3,600 pounds sterling. He smiled, and of his own accord promised them 50 talents. They were both pleased and surprised at his answer, and consented that several of his attendants should go by his direction and raise the money. And he was left among these ruffians with no more than 3 attendants. He passed 38 days, and seemed so little concerned or afraid, that often when he went to sleep he used to charge them not to make a noise, threatening, if they disturbed him, to hang them all. He also played at dice with them, and sometimes wrote verses and dialogues, which he used to repeat, and also caused them to repeat, and if they did not praise and admire them, he would call them beasts and barbarians, telling them he would crucify them. They took all these as the sallies of a juvenile humour, and were rather diverted than displeased at them. At length his attendants returned with his ransom, which he paid, and was discharged. He sailed for the port of Miletum, where, as soon as he was arrived, he used all his art and industry in fitting out a squadron of ships, which he equipped and armed at his own charges, and sailing in quest of the pirates, he surprised them as they lay at anchor among the islands, and took those who had taken him before, with some others. The money he found upon them he made prize of, to reimburse his charges, and he carried the men to Pergamus or Troy, and there secured them in prison. In the meantime he applied himself to Junius, then governor of Asia, to whom it belonged to judge and determine of the punishment of these men. But Junius, finding there was no money to be had, answered Caesar that he would think at his leisure what was to be done with these prisoners. Caesar took his leave of him, returned back to Pergamus, and commanded that the prisoners should be brought out and executed, according to law in that case provided, which is taken notice of in a chapter at the end of this book, concerning the laws in cases of piracy. And thus he gave them that punishment in earnest, which he had often threatened them with in jest. Caesar went straight to Rome, where, being engaged in the designs of his own private ambition, as were almost all the leading men in Rome, the pirates who were left had time to increase to a prodigious strength, for while the civil wars lasted, the seas were left unguarded, so that Plutarch tells us that they erected diverse arsenals full of all manner of warlike stores, made commodious harbors, set up watchtowers and beacons all along the coasts of Cilicia, that they had a mighty fleet, well equipped and furnished, with galleots of oars, manned not only with men of desperate courage, but also with expert pilots and mariners. They had their ships of force, and light pinnaces for cruising and making discoveries, in all no less than 1,000 sail, so gloriously set out that they were as much to be envied for their gallant show as feared for their force, having the stern and quarters all gilded with gold, and their oars plated with silver as well as purple sails, as if their greatest delight had been to glory in their iniquity. Nor were they content with committing piracies and insolencies by sea, they committed as great depredations by land, or rather made conquests, for they took and sacked no less than 400 cities, laid several others under contributions, plundered the temples of the gods, and enriched themselves with the offerings deposited in them. They often landed bodies of men who not only plundered the villages along the sea coast, but ransacked the fine houses of the noblemen along the Tiber. A body of them once took Sextilius and Belenus, 2 Roman praetors, in their purple robes, going from Rome to their governments, and carried them away with all their sergeants, officers, and vergers. They also took the daughter of Antonius, a consular person, and one who had obtained the honor of a triumph, as she was going to the country house of her father. But what was most barbarous was a custom they had when they took any ship, of inquiring of the person on board concerning their names and country. If any of them said he was a Roman, they fell down upon their knees, as if in a fright at the greatness of that name, and begged pardon for what they had done, and imploring his mercy. They used to perform the offices of servants about his person, and when they found they had deceived him into a belief of their being sincere, they hung out the ladder of the ship, and coming with a show of courtesy, told him he had his liberty, desiring him to walk out of the ship, and this in the middle of the sea, and when they observed him in surprise, as was natural, they used to throw him overboard with mighty shouts of laughter, so wanton they were in their cruelty. Thus, while Rome was mistress of the world, she suffered insults and affronts, almost at her gates, from these powerful robbers. But what for a while made faction cease and roused the genius of that people, never used to suffer wrongs from a fair enemy, was an excessive scarcity of provisions in Rome, occasioned by all the ships loaden with corn and provisions from Sicily, Corsica, and other places, being intercepted and taken by these pirates, insomuch that they were almost reduced to a famine. Upon this, Pompey the Great was immediately appointed general to manage this war. 500 ships were immediately fitted out. He had 14 senators, men of experience in the war, for his vice admirals, and so considerable an enemy were these ruffians become, that no less than an army of 100,000 foot and 5,000 horse was appointed to invade them by land. But it happened very luckily for Rome that Pompey sailed out before the pirate had intelligence of a design against them, so that their ships were scattered all over the Mediterranean, like bees gone out from a hive, some one way, some another, to bring home their lading. Pompey divided his fleet into 13 squadrons, to whom he appointed their several stations, so that great numbers of the pirates fell into their hands, ship by ship, without any loss. 40 days he passed in scouring the Mediterranean, some of the fleet cruising along the coast of Afrique, some about the islands, and some upon the Italian coasts, so that often those pirates who were flying from one squadron fell in with another. However, some of them escaped, and these making directly to Cilicia, and acquainting their confederates on shore with what had happened, they appointed a rendezvous of all the ships that had escaped at the port of Coracesium, in the same country. Pompey, finding the Mediterranean quite clear, appointed a meeting of all his fleet at the haven of Brundusium, and from thence, sailing around into the Adriatic, he went directly to attack these pirates in their hives. As soon as he came near the Coracesium in Cilicia, where the remainder of the pirates now lay, they had the hardiness to come and give him battle, but the genius of old Rome prevailed, and the pirates received an entire overthrow, being all either taken or destroyed. But as they made many strong fortresses upon the sea coast, and built castles and strongholds up the country, about the foot of Mount Taurus, he was obliged to besiege them with his army. Some places he took by storm, others surrendered to his mercy, to whom he gave their lives, and at length he made an entire conquest. But it is probable that had these pirates received sufficient notice of the Roman preparation against them, so as they might have had time to draw their scattered strength into a body to have met Pompey by sea, the advantage appeared greatly on their side, in numbers of shipping and of men. Nor did they want courage, as may be seen by their coming out of the port of Coracesium to give the Romans battle, with a force much inferior to theirs. I say, had they overthrown Pompey, it is likely they would have made greater attempts, and Rome, which had conquered the whole world, might have been subdued by a parcel of pirates. This is a proof how dangerous it is to governments to be negligent, and not take an early care in suppressing these sea banditti before they gather strength. The truth of this maxim may be better exemplified in the history of Barbarossa, a native in the city of Mytilene, in the island of Lesbos, in the Aegean Sea, a fellow of ordinary birth, who being bred to the sea, first set out from thence upon the pirating account with only one small vessel, but by the prizes he took he gained immense riches, so that getting a great number of large ships, all the bold and dissolute fellows of those islands flocked to him, and listed in his service for the hopes of booty, so that his strength was increased to a formidable fleet. With these he performed such bold and adventurous actions that he became the terror of the seas. About this time it happened that Selim Utemi, king of Algiers, having refused to pay the accustomed tribute to the Spaniards, was apprehensive of an invasion from thence. Wherefore he treated with Barbarossa upon the foot of an ally to come and assist him, and deliver him from paying this tribute. Barbarossa readily came into it, and sailing to Algiers with a great fleet, he put part of his men on shore, and having laid a plot to surprise the city, he effected it with great success, and murdered Selim in a bath, soon after which he was himself crowned king of Algiers. After this he made war upon Abdallah, king of Tunis, and overthrew him in battle. He extended his conquests on all sides, and thus from a thief became a mighty king. And though he was at last killed in battle, yet he had so well established himself upon that throne, that, dying without issue, he left the inheritance of the kingdom to his brother, another pirate. I come now to speak of the pirates infesting the West Indies, where they are more numerous than in any other parts of the world, on several reasons. First, because there are so many uninhabited little islands and keys, with harbors convenient and secure for cleaning their vessels, and abounding with what they often want, provision. I mean water, sea fowl, turtle, shell, and other fish, where, if they carry in but strong liquor, they indulge a time, and become ready for new expeditions before any intelligence can reach to hurt them. It may here perhaps be no unnecessary digression to explain upon what they call keys in the West Indies. These are small sandy islands, appearing a little above the surf of the water, with only a few bushes or weeds upon them, but abound, those most at any distance from the main, with turtle, amphibious animals, that always choose the quietest and most unfrequented place for laying their eggs, which are to a vast number in the seasons, and would seldom be seen but for this, except by pirates. Then vessels from Jamaica and the other governments make voyages, called turtling, for supplying the people, a common and approved food with them. I am apt to think these keys, especially those night islands, to have once been contiguous with them, and separated by earthquakes frequently there, or inundations, because some of them that have been within continual view, as those nigh Jamaica, are observed within our time to be entirely washed away and lost, and others daily wasting. There are not only of the use above taken notice of to pirates, but it is commonly believed were always in buccaneering piratical times the hiding places for their riches, and oftentimes a shelter for themselves, till their friends on the main had found means to obtain indemnity for their crimes. For you must understand, when acts of grace were more frequent, and the laws less severe, these men continually found favours and encouragers at Jamaica, and perhaps they are not all dead yet. I have been told many of them still living have been of the same trade, and left it off only because they can live as well honestly, and gain now at the hazard of others' necks. Secondly, another reason why these seas are chose by pirates is the great commerce thither by French, Spaniards, Dutch, and especially English ships. They are sure in the latitude of these trading islands to meet with prizes, booties of provision, clothing, and naval stores, and sometimes money, there being great sums remitted this way to England, the returns of the asiento, the private slave trade, to the Spanish West Indies, and in short, by some one or other, all the riches of Potost. A third reason is the inconveniency and difficulty of being pursued by the men of war. The many small inlets, lagoons, and harbors on these solitary islands and keys is a natural security. 'Tis generally here that the pirates begin their enterprises, setting out at first with a small force, and by infesting these seas and those of the continent of North America in a year's time, if they have good luck on their sides, they accumulate such strength as enables them to make foreign expeditions. The first is usually to Guinea, taking the Azores and Cape de Verde islands on their way, and then to Brazil and the East Indies, where if they meet with prosperous voyages, they set down at Madagascar or the neighbouring islands and enjoy their ill-gotten wealth among their elder brethren with impunity. But that I may not give too much encouragement to the profession, I must inform my maritime readers that the far greater part of these rovers are cut short in the pursuit by a sudden precipitation into the other world. The rise of these rovers since the peace of Utrecht, or at least the great increase of them, may justly be computed to the Spanish settlements in the West Indies, the governors of which, being often some hungry courtiers, sent thither to repair or make a fortune, generally countenance all proceedings that bring in profit. They grant commissions to great numbers of vessels of war, on pretence of preventing an interloping trade, with orders to seize all ships or vessels whatsoever within 5 leagues of their coast, which our English ships cannot well avoid coming, in their voyage to Jamaica. But if the Spanish captains chance to exceed this commission, and rob and plunder at discretion, the sufferers are allowed to complain, and exhibit a process in their court, and after great expense of suit, delay of time, and other inconveniences, obtain a decree in their favour. But then when the ship and cargo comes to be claimed, with costs of suit, they find, to their sorrow, that it has been previously condemned, and the plunder divided among the crew. The commander that made the capture, who alone is responsible, is found to be a poor rascally fellow, not worth a groat, and no doubt is placed in that station for the like purposes. The frequent losses sustained by our merchants abroad, by these pirates, was provocation enough to attempt something by way of reprisal, and a fair opportunity offering itself in the year 1716, the traders of the West Indies took care not to slip it over, but made the best use of it their circumstances would permit. It was about 2 years before that the Spanish galleons, or plate fleet, had been cast away in the Gulf of Florida, and several vessels from the Havana were at work, with diving engines, to fish up the silver that was on board the galleons. The Spaniards had recovered some million of pieces of 8, and had carried it all to the Havana, but they had at present about 350,000 pieces of 8 in silver, then upon the spot, and were daily taking up more. In the meantime 2 ships and 3 sloops, fitted out from Jamaica, Barbados, etc., under Captain Henry Jennings, sailed to the Gulf and found the Spaniards there upon the wreck. The money before spoken of was left on shore, deposited in a storehouse, under the government of 2 commissaries and a guard of about 60 soldiers. The rovers came directly upon the place, bringing their little fleet to an anchor, and in a word, landing 300 men, they attacked the guard, who immediately ran away, and thus they seized the treasure, which they carried off, making the best of their way to Jamaica. In their way they unhappily met with a Spanish ship, bound from Portobello to the Havana, with a great many rich goods, viz., bales of cochineal, casks of indigo, and 60,000 pieces of 8 more, which their hands being in, they took, and having rifled the vessel, let her go. They went away to Jamaica with their booty, and were followed in view of the port by the Spaniards, who having seen them thither, went back to the governor of the Havana, with the account of it, who immediately sent a vessel to the governor of Jamaica to complain of this robbery, and to reclaim the goods. As it was in full peace, and contrary to all justice and right, that this fact was committed, they were soon made sensible that the government at Jamaica would not suffer them to go unpunished, much less protect them. Therefore they saw a necessity of shifting for themselves, so, to make bad worse, they went to sea again, though not without disposing of their cargo to good advantage, and furnishing themselves with ammunition, provisions, etc., and being thus made desperate, they turned pirates, robbing not the Spaniards only, but their own countrymen, and any nation they could lay their hands on. It happened about this time that the Spaniards, with 3 or 4 small men of war, fell upon our logwood cutters in the Bay of Campeachy and Bay of Honduras, and after they had made prizes of the following ships and vessels, they gave the men belonging to them 3 sloops to carry them home. But these men being made desperate by their misfortunes, and meeting with the pirates, they took on with them, and so increased their number. The list of ships and vessels taken by the Spanish men of war in the year 1716. The Stafford, Captain Knox, from New England, bound for London. Anne, Gurnish, for London. Dove, Grimstone, for New England. A sloop, Alden, for New England. A brigantine, Moson, for New England. A brigantine, Turfield, for New England. A brigantine, Tennis, for New England. A ship, Porter, for New England. Indian Emperor, Wentworth, for New England. A ship, Rich, master. A ship, Bay. A ship, Smith. A ship, Stockham. A ship, Satterley. A sloop, Richards, belonging to New England. 2 sloops belonging to Jamaica. 1 sloop of Barbados. 2 ships from Scotland. 2 ships from Holland. The rovers being now pretty strong, they consulted together about getting some place of retreat, where they might lodge their wealth, clean and repair their ships, and make themselves a kind of abode. They were not long in resolving, but fixed upon the island of Providence, the most considerable of the Bahama Islands, laying in the latitude of about 24 degrees north, and to the eastward of the Spanish Florida. This island is about 28 miles long, and 11 where broadest, and has a harbor big enough to hold 500 sail of ships, before which lies a small island, which makes 2 inlets to the harbor. At either way there is a bar, over which no ship of 500 ton can pass. The Bahama Islands were possessed by the English till the year 1700, when the French and Spaniards from Petit Guavas invaded them, took the fort and governor in the island of Providence, plundered and destroyed the settlements, etc., carried off half the blacks, and the rest of the people who fled to the woods retired afterwards to Carolina. End of Introduction, Part 1. Introduction, Part 2, of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Introduction, Part 2. In March 1705-6, the House of Lords did an address to her late Majesty, set forth that the French and Spaniards had twice, during the time of the war, overrun and plundered the Bahama Islands, that there was no form of government there, that the harbor of the Isle of Providence might be easily put in a posture of defense, and that it would be of dangerous consequence should those islands fall into the hands of the enemy. Wherefore the lords humbly besought her Majesty to use such methods as she should think proper for taking the said islands into her hands, in order to secure the same to the crown of this kingdom, and to the security and advantage of the trade thereof. But however it happened, no means were used in compliance to that address, for securing the Bahama Islands, till the English pirates had made Providence their retreat and general receptacle. Then 'twas found absolutely necessary, in order to dislodge that troublesome colony, and information being made by the merchants to the government of the mischief they did and were likely to do, his Majesty was pleased to grant the following order. Whitehall, September 15, 1716. Complaint having been made to his Majesty by great number of merchants, masters of ships, and others, as well as by several governors of his Majesty's islands and plantations in the West Indies, that the pirates are grown so numerous that they infest not only the seas near Jamaica, but even those of the northern continent of America, and that, unless some effectual means be used, the whole trade from Great Britain to those parts will not be only obstructed, but in imminent danger of being lost. His Majesty has, upon mature deliberation in council, been pleased, in the first place, to order a proper force to be employed for the suppressing of the said pirates, which force so to be employed is as follows: a list of his Majesty's ships and vessels employed, and to be employed, at the British governments and plantations in the West Indies. Place where, Jamaica. 5 rates, ship Adventure, 40 guns, now there. Jamaica, ship Diamond, 40 guns, sailed from hence thither 5th of last month. Jamaica, ship Ludlow Castle, 40 guns, to carry the governor. Jamaica, ship Swift Sloop, now there. Jamaica, 6 rate, Ship Winchelsea, 20 guns, surveying the coast of the West Indies, and then to return home, but during her being at Jamaica is to join the others, for security of the trade and intercepting pirates. Barbados, 5 rate, ship Scarborough, 30 guns, now there. Leeward Islands, 6 rate, ship Seaford, now there. Tyrol sloop, 6 guns. Virginia, 6 rate, ship Lime, 20 guns, now there. Virginia, 5 rate, ship Shoreham, 30 guns, ordered home. Virginia, ship Pearl, 40 guns, sailed thither from home the 7th of last month, and is to cruise about the Capes. New York, 6 rate, ship Phoenix, 30 guns, now there. New England, ship Squirrel, 20 guns. New England, ship Rose, 20 guns, ordered home. Those at Jamaica, Barbados, and the Leeward Islands are to join upon occasion for annoying the pirates and the security of the trade, and those at New England, Virginia, and New York are to do the like. Besides these frigates, 2 men of war were ordered to attend Captain Rogers, late commander of the 2 Bristol ships, called the Duke and Duchess, that took the rich Acapulco ship, and made a tour round the globe. This gentleman received a commission from his Majesty, to be governor of the island of Providence, and was vested with power to make use of all possible methods for reducing the pirates, and that nothing might be wanting, he carried with him the King's proclamation of pardon to those who should return to their duty by a certain time. The proclamation is as follows: By the King, a proclamation for suppressing of pirates. George R. Whereas we have received information that several persons, subjects of Great Britain, have since the 24th day of June, in the year of our Lord 1715, committed divers piracy and robberies upon the high seas in the West Indies, or adjoining to our plantations, which hath and may occasion great damage to the merchants of Great Britain, and others trading into those parts, and though we have appointed such a force as we judge sufficient for suppressing the said pirates, yet the more effectually to put an end to the same, we have thought fit, by and with the advice of our Privy Council, to issue this our royal proclamation, and we do hereby promise and declare that in case any of the said pirates shall on or before the 5th of September, in the year of our Lord 1718, surrender him or themselves to one of our principal Secretaries of State in Great Britain or Ireland, or to any governor or deputy governor of any of our plantations beyond the seas, every such pirate and pirates so surrendering him or themselves as aforesaid shall have our gracious pardon of and for such his or their piracy or piracies by him or them committed before the 5th of January next ensuing. And we do hereby strictly charge and command all our admirals, captains, and other officers at sea, and all our governors and commanders of any forts, castles, or other places in our plantations, and all other our officers civil and military, to seize and take such of the pirates who shall refuse or neglect to surrender themselves accordingly. And we do hereby further declare that in case any person or persons on or after the 6th day of September 1718 shall discover or seize or cause or procure to be discovered or seized any one or more of the said pirates, so refusing or neglecting to surrender themselves as aforesaid, so as they may be brought to justice and convicted of the said offence, such person or persons so making such discovery or seizure, or causing or procuring such discovery or seizure to be made, shall have and receive as a reward for the same, viz., for every commander of any pirate ship or vessel the sum of £100, for every lieutenant, master, boatswain, carpenter, and gunner the sum of £40, for every inferior officer the sum of £30, and for every private man the sum of £20. And if any person or persons belonging to and being part of the crew of any such pirate ship or vessel shall on or after the said 6th day of September 1718 seize and deliver or cause to be seized or delivered any commander or commanders of such pirate ship or vessel, so as that he or they be brought to justice and convicted of the said offence, such person or persons, as a reward for the same, shall receive for every such commander the sum of 200 pounds, which said sums the Lord Treasurer or the Commissioners of our Treasury for the time being are hereby required and desired to pay accordingly. Given at our court at Hampton Court the 5th day of September 1717 in the 4th year of our reign. God save the King. Before Governor Rogers went over, the proclamation was sent to them, which they took as Teague took the covenant, that is, they made prize of the ship and proclamation too. However, they sent for those who were out a-cruising, and called a general council, but there was so much noise and clamour that nothing could be agreed on. Some were for fortifying the island to stand upon their own terms, and treating with the government upon the foot of a commonwealth. Others were also for strengthening the island for their own security, but were not strenuous for these punctilios, so that they might have a general pardon, without being obliged to make any restitution, and to retire with all their effects to the neighbouring British plantations. But Captain Jennings, who was their commodore, and who always bore a great sway among them, being a man of good understanding and a good estate, before this whim took him of going a pirating, resolved upon surrendering without more ado to the terms of the proclamation, which so disconcerted all their measures that the Congress broke up very abruptly without doing anything. And presently Jennings, and by his example about 150 more, came into the governor of Bermudas and had their certificates, though the greatest part of them returned again, like the dog to the vomit. The commanders who were then in the island, besides Captain Jennings aforementioned, I think were these: Benjamin Hornigold, Edward Teach, John Martel, James Fife, Christopher Winter, Nicholas Brown, Paul Williams, Charles Bellamy, Oliver Laboche, Major Penner, Ed England, T. Burgess, Thomas Coughlin, R. Sample, Charles Vane, and 2 or 3 others. Hornigold, Williams, Burgess, and Laboche were afterwards cast away, Teach and Penner killed, and their crews taken, James Fife killed by his own men, Martel's crew destroyed, and he forced on an uninhabited island, Coughlin, Sample, and Vane hanged. Winter and Brown surrendered to the Spaniards at Cuba, and England lives now at Madagascar. In the month of May or June 1718, Captain Rogers arrived at his government, with 2 of his Majesty's ships, and found several of the above said pirates there, who upon the coming of the men of war all surrendered to the pardon, except Charles Vane and his crew, which happened after this manner. I have before described the harbour to have 2 inlets, by means of a small island laying at the mouth of it, at one of which both the men of war entered and left the other open, so that Vane slipped his cable and set fire to a large prize they had there, and resolutely put out, firing at the man of war as he went off. As soon as Captain Rogers had settled himself in his government, he built a fort for his defence, and garrisoned it with the people he found upon the island. The quondam pirates, to the number of 400, he formed into companies, appointed officers of those whom he most confided in, and then set about to settle a trade with the Spaniards, in the Gulf of Mexico. In one of which voyages Captain Burgess above mentioned died, and Captain Hornigold, another of the famous pirates, was cast away upon rocks, a great way from land, and perished, but 5 of his men got into a canoe and were saved. Captain Rogers sent out a sloop to get provisions, and gave the command to one John Auger, one of the pirates, who had accepted the act of grace. In their voyage they met with 2 sloops, and John and his comrades, not yet forgetting their former business, made use of their old freedom, and took out of them in money and goods, to the value of about 500 pounds. After this they steered away for Hispaniola, not being satisfied whether the governor would admit them to carry on 2 trades at once, and so thought to have bidden farewell to the Bahama Islands, but as ill luck would have it, they met with a violent tornado wherein they lost their mast, and were drove back to one of the uninhabited Bahamas, and lost their sloop. The men got all ashore and lived up and down in the wood for a little time, till Governor Rogers, happening to hear of their expedition and where they had got to, sent out an armed sloop to the aforesaid island, the master of which, with good words and fair promises, got them on board and brought them all to Providence, being 11 persons, 10 of which were tried at a court of admiralty, convicted, and hanged by the others' evidence, in the sight of all their former companions and fellow thieves. The criminals would fain have spirited up the pardoned pirates, to rescue them out of the hands of the officers of justice, telling them from the gallows that "they never thought to have seen the time when 10 such men as they should be tied up and hanged like dogs, and 400 of their sworn friends and companions quietly standing by to behold the spectacle." One Humphrey Maurice urged the matter further than the rest, taxing them with pusillanimity and cowardice, as if it were a breach of honor in them not to rise and save them from the ignominious death they were going to suffer. But 'twas all in vain. They were now told it was their business to turn their minds to another world, and sincerely to repent of what wickedness they had done in this. "Yes," answered one of them, "I do heartily repent. I repent I had not done more mischief, and that we did not cut the throats of them that took us, and I am extremely sorry that you ain't all hanged as well as we." "So do I," says another, "and I," says a third, and then they were all turned off, without making any other dying speeches, except one Dennis McCarty, who told the people that some friends of his had often said he should die in his shoes, but that he would make them liars, and so kicked them off. And thus ended the lives, with their adventures, of those miserable wretches, who may serve as sad examples of the little effect mercy has upon men once abandoned to an evil course of life. Lest I be thought severe in my animadversions upon the Spanish proceedings in the West Indies, in respect to their dealings with us, I shall mention an instance or two wherein I shall be as concise as possible, and then transcribe some original letters from the governor of Jamaica and an officer of a man of war, to the Alcaldes of Trinidado on the island of Cuba, with their answers translated into English, and then proceed to the particular histories of the pirates and their crews, that have made most noise in the world in our own times. About March 1722, one of our men of war trading upon the coast, viz., the Greyhound galley, Captain Walrun, the said captain invited some of the merchants to dinner, who, with their attendants and friends, came on board to the number of 16 or 18 in all. And having concerted measures, about 6 or 8 dined in the cabin, and the rest were waiting on the deck. While the captain and his guests were at dinner, the boatswain pipes for the ship's company to dine. Accordingly, the men take their platters, receive their provisions, and down they go between decks, leaving only 4 or 5 hands besides the Spaniards above, who were immediately dispatched by them, and the hatches laid on the rest. Those in the cabin were as ready as their companions, for they pulled out their pistols and shot the captain, surgeon, and another dead, and grievously wounded the lieutenant; but he getting out of the window upon a side ladder, thereby saved his life, and so they made themselves masters of the ship in an instant. But by accidental good fortune she was recovered before she was carried off, for Captain Walrun, having manned a sloop with 30 hands out of his ship's company, had sent her to windward some days before also for trade, which the Spaniards knew very well, and just as the action was over they saw this sloop coming down before the wind towards their ship, upon which the Spaniards took about 10,000 pounds in specie, as I am informed, quitted the ship, and went off in their launch unmolested. About the same time a guard Lacoste of Porto Rico, commanded by one Matthew Luke, an Italian, took 4 English vessels, and murdered all the crews. He was taken by the Lanston man of war in May 1722, and brought to Jamaica, where they were all but 7 deservedly hanged. It is likely the man of war might not have meddled with her, but that she blindly laid the Lanston on board, thinking she had been a merchant ship, who thereupon catched a Tartar. Afterwards in rummaging there was found a cartridge of powder made up with a piece of an English journal, belonging I believe to the Queen Snow, and upon examination at last it was discovered that they had taken this vessel and murdered the crew, and one of the Spaniards, when he came to die, confessed that he had killed 20 English men with his own hands. S. Jago de la Vega, February 20. A letter from His Excellency Sir Nicholas Laws, our Governor, to the Alcaldes of Trinidado on Cuba, dated the 26th of January, 1721-22. Gentlemen, the frequent depredations, robberies, and other acts of hostility which have been committed on the King my royal master's subjects by a parcel of banditti who pretend to have commissions from you, and in reality are sheltered under your government, is the occasion of my sending the bearer Captain Chamberlain, commander of His Majesty's Snow Happy, to demand satisfaction of you for so many notorious robberies which your people have lately committed on the King's subjects of this island, particularly by those traitors Nicholas Brown and Christopher Winter, to whom you have given protection. Such proceedings as these are not only a breach of the law of nations, but must appear to the world of a very extraordinary nature, when considered that the subjects of a prince in amity and friendship with another shall give countenance and encourage such vile practices. I confess I have had long patience, and declined using any violent measures to obtain satisfaction, hoping the cessation of arms, so happily concluded upon between our respective sovereigns, would have put an effectual stop to those disorders; but on the contrary, I now find the port of Trinidado a receptacle to villains of all nations. I do therefore think fit to acquaint you, and assure you in the King my master's name, that if I do meet with any of your rogues for the future upon the coast of this island, I will order them to be hanged directly without mercy, and I expect and demand of you to make ample restitution to Captain Chamberlain of all the negroes which the said Brown and Winter have lately taken off from the north side of this island, and also of such sloops and other effects as they may have taken and robbed of since the cessation of arms, and that you will deliver up to the bearer such English men as are now detained or otherwise remain at Trinidado, and also expect you will hereafter forbear granting any commissions or suffer any such notorious villains to be equipped and fitted out from your port. Otherwise you may depend upon it, those that I can meet with shall be esteemed pirates and treated as such, of which I thought proper to give you notice, and am, etc. A letter from Mr. Joseph Laws, lieutenant of His Majesty's ship Happy Snow, to the Alcaldes of Trinidado. Gentlemen, I am sent by Commodore Vernon, commander-in-chief of all His Majesty's ships in the West Indies, to demand in the King our Majesty's name all the vessels, with their effects, etc., and also the negroes taken from Jamaica since the cessation of arms. Likewise all Englishmen now detained, or otherwise remaining in your port of Trinidado, particularly Nicholas Brown and Christopher Winter, both of them being traitors, pirates, and common enemies to all nations. And the said Commodore hath ordered me to acquaint you that he is surprised that the subjects of a prince in amity and friendship with another should give countenance to such notorious villains. In expectation of your immediate compliance, I am, gentlemen, off the river Trinidado, February 8, 1720, your humble servant, Joseph Laws. The answer of the Alcaldes of Trinidado to Mr. Law's letter. Captain Laws, in answer to yours, this serves to acquaint you that neither in this city nor port are there any negroes or vessels which have been taken at your island of Jamaica, nor on that coast, since the cessation of arms, and what vessels have been taken since that time have been for trading in an unlawful commerce on this coast. And as for those English fugitives you mention, they are here as other subjects of our Lord the King, being brought voluntarily to our holy Catholic faith, and have received the water of baptism. But if they should prove rogues, and should not comply with their duty, in which they are bound at present, then they shall be chastised according to the ordinances of our King, whom God preserve. And we beg you will weigh anchor as soon as possible, and leave this port and its coast, because upon no account you shall be suffered to trade, or any thing else, for we have resolved not to admit thereof. God preserve you, we kiss your hand. Trinidada, February 8, 1722. Signed, Jeronimo de Fuentes. Benite Alfonso del Manzano. Mr. Law's reply to the Alcalde's letter. Gentlemen, your refusing to deliver up the subjects of the King my master is somewhat surprising, it being in a time of peace, and the detaining them consequently against the law of nations. Notwithstanding your trifling pretence, for which you have no foundation but to forge an excuse, to prevent my making any inquiry into the truth of the facts I have alleged in my former, I must tell you my resolutions are to stay on the coast till I have made reprisals, and should I meet any vessels belonging to your port, I shall not treat them as the subjects of the crown of Spain, but as pirates, finding it a part of your religion is this place to protect such villains. Off the river Trinidado, February 8, 1720. Your humble servant, Joseph Laws. The answer of one of the alcaldes to Mr. Law's reply. Captain Laws, you may assure yourself I will never be wanting in the duty of my post. The prisoners that are here are not imprisoned, but only kept here to be sent to the governor of the Havana. If you, as you say, command at sea, I command on shore. If you treat the Spaniards you should happen to take as pirates, I will do the same by every one of your people I can take up. I will not be wanting to good manners, if you will do the same. I can likewise act the soldier, if any occasion should offer that way, for I have very good people here for that purpose. If you pretend anything else, you may execute it on this coast. God preserve you. I kiss your hand. Trinidado, February 20, 1720. Signed, Benito Alfonso del Manzano. The last advices we have received from our plantations in America, dated June 9, 1724, gives us the following account, viz., that Captain Jones in the ship John and Mary, on the 5th of the said month, met with, near the Capes of Virginia, a Spanish guard del coast, commanded by one Don Benito, said to be commissioned by the governor of Cuba. She was manned with 60 Spaniards, 18 Frenchmen, and 18 English, and had an English captain as well as Spanish, one Richard Holland, who formerly belonged to the Suffolk man of war, which he deserted at Naples, and took shelter in a convent. He served on board the Spanish fleet under Admiral Camac, in the war in the Mediterranean, and after the cessation of arms with Spain, settled with several of his countrymen, Irish, in the Spanish West Indies. This guard del coast made prize of Captain Jones's ship, and kept possession of her from 5th to the 8th, during which time she also took the Prudent Hannah of Boston, Thomas Maunsell master, and the Dolphin of Topsham, Theodore Bear master, both laden and bound for Virginia. The former they sent away together with 3 men and the mate, under the command of a Spanish officer and crew, the same day she was taken. The latter they carried off with them, putting the master and all the crew aboard Captain Jones's ship. They plundered Captain Jones's of 36 men slaves, some gold dust, all his clothes, 4 great guns and small arms, and about 400 gallons of rum, besides his provisions and stores, computed in all to 1,500 pounds sterling. End of Introduction, Part 2.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 1, Part 1. None of these bold adventurers were ever so much talked of for a while as Avery. He made as great a noise in the world as Marivice does now, and was looked upon to be a person of as great consequence. He was represented in Europe as one that had raised himself to the dignity of a king, and was likely to be the founder of a new monarchy, having, as it was said, taken immense riches, and married the great Mogul's daughter, who was taken in an Indian ship which fell into his hands, and that he had by her many children, living in great royalty and state, that he had built forts, erected magazines, and was master of a stout squadron of ships, manned with able and desperate fellows of all nations, that he gave commissions out in his own name to the captains of his ships and to the commanders of his forts, and was acknowledged by them as their prince. A play was writ upon him called The Successful Pirate, and these accounts obtained such belief that several schemes were offered to the council for fitting out a squadron to take him, while others were for offering him and his companions an act of grace, and inviting them to England with all their treasures, lest his growing greatness might hinder the trade of Europe to the East Indies. Yet all of these were no more than false rumors, improved by the credulity of some and the humor of others who loved to tell strange things, for, while it was said he was aspiring at a crown, he wanted a shilling, and at the same time it was given out he was in possession of such prodigious wealth in Madagascar, he was starving in England. No doubt but the reader will have a curiosity of knowing what became of this man, and what were the true grounds of so many false reports concerning him. Therefore I shall, in as brief a manner as I can, give his history. He was born in the west of England, near Plymouth, in Devonshire, being bred to the sea. He served as a mate of a merchantman in several trading voyages. It happened before the Peace of Ryswick, when there was an alliance betwixt Spain, England, Holland, and etc. against France, that the French in Martinico carried on a smuggling trade with the Spaniards on the continent of Peru, which by the laws of Spain is not allowed to friends in time of peace, for none but native Spaniards are permitted to traffic in those parts, or set their feet on shore, unless at any time they are brought as prisoners, wherefore they constantly keep certain ships cruising along the coast, whom they call the Guarda del Costa, who have the orders to make prizes of all ships they can light of within 5 leagues of the land. Now the French growing very bold in trade, and the Spaniards being poorly provided with ships, and those they had being of no force, it often fell out that when they light of the French smugglers, they were not strong enough to attack them. Therefore it was resolved in Spain to hire 2 or 3 stout foreign ships for their service, which being known at Bristol, some of the merchants of that city fitted out 2 ships of 30-odd guns and 120 hands each, well furnished with provisions and ammunition, and all other stores, and the hire being agreed for by some agents of Spain, they were commanded to sail for Corona or the Groin, there to receive their orders and to take on board some Spanish gentlemen who were to go passengers to New Spain. One of these ships, which I take to be called the Duke, Captain Gibson commander, Avery was first mate, and being a fellow of more cunning than courage, he insinuated himself into the good will of several of the boldest fellows on board the other ship, as well as that which he was on board of. Having sounded their inclinations before he opened himself, and finding them right for his design, he at length proposed to them to run away with the ship, telling them what great wealth was to be had upon the coasts of India. It was no sooner said than agreed to, and they resolved to execute their plot at 10 o'clock the following night. It must be observed the captain was one of those who are mightily addicted to punch, so that he passed most of his time on shore in some little drinking ordinary, but this day he did not go on shore as usual. However, this did not spoil the design, for he took his usual dose on board, and so got to bed before the hour appointed for the business. The men also who were not privy to the design turned into their hammocks, leaving none upon deck but the conspirators, who indeed were the greatest part of the ship's crew. At the time agreed on, the Duchess's long boat appeared, which Avery, hailing in the usual manner, was answered by the men in her, "Is your drunken boatswain on board?" which was the watchword agreed between them, and Avery replying in the affirmative, the boat came aboard with 16 stout fellows and joined the company. When our gentry saw that all was clear, they secured the hatches, so went to work. They did not slip the anchor, but weighed it leisurely, and so put to sea without any disorder or confusion, though there were several ships then lying in the bay, and among them a Dutch frigate of 40 guns, the captain of which was offered a great reward to go out after her. But Mynheer, who perhaps would not have been willing to have been served so himself, could not be prevailed upon to give such usage to another, and so let Mr. Avery pursue his voyage whither he had a mind to. The captain, who by this time was awakened, either by the motion of the ship or the noise of working the tackles, rung the bell, Avery and two others went into the cabin. The captain, half asleep and in a kind of fright, asked what was the matter. Avery answered coolly, "Nothing." The captain replied, "Something's the matter with the ship. Does she drive? What weather is it?" Thinking nothing less than it had been a storm, and that the ship was driven from her anchors. "No, no," answered Avery. "We're at sea, with a fair wind and good weather." "At sea?" says the captain. "How can that be?" "Come," says Avery, "don't be in a fright, but put on your clothes and I'll let you into a secret. You must know that I am captain of this ship now, and this is my cabin. Therefore you must walk out. I am bound to Madagascar with the design of making my own fortune and that of all the brave fellows who joined with me." The captain, having little recovered his senses, began to apprehend the meaning. However, his fright was as great as before, which Avery perceiving, bade him fear nothing, "for," says he, "if you have a mind to make one of us, we'll receive you, and if you'll turn sober and mind your business, perhaps in time I may make you one of my lieutenants. If not, here's a boat alongside, and you shall be set ashore." The captain was glad to hear this, and therefore accepted his offer, and the whole crew being called up to know who was willing to go on shore with the captain, and who to seek their fortunes with the rest. There were not above 5 or 6 men who were willing to quit this enterprise, wherefore they were put into the boat with the captain that minute, and made their way to the shore as well as they could. They proceeded on their voyage to Madagascar, but I do not find they took any ships in their way. When they arrived at the northeast part of that island, they found 2 sloops at anchor, who, upon seeing them, slipped their cables and ran themselves ashore, the men all landing and running into the woods. These were 2 sloops which the men had run away with from the West Indies, and seeing Avery, they supposed him to be some frigate sent to take them, and therefore, not being a force to engage him, they did what they could to save themselves. He guessed where they were, and sent some of his men on shore to let them know they were friends, and to offer they might join together for their common safety. The sloop's men were well armed, and had posted themselves in a wood, with sentinels just on the outside to observe whether the ship landed her men to pursue them, and they, observing only 2 or 3 men to come towards them without arms, did not oppose them, but having challenged them, and they answering they were friends, they led them to their body, where they delivered their message. At first they apprehended it was a stratagem to decoy them on board, but when the ambassadors offered that the captain himself, and as many of the crew as they should name, would meet them on shore without arms, they believed them to be in earnest, and they soon entered into a confidence with one another, those on board going on shore, and some of those on shore going on board. The sloop's men were rejoiced at the new ally, for their vessels were so small that they could not attack a ship of any force, so that hitherto they had not taken any considerable prize, but now they hoped to fly at high game, and Avery was as well pleased at this reinforcement to strengthen them for any brave enterprise, and though the booty must be lessened to each, being divided into so many shares, and yet he found out an expedient not to suffer by it himself, as shall be shown in its place. Having consulted what was to be done, they resolved to sail out together upon a cruise, the galley and 2 sloops. They therefore fell to work to get the sloops off, which they soon effected, and steered towards the Arabian coast. Near the river Indus, the man at the masthead spied a sail, upon which they gave chase, and as they came nearer to her, they perceived her to be a tall ship, and fancied she might be a Dutch East Indiaman, homeward bound, but she proved to be a better prize. When they fired at her to bring to, she hoisted Mogul's colours, and seemed to stand upon her defence. Avery only cannonaded at a distance, and some of his men began to suspect that he was not the hero they took him for. However, the sloops made use of their time, and coming one on the bow and the other on the quarter of the ship, clapped her on board and entered her, upon which she immediately struck her colours and yielded. She was one of the Great Mogul's own ships, and there were in her several of the greatest persons of his court, among whom it was said was one of his daughters, who were going on a pilgrimage to Mecca, that Mahometans thinking themselves obliged once in their lives to visit that place, and they were carrying with them rich offerings to present at the shrine of Mahomet. It is known that the Eastern people travel with the utmost magnificence, so they had with them all their slaves and attendants, their rich habits and jewels, with vessels of gold and silver, and great sums of money to defray the charge of their journey by land. Wherefore the plunder got by this prize is not easily computed. Having taken all the treasure on board their own ship, and plundered their prize of everything else they either wanted or liked, they let her go. She, not being able to continue her voyage, returned back. As soon as the news came to the Mogul, and he knew that they were English who robbed them, he threatened loud and talked of sending a mighty army, with fire and sword, to extirpate the English from all their settlements on the Indian coast. The East India Company in England were very much alarmed at it, however. By degrees they found means to pacify him, by promising to do their endeavors to take the robbers and deliver them into his hands. However, the great noise this thing made in Europe, as well as India, was the occasion of all these romantic stories which were formed of Avery's greatness. In the meantime, our successful plunderers agreed to make the best of their way back to Madagascar, intending to make that place their magazine of repository for all their treasure, and to build a small fortification there, and leave a few hands always ashore to look after it and defend it from any attempts of the natives. But Avery put an end to this project, and made it altogether unnecessary. As they were steering their course, as has been said, he sends a boat on board of each of the sloops, desiring the chief of them to come on board of him in order to hold a council. They did so, and he told them that he had something to propose to them for the common good, which was to provide against accidents. He bade them consider the treasure they were possessed of would be sufficient for them all if they could secure it some place on shore. Therefore, all they had to fear was some misfortune in the voyage. He bade them consider the consequences of being separated by bad weather, in which case the sloops, if either of them should fall in with any ship of force, must be either taken or sunk, and the treasure on board her lost to the rest. Beside the common accidents of the sea, as for his part, he was so strong, he was able to make his party good with any ship they were like to meet in those seas, that if he met with any ship of such strength that he could not take her, he was safe from being taken, being so well manned. Beside, his ship was a quick sailer, and could carry sail when the sloops could not. Wherefore he proposed to them to put the treasure on board his ship, to seal up each chest with 3 seals, whereof each was to keep one, and to appoint a rendezvous in case of separation. Upon considering this proposal, it appeared so sensible to them that they readily came into it, for they argued to themselves that an accident might happen to one of the sloops and the other escape, wherefore it was for the common good. The thing was done as agreed to, the treasure put on board of Avery, and the chests sealed. They kept company that day and the next, the weather being fair, in which time Avery tampered with his men, telling them they now had sufficient to make all easy, and what should hinder them from going to some country where they were not known, and living on shore all the rest of their days in plenty. They understood what he meant, and in short, they all agreed to bilk their new allies, the sloop's men. Nor do I find that any of them felt any qualms of honor rising in his stomach, to hinder them from consenting to this piece of treachery. In fine, they took advantage of the darkness that night, and steered another course, and by morning lost sight of them. I leave the reader to judge what swearing and confusion there was among the sloop's men in the morning, when they saw that Avery had given them the slip, for they knew by the fairness of the weather and the course they had agreed to steer that it must have been done on purpose. But we leave them at the present to follow Mr. Avery. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 1, Part 2 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 1, Part 2. Avery and his men, having consulted what to do with themselves, came to a resolution to make the best of their way towards America, and none of them being known in those parts, they intended to divide the treasure, to change their names, to go ashore, some in one place, some in other, to purchase some settlements, and live at ease. The first land they made was the island of Providence, then newly settled. Here they stayed some time, and having considered that when they should go to New England, the greatness of their ship would cause much inquiry about them, and possibly some people from England, who had heard the story of the ship's being run away with from the Groyne, might suspect them to be the people. They therefore took a resolution of disposing of their ship at Providence, upon which Avery, pretending that the ship being fitted out upon the privateering account, and having no success, had received orders from the owners to dispose of her to the best advantage. He soon met with a purchaser, and immediately bought a sloop. In this sloop he and his companions embarked. They touched at several parts of America, where no person suspected them, and some of them went on shore, and dispersed themselves about the country, having received such dividends as Avery would give them. For he concealed the greatest part of the diamonds from them, which in the first hurry of plundering the ship they did not much regard, as not knowing their value. At length he came to Boston in New England, and seemed to have a desire of settling in those parts, and some of his companions went on shore there also. But he changed his resolution, and proposed to the few of his companions who were left to sail for Ireland, which they consented to. He found out that New England was not a proper place for him, because a great deal of his wealth lay in diamonds, and should he have produced them there, he would have certainly been seized on suspicion of piracy. In their voyage to Ireland they avoided St. George's Channel, and sailing north about, they put into one of the northern ports of that kingdom. There they disposed of their sloop, and coming on shore they separated themselves, some going to Cork, and some to Dublin, 18 of whom obtained their pardons afterwards of K. William. When Avery had remained some time in this kingdom, he was afraid to offer his diamonds to sale, lest an inquiry into his manner of coming by them should occasion a discovery. Therefore, considering with himself what was best to be done, he fancied there were some persons at Bristol who he might venture to trust, upon which he resolved to pass over into England. He did so, and going into Devonshire, he sent to one of these friends to meet him at a town called Bideford. When he had communicated himself to his friends, and consulted with him about the means of his effects, they agreed that the safest method would be to put them in the hands of some merchants, who, being men of wealth and credit in the world, no inquiry would be made how they came by them. This friend telling him he was very intimate with some who were very fit for the purpose, and if he would but allow them a good commission, would do the business very faithfully. Avery liked the proposal, for he found no other way of managing his affairs, since he could not appear in them himself. Therefore his friend going back to Bristol, and opening the matter to the merchants, they made Avery a visit at Bideford, where, after some protestations of honor and integrity, he delivered them his effects, consisting of diamonds and some vessels of gold. They gave him a little money for his present subsistence, and so they parted. He changed his name and lived in Bideford without making any figure, and therefore there was no great notice taken of him. Yet let one or two of his relations know where he was, who came to see him. In some time his little money was spent, yet he heard nothing from his merchants. He writ to them often, and after much importunity they sent him a small supply, but scarce sufficient to pay his debts. In fine, the supplies they sent him from time to time were so small that they were not sufficient to give him bread, nor could he get that little without a great deal of trouble and importunity. Wherefore, being weary of his life, he went privately to Bristol to speak to the merchants himself, where instead of money he met a most shocking repulse, for when he desired them to come to an account with him, they silenced him by threatening to discover him, so that our merchants were as good pirates at land as he was at sea. Whether he was frightened by these menaces, or he had seen somebody else he thought knew him, is not known, but he went immediately over to Ireland, and from there solicited his merchants very hard for a supply, but to no purpose, for he was even reduced to beggary. In this extremity he was resolved to return and cast himself upon them, let the consequences be what it would. He put himself on board a trading vessel and worked his passage over to Plymouth, from whence he travelled on foot to Bideford, where he had been but a few days before he fell sick and died, not being worth as much as would buy him a coffin. Thus have I given all that could be collected of any certainty concerning this man, rejecting the idle stories which were made of his fantastic greatness, by which it appears that his actions were more inconsiderable than those of other pirates, since him, though he made more noise in the world. Now we shall turn back and give our readers some account of what became of the two sloops. We took notice of the rage and confusion which must have seized them upon their missing of Avery. However, they continued their course, some of them still flattering themselves that he had only outsailed them in the night, and that they should find him at the place of rendezvous. But when they came there and could hear no tidings of him, there was an end of hope. It was time to consider what they should do with themselves. Their stock of sea provisions was almost spent, and though there was rice and fish and fowl to be had ashore, yet these would not keep for sea without being properly cured with salt, which they had no conveniency of doing. Therefore, since they could not go on a cruising any more, it was time to think of establishing themselves at land, to which purpose they took all things out of the sloops and made tents of the sails, and encamped themselves, having a large quantity of ammunition and abundance of small arms. Here they met with several of their countrymen, the crew of a privateer sloop which was commanded by Captain Thomas Tew, and since it will be but a short digression, we will now give an account of how they came here. Captain George Dew and Captain Thomas Tew, having received commissions from then Governor of Bermudas to sail directly for the river Gambia in Africa, there, with the advice and assistance of the agents of the Royal African Company, to attempt the taking of the French factory at Goree, lying upon that coast. In a few days after they had sailed out, Dew, in a violent storm, not only sprung his mast, but lost sight of his consort. Dew therefore returned back to refit, and Tew, instead of proceeding on his voyage, made for the Cape of Good Hope, and doubling the said cape, shaped his course for the Straits of Bab el Mandeb, being the entrance into the Red Sea. Here he came up with a large ship, richly laden, bound from the Indies to Arabia, with 300 soldiers on board, besides seamen. Yet Tew had the hardiness to board her, and soon carried her, and 'tis said by this prize his men shared nearly 3,000 pounds apiece. They had intelligence from the prisoners of 5 other rich ships to pass that way, which Tew would have attacked, though they were very strong, if they had not been overruled by the quartermaster and others. This differing of opinion created some ill blood amongst them, so that they resolved to break up pirating, and no place was so fit to receive them as Madagascar. Hither they steered, resolving to live on shore and enjoy what they got. As for Tew himself, he with a few others in a short time went off to Rhode Island, from whence he made his peace. Thus we have accounted for the company of our pirates met with here. It must be observed that the natives of Madagascar are a kind of negroes They differ from those of Guinea in their hair, which is long, and their complexion is not so good a jet. They have innumerable little princes among them, who are continually making war upon one another. Their prisoners are their slaves, and they either sell them or put them to death, as they please. When our pirates first settled amongst them, the alliance was much courted by these princes, so they sometimes joined one, sometimes another, but wheresoever they sided they were sure to be victorious, for the negroes here had no firearms, nor did they understand their use, so that at length these pirates became so terrible to the negroes that if 2 or 3 of them were only seen on one side when they were going to engage, the opposite side would fly without striking a blow. By these means they not only became feared but powerful. All the prisoners of war they took to be their slaves. They married the most beautiful of the negro women, not 1 or 2, but as many of them as they liked, so that every one of them had as great a seraglio as the Grand Seignior at Constantinople. Their slaves they employed in planting rice, in fishing, hunting, and etc., besides which they had abundance of others who lived, as it were, under their protection, and to be secure from the disturbances or attacks of their powerful neighbors, they seemed to pay them a willing homage. Now they began to divide from one another, each living with his own wives, slaves, and dependents, like a separate prince, and as power and plenty naturally beget contention, they sometimes quarreled with one another, and attacked each other at the head of their several armies, and in these civil wars many of them were killed. But an accident happened which obliged them to unite again for their common safety. It must be observed that these sudden great men had used their power like tyrants. They grew wanton in cruelty, and nothing was more common than upon the slightest displeasure to cause one of their dependents to be tied to a tree and shot through the heart. Let the crime be what it would, whether little or great, this was always the punishment. Wherefore the negroes conspired together to rid themselves of these destroyers, all in one night, and as they now lived separate, the thing might easily have been done, had not a woman, who had been wife or concubine to one of them, run nearly 20 miles in 3 hours to discover the matter to them. Immediately upon the alarm they ran together as fast as they could, so that when the negroes approached them, they found them all up in arms, wherefore they retired without making any attempt. The escape made them very cautious from that time, and it will be worth while to describe the policy of these brutish fellows, and to show what measures they took to secure themselves. They found that fear of their power could not secure them against a surprise, and the bravest man may be killed when he is asleep by one much his inferior in courage and strength. Therefore, as their first security, they did all they could to foment war betwixt the neighboring negroes, remaining neuter themselves, by which means those who were overcome constantly fled to them for protection, otherwise they must be either killed or made slaves. They strengthened their party and tied some to them by interest. When there was no war, they contrived to spirit up private quarrels among them, and upon every little dispute or misunderstanding, push on one side or the other to revenge, instruct them how to attack or surprise their adversaries, and lend them loaded pistols or firelocks to dispatch them with, the consequence of which was that the murderer was forced to fly to them for safety of his life, with his wives, children, and kindred. Such as these were fast friends, and their lives depended upon the safety of his protectors. For as we observed before, our pirates were grown so terrible that none of their neighbors had resolution enough to attack them in an open war. By such arts as these, in the space of a few years, their body was greatly increased. They then began to separate themselves, and remove at a greater distance from one another, for the convenience of more ground, and were divided like Jews into tribes, each carrying with him his wives and children, of which by this time they had a large family, and also their quota of dependents and followers, and if power and command be the thing which distinguish a prince, These ruffians had all the marks of royalty about them, nay more, they had the very fears which commonly disturb tyrants, as may be seen by the extreme caution they took in fortifying the places where they dwelt. In this plan of fortification they imitated one another. Their dwellings were rather citadels than houses. They made choice of a place overgrown with wood, and situated near a water. They raised a rampart or high ditch round it, so straight and high that it was impossible to climb it, especially by those who had not the use of scaling ladders. Over this ditch there was one passage into the wood, and the dwelling, which was a hut, was built in that part of the wood which the prince who inhabited it thought fit, but so covered that it could not be seen till you came at it. But the greatest cunning lay in the passage which led to the hut, which was so narrow that no more than one person could go abreast, and contrived in such an intricate manner that it was a perfect maze or labyrinth, it being round and round with several little crossways, so that a person that was not well acquainted with the way might walk several hours round and cross these ways without being able to find the hut. Moreover, all along the sides of these narrow paths certain large thorns which grew upon a tree in that country were struck into the ground with their points uppermost, and the path itself being made crooked and serpentine, if a man should attempt to come near the hut at night, he would certainly have struck upon these thorns, though he had been provided with that clue which Ariadne gave to Theseus when he entered the cave of the Minotaur. Thus tyrant-like they lived, fearing and feared by all, and in this situation they were found by Captain Woodes Rogers when he went to Madagascar in the Delia, a ship of 40 guns, with the design of buying slaves in order to sell to the Dutch at Batavia or New Holland. He happened to touch upon a part of the island where no ship had been seen for 7 or 8 years before, when he met with some of the pirates, at which time they had been upon the island above 25 years, having a large motley generation of children and grandchildren descended from them, there being about that time 11 of them remaining alive. Upon their first seeing a ship of this force and burthen, they supposed it to be a man of war sent to take them. Therefore they lurked within their fastness, but when some from the ship came ashore without any show of hostility, and offering to trade with the negroes, they ventured to come out of their holes, attended like princes, since they actually are kings de facto, which is a kind of right. We ought to speak of them as such. Having been so many years upon this island, it may be imagined their clothes had long been worn out, so that their majesties were extremely out at the elbows. I cannot say that they were ragged, since they had no clothes. They had nothing to cover them but with the skins of beasts, without any tanning, but with all the hair on, nor a shoe nor stocking, so they looked like the picture of Hercules in the lion's skin, and being overgrown with beard and hair upon their bodies, they appeared the most savage figures that a man's imagination can frame. However, they soon got rigged, for they sold great numbers of those poor people under them for clothes, knives, saws, powder and ball, and many other things, and became so familiar that they went aboard the Delia, and were observed to be very curious, examining the inside of the ship, and very familiar with the men, inviting them ashore. Their design in doing this, as they afterward confessed, was to try if it was not practical to surprise the ship in the night, which they judged very easy in case there was but a slender watch kept on board, they having boats and men enough at command. But it seems the captain was aware of them, and kept so strong a watch upon deck that they found it was in vain to make any attempt. Wherefore, when some of the men went ashore, they were for inveigling them and drawing them into a plot, for seizing the captain and securing the rest of the men under the hatches, when they should have the night watch, promising a signal to come on board to join them, proposing, if they succeeded, to go a pirating together, not doubting but with that ship they should be able to take anything they met on the sea. But the captain, observing an intimacy growing betwixt them and some of his men, thought it could be for no good, and therefore he broke it off in time, not suffering them so much as to talk together, and when he sent a boat on shore with an officer to treat with them about the sale of slaves, the crew remained on board the boat, and no man was suffered to talk with them, but the person deputed by him for that purpose. Before he sailed away, and they found that nothing was to be done, they confessed all the designs they had formed against him. Thus he left them as he found them, in a great deal of dirty state and royalty, but with fewer subjects than they had, having, as we observed, sold many of them, and if ambition be the darling passion of men, no doubt they were happy. One of these great princes had formerly been a waterman upon the Thames, where, having committed a murder, he fled to the West Indies, and was a number of those who run away with the sloops. The rest had been all foremast men, nor was there a man amongst them who could either read or write, and yet their secretaries of state had no more learning than themselves. This is all the account we can give of these kings of Madagascar, some of whom it is probable are reigning to this day. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 2 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Turritson. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1 by Charles Johnson. Chapter 2 of Captain Martel and his crew. I come now to the pirates that have rose since the Peace of Utrecht. In wartime there is no room for any, because all those of a roving, adventurous disposition find employment in privateers, so there is no opportunity for pirates. Like our mobs in London, when they come to any height, our superiors order out the train bands, and when once they are raised, the others are suppressed, of course. I take the reason of it to be that the mob go into the tame army, and immediately from notorious breakers of the peace become, by being put into order, solemn preservers of it. And should our legislators put some of the pirates into authority, it would not only lessen their number, but, I imagine, set them upon the rest, and they would be the likeliest people to find them out, according to the proverb, set a thief to catch a thief. To bring this about, there needs no other encouragement but to give all the effects taken aboard a pirate vessel to the captors, for in case of plunder and gain, they like it as well from friends as enemies, but are not fond, as things are carried, of ruining poor fellows, say the Creolians, with no advantage to themselves. The multitude of men and vessels employed this way in time of war in the West Indies is another reason for the number of pirates in a time of peace. This cannot be supposed to be a reflection on any of our American governments, much less on the king himself, by whose authority such commissions are granted, because of the reasonableness and absolute necessity there is for the doing of it. Yet the observation is just, for so many idle people employing themselves in privateers for the sake of plunder and riches, which they always spend as fast as they get, for when the war is over and they can have no farther business in the way of life they have been used to, they too readily engage in acts of piracy, which being but the same practice without a commission, they make very little distinction betwixt the lawfulness of one and the unlawfulness of the other. I have not inquired so far back as to know the original of this rover, but I believe he and his gang were some privateers' men belonging to the island of Jamaica in the preceding war. His story is but short, for his reign was so, an end having been put to his adventures in good time, when he was growing strong and formidable. We find him commander of a pirate sloop of 8 guns and 80 men in the month of September 1716, cruising off Jamaica, Cuba, etc., about which time he took the Berkeley galley, Captain Saunders, and plundered him of 1,000 pounds in money, and afterwards met with a sloop called the King Solomon, for which he took some money and provisions, besides goods to a good value. They proceeded after this to the port of Cavana, at the island of Cuba, and in their way took 2 sloops, which they plundered and let go, and off the port fell in with a fine galley, with 20 guns, called the John and Martha, Captain Wilson, which they attacked under the piratical black flag, and made themselves masters of her. They put some of the men ashore, and others they detained, as they had done several times, to increase their company. But Captain Martel charged Captain Wilson to advise his owners that their ship would answer his purpose exactly, by taking 1 deck down, and as for the cargo, which consisted chiefly of logwood and sugar, he would take care it should be carried to a good market. Having fitted up the aforesaid ship as they designed, they mounted her with 22 guns, 100 men, and left 25 hands in the sloop, and so proceeded to cruise off the leeward islands, where they met with but too much success. After the taking of the sloop and a brigantine, they gave chase to a stout ship, which they came up with, and at sight of the pirates' flag, she struck to the robbers, being a ship of 20 guns, called the Dolphin, bound for Newfoundland. Captain Martel made the men prisoners and carried the ship with him. The middle of December, the pirates took another galley in her voyage home from Jamaica, called the Kent, Captain Lawton, and shifted her provisions aboard their own ship, and let her go, which obliged her to sail back to Jamaica for a supply for her voyage. After this they met with a small ship and a sloop, belonging to Barbados. Out of both they took provisions, and then parted with them, having first taken out some of their hands, who were willing to be forced to go along with them. The Greyhound galley of London, Captain Evans, from Guinea to Jamaica, was the next that had the misfortune to fall in their way, which they did not detain long, for as soon as they could get out all of her gold dust, elephant's teeth, and 40 slaves, they sent her onwards upon her voyage. They concluded now that 'twas high time to get into harbor and refit, as well as to get refreshments themselves, and wait an opportunity to dispose of their cargo. Therefore 'twas resolved to make the best of their way to Santa Crux, a small island in the latitude of 1830 north, 10 mile long and 2 broad, lying southeast of Puerto Rico, belonging to the French settlements. Here they thought they might lie privately for some time and fit themselves for further mischief. They met with a sloop by the way, which they took along with them, and in the beginning of the year 1716-17, they arrived at their port, having a ship of 20 guns, a sloop of 8, and 3 prizes, viz. Another ship of 20 guns, a sloop of 4 guns, and another sloop last taken. With this little fleet they got into a small harbor, or road, the northwest part of the island, and warped up 2 creeks, which were made by a little island lying in the bay. I am the more particular now, because I shall take leave of the gentlemen at this place. They had here bare 16-foot water at the deepest, and but 13 or 14 at the shallowest, and nothing but rocks and sands without, which secured them from the wind and sea, and likewise from any considerable force coming against them. When they had all got in, the first thing they had to do was to guard themselves in the best manner they could. They made a battery of 4 guns upon the island, and another battery of 2 guns on the north point of the road, and warped in one of the sloops with 8 guns at the mouth of the channel, to hinder any vessels from coming in. When this was done, they went to work on their ship, unrigging and unloading, in order to clean, where I shall leave them a while, till I bring other company to 'em. In the month of November 1716, General Hamilton, commander-in-chief of all the leeward Caribbee Islands, sent a sloop express to Captain Hume at Barbados, commander of His Majesty's ship, Scarborough, of 30 guns and 140 men, to acquaint him that the 2 pirate sloops of 12 guns each molested the colonies, having plundered several vessels. The Scarborough had buried 20 men, and had near 40 sick, and therefore was but in ill state to go to sea. However, Captain Hume left his sick men behind, and sailed to the other islands for a supply of men, taking 20 soldiers from Antigua. At Nevis he took 10, and 10 at St. Christopher's, and then sailed to the island of Anguilla, where he learned that some time before 2 such sloops had been at Spanish Town, otherwise called one of the Virgin Islands. Accordingly, the next day, the Scarborough came to Spanish Town, but could hear no news of the sloops, only that they had been there about Christmas, it being then the 15th of January. Captain Hume, finding no account could be had of these pirates, designed to go back the next day to Barbados. But it happened that night that a boat anchored there from Santa Crux, and informed him that he saw a pirate ship of 22 or 24 guns, with other vessels, going into the northwest part of the island aforesaid. The Scarborough weighed immediately, and the next morning came in sight of the rovers and their prizes, and stood to them. But the pilot refused to venture in with the ship, all the while the pirates fired red-hot bullets from the shore. At length the ship came to an anchor alongside the reef near the channel, and cannonaded for several hours, both the vessels and batteries. About 4 in the afternoon, the sloop that guarded the channel was sunk by the shot of the man-of-war. Then she cannonaded the pirate ship of 22 guns that lay behind the island. The next night, viz. the 18th, it falling calm, Captain Hume weighed, fearing he might fall on the reef, and so stood off and on for a day or two to block them up. On the 20th, in the evening, they observed the man-of-war to stand off to sea, and took the opportunity to warp out in order to slip away from the island. But at 12 o'clock they run aground, and then seeing the Scarborough about, standing in again as their case was desperate, so they were put into the utmost confusion. They quitted the ship and set her on fire with 20 negroes in her, who were all burnt. 19 of the pirates made their escape in a small sloop, but the captain and the rest, with 20 negroes, betook to the woods, where 'twas probable they might starve, for we never heard what became of them afterwards. Captain Hume released the prisoners with the ship and sloop that remained, and then went after the 2 pirate sloops first mentioned. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rain. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Captain Teach, alias Blackbeard. Edward Teach was a Bristol man born, but had sailed some time out of Jamaica in privateers in the late French war. Yet though he had often distinguished himself for his uncommon boldness and personal courage, he was never raised to any command till he went a pirating, which I think was at the latter end of the year 1716, when Captain Benjamin Hornigold put him into a sloop that he had made prize of, and with whom he continued in consortship till a little while before Hornigold surrendered. In the spring of the year 1717, Teach and Hornigold sailed from Providence for the Main of America, and took in their way a billet from the Havana, with 120 barrels of flour, as also a sloop from Bermuda, Thurbar master, from whom they took only some gallons of wine and then let him go, and a ship from Madeira to South Carolina, out of which they got plunder to a considerable value. After cleaning on the coast of Virginia, they returned to the West Indies, and in the latitude of 24 made a prize of a large French Guineaman bound to Martinico, which by Hornigold's consent Teach went aboard of as captain, and took a cruise in her. Hornigold returned with his sloop to Providence, where at the arrival of Captain Rogers, the governor, he surrendered to mercy, pursuant to the king's proclamation. Aboard of this Guineaman Teach mounted 40 guns, and named her the Queen Anne's Revenge, and cruising near the island of St. Vincent, took a large ship called the Great Allen, Christopher Taylor commander. The pirates plundered her of what they thought fit, put all the men ashore upon the island above mentioned, and then set fire to the ship. A few days after, Teach fell in with the Scarborough man-of-war, of 30 guns, who engaged him for some hours, but she, finding the pirate well manned, and having tried her strength, gave over the engagement, and returned to Barbados, the place of her station, and Teach sailed towards the Spanish America. In his way he met with a pirate sloop of 10 guns, commanded by one Major Bonnet, lately a gentleman of good reputation and estate in the island of Barbados, whom he joined. But in a few days after, Teach, finding that Bonnet knew nothing of a maritime life, with the consent of his own men, put in another captain, one Richards, to command Bonnet's sloop, and took the Major on board his own ship, telling him that as he had not been used to the fatigue and care of such a post, it would be better for him to decline it, and live easy and at his pleasure in such a ship as his, where he should not be obliged to perform duty, but follow his own inclinations. At Turnif, 10 leagues short of the Bay of Honduras, the pirates took in fresh water, and while they were at anchor there, they saw a sloop coming in, whereupon Richards in the sloop called the Revenge slipped his cable and run out to meet her, who, upon seeing the black flag hoisted, struck his sail and came to under the stern of Teach the Commodore. She was called the Adventure, from Jamaica, David Harriot master. They took him and his men aboard the great ship, and sent a number of other hands with Israel Hands, master of Teach's ship, to man the sloop for the piratical account. The 9th of April they weighed from Turnif, having laid there about a week, and sailed to the bay, where they found a ship and 4 sloops. 3 of the latter belonged to Jonathan Bernard of Jamaica, and the other to Captain James. The ship was of Boston, called the Protestant Caesar, Captain Weir commander. Teach hoisted his black colors and fired a gun, upon which Captain Weir and all his men left their ship and got ashore in their boat. Teach's quartermaster and 8 of his crew took possession of Weir's ship, and Richards secured all the sloops, one of which they burnt out of spite to the owner. The Protestant Caesar they also burnt, after they had plundered her, because she belonged to Boston, where some men had been hanged for piracy, and the 3 sloops belonging to Bernard they let go. From hence the rovers sailed to Turkhill, and then to the Grand Caymans, a small island about 30 leagues to the westward of Jamaica, where they took a small turtler, and so to the Havana, and from thence to the Bahama wrecks, and from the Bahama wrecks they sailed to Carolina, taking a brigantine and 2 sloops in their way, where they lay off the bar of Charlestown for 5 or 6 days. They took here a ship as she was coming out, bound for London, commanded by Robert Clark, with some passengers on board for England. The next day they took another vessel coming out of Charlestown, and also 2 pinks coming into Charlestown. Likewise a brigantine with 14 negroes aboard, all which being done in the face of the town, struck a great terror to the whole province of Carolina, having just before been visited by Vane, another notorious pirate, that they abandoned themselves to despair, being in no condition to resist their force. They were 8 sail in the harbor ready for the sea, but none dared to venture out, it being almost impossible to escape their hands. The inward bound vessels were under the same unhappy dilemma, so that the trade of this place was totally interrupted. What made these misfortunes heavier to them was a long expensive war the colony had had with the natives, which was but just ended when these robbers infested them. Teach detained all the ships and prisoners, and being in want of medicines, resolves to demand a chest from the government of the province. Accordingly Richards, the captain of the Revenge sloop, with 2 or 3 more pirates, were sent up along with Mr. Marks, one of the prisoners, whom they had taken in Clark's ship, and very insolently made their demands, threatening that if they did not send immediately the chest of medicines, and let the pirate ambassadors return without offering any violence to their persons, they would murder all their prisoners, send up their heads to the governor, and set the ships they had taken on fire. Whilst Mr. Marks was making application to the council, Richards and the rest of the pirates walked the streets publicly, in the sight of all people, who were fired with the utmost indignation, looking upon them as robbers and murderers, and particularly the authors of their wrongs and oppressions, but durst not so much as think of executing their revenge, for fear of bringing more calamities upon themselves, and so they were forced to let the villains pass with impunity. The government were not long in deliberating upon the message, though 'twas the greatest affront that could have been put upon them. Yet for the saving so many men's lives, among them Mr. Samuel Wragg, one of the council, they complied with the necessity, and sent aboard a chest, valued at between 300 and 400 pounds, and the pirates went back safe to their ships. Blackbeard, for so Teach was generally called, as we shall hereafter shew, as soon as he had received the medicines and his brother rogues, let go the ships and the prisoners, having first taken out of them in gold and silver about 1500 pounds sterling, besides provisions and other matters. From the bar of Charlestown they sailed to North Carolina, Captain Teach and the ship which they called the Man of War, Captain Richards and Captain Hands in the sloops, which they termed privateers, and another sloop serving them as a tender. Teach began now to think of breaking up the company, and securing the money and the best of the effects for himself and some others of his companions he had most friendship for, and to cheat the rest. Accordingly, on pretense of running into Topsail Inlet to clean, he grounded his ship, and then, as if it had been done undesignedly and by accident, he orders Hands's sloop to come to his assistance and get him off again, which he, endeavoring to do, ran the sloop on shore near the other, and so were both lost. This done, Teach goes into the tender sloop with 40 hands, and leaves the Revenge there, then takes 17 others and maroons them upon a small sandy island about a league from the main, where there was neither bird, beast, or herb for their subsistence, and where they must have perished if Major Bonnet had not, 2 days later, taken them off. Teach goes up to the governor of North Carolina with about 20 of his men, surrenders to his Majesty's proclamation, and receives certificates thereof from his Excellency. But it did not appear that their submitting to this pardon was from any reformation of manners, but only to wait a more favorable opportunity to play the same game over again, which he soon after effected with greater security to himself and with much better prospect of success, having in this time cultivated a very good understanding with Charles Eden, Esquire, the governor above mentioned. The first piece of service this kind governor did to Blackbeard was to give him a right to the vessel which he had taken when he was a pirating in the great ship called the Queen Anne's Revenge, for which purpose a court of vice admiralty was held at Bathtown, and though Teach had never any commission in his life, and the sloop belonging to the English merchants, and taken in time of peace, yet was she condemned as a prize taken from the Spaniards by the said Teach. These proceedings show that governors are but men. Before he sailed upon his adventures, he married a young creature of about 16 years of age, the governor performing the ceremony. As it is a custom to marry here by a priest, so it is there by a magistrate, and this, I have been informed, made Teach's 14th wife, whereof about a dozen might still be living. His behavior in this state was something extraordinary, for while his sloop lay in Ocracoke Inlet, and he ashore at a plantation where his wife lived, with whom, after he had lain all night, it was his custom to invite 5 or 6 of his brutal companions to come ashore, and he would force her to prostitute herself to them all, one after another, before his face. In June 1718 he went to sea upon another expedition, and steered his course toward Bermudas. He met with 2 or 3 English vessels in his way, but robbed them only of provisions, stores, and other necessaries for his present expense. But near the island aforementioned he fell in with 2 French ships. One of them was loaden with sugar and cocoa, and the other light, both bound to Martinico. The ship that had no lading he let go, and putting all the men of the loaded ship aboard her, he brought home the other with her cargo to North Carolina, where the governor and the pirates shared the plunder. When Teach and his prize arrived, he and 4 of his crew went to his Excellency and made affidavit that they found the French ship at sea, without a soul on board her, and then a court was called and the ship condemned. The governor had 60 hogsheads of sugar for his dividend, and one Mr. Knight, who was his secretary and collector for the province, 20, and the rest was shared among the other pirates. The business was not yet done, the ship remained, and it was possible one or other might come into the river that might be acquainted with her, and so discover the roguery. But Teach thought of a contrivance to prevent this, for, upon a pretense that she was leaky and that she might sink, and so stop up the mouth of the inlet or cove where she lay, he obtained an order from the governor to bring her out into the river and set her on fire, which was accordingly executed, and she was burnt down to the water's edge, her bottom sunk, and with it their fears of her ever rifing in judgment against them. Captain Teach, alias Blackbeard, passed 3 or 4 months in the river, sometimes lying at anchor in the coves, at other times sailing from one inlet to another, trading with such sloops as he met for the plunder he had taken, and would often give them presents for stores and provisions took from them, that is, when he happened to be in a giving humour. At other times he made bold with them and took what he liked, without saying by your leave, knowing well they dared not send him a bill for the payment. He often diverted himself with going ashore among the planters, where he revelled night and day. By these he was well received, but whether out of love or fear I cannot say. Sometimes he used them courteously enough, and made them presents of rum and sugar in recompense of what he took from them. But as for liberties, which 'tis said he and his companions often took with the wives and daughters of the planters, I cannot take upon me to say whether he paid them ad valorem or no. At other times he carried it in a lordly manner towards them, and would lay some of them under contribution. Nay, he often proceeded to bully the governor, not that I can discover the least cause of quarrel betwixt them, but it seemed only to be done to shew he dared do it. The sloops trading up and down this river, being so frequently pillaged by Blackbeard, consulted with the traders and some of the best planters what course to take. They saw plainly it would be in vain to make any application to the governor of North Carolina, to whom it properly belonged to find some redress, so that if they could not be relieved from some other quarter, Blackbeard would be like to reign with impunity. Therefore, with as much secrecy as possible, they sent a deputation to Virginia, to lay the affair before the governor of that colony, and to solicit an armed force from the men of war lying there, to take or destroy this pirate. This governor consulted with the captains of the 2 men of war, viz., the Pearl and Lime, who had lain in St. James's River about 10 months. It was agreed that the governor should hire a couple of small sloops, and the men of war should man them. This was accordingly done, and the command of them given to Mr. Robert Maynard, first lieutenant of the Pearl, an experienced officer and a gentleman of great bravery and resolution, as will appear by his gallant behavior in this expedition. The sloops were well manned, and furnished with ammunition and small arms, but had no guns mounted. About the time of their going out, the governor called an assembly in which it was resolved to publish a proclamation, offering certain rewards to any person or persons who, within a year after that time, should take or destroy any pirate. The original proclamation being in our hands, is as follows: By His Majesty's Lieutenant Governor and Commander-in-Chief of the Colony and Dominion of Virginia, a proclamation, publishing the rewards given for apprehending or killing pirates. Whereas, by an act of assembly, made at a session of assembly begun at the Capitol in Williamsburg, the 11th day of November, in the 5th year of His Majesty's reign, entitled, An Act to encourage the apprehending and destroying of pirates. It is, amongst other things enacted, that all and every person or persons who, from and after the 14th day of November, in the year of our Lord 1718, and before the 14th day of November, which shall be in the year of our Lord 1719, shall take any pirate or pirates on the sea or land, or in case of resistance shall kill any such pirate or pirates between the degrees of 34 and 39 of northern latitude, and within 100 leagues of the continent of Virginia, or within the provinces of Virginia or North Carolina, upon the conviction or making due proof of the killing of all and every such pirate and pirates, before the governor and council, shall be entitled to have and receive out of the public money, in the hands of the treasurer of this colony, the several rewards following. That is to say, for Edward Teach, commonly called Captain Teach, or Blackbeard, 100 pounds. For every other commander of a pirate ship, sloop, or vessel, 40 pounds. For every lieutenant, master, or quartermaster, boatswain, or carpenter, 20 pounds. For every other inferior officer, 15 pounds. And for every private man taken on board such ship, sloop, or vessel, 10 pounds. And that for every pirate, which shall be taken by any ship, sloop, or vessel belonging to this colony, or North Carolina, within the time aforesaid, in any place whatsoever, the like rewards shall be paid according to the quality and condition of such pirates. Wherefore, for the encouragement of all such persons as shall be willing to serve His Majesty and their country in so just and honorable an undertaking, as the suppressing a sort of people who may be truly called enemies to mankind, I have thought fit, with the advice and consent of His Majesty's Council, to issue this proclamation, hereby declaring the said rewards shall be punctually and justly paid, in current money of Virginia, according to the directions of said act. And I do order and appoint this proclamation to be published by the sheriffs at their respective county houses, and by all ministers and readers in the several churches and chapels throughout this colony. Given at our council chamber at Williamsburg, this 24th day of November, 1718, in the 5th year of His Majesty's reign. God save the King. A. Spotswood. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rain. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 3, Part 2. The 17th of November, 1718, the lieutenant sailed from Kecoughtan in James River, Virginia, and the 21st in the evening came to the mouth of Ocracoke Inlet, where he got sight of the pirate. This expedition was made with all imaginable secrecy, and the officer managed with all the prudence that was necessary, stopping all boats and vessels he met with in the river from going up, and thereby preventing any intelligence from reaching Blackbeard, and receiving at the same time an account from them all of the place where the pirate was lurking. But notwithstanding this caution, Blackbeard had information of the design from his Excellency of the province, and his secretary, Mr. Knight, wrote him a letter particularly concerning it, intimating that he had sent him 4 of his men, which were all he could meet with in or about town, and so bid him be upon his guard. These men belonged to Blackbeard, and were sent from Bath Town to Ocracoke Inlet, where the sloop lay, which is about 20 leagues. Blackbeard had heard several reports, which happened not to be true, and so gave the less credit to this, nor was he convinced till he saw the sloops, whereupon he put his vessel in a posture of defence. He had no more than 25 men on board, though he gave out to all the vessels he spoke with that he had 40. When he had prepared for battle, he sat down, and spent the night in drinking with the master of a trading sloop, who 'twas thought had more business with Teach than he should have had. Lieutenant Maynard came to an anchor, for the place being shoal and the channel intricate, there was no getting in where Teach lay that night, but in the morning he weighed, and sent his boat ahead of the sloops to sound, and coming within gunshot of the pirate received his fire, whereupon Maynard hoisted the king's colours and stood directly towards him, with the best way that his sails and oars could make. Blackbeard cut his cable, and endeavoured to make a running fight, keeping a continual fire at his enemies with his guns. Mr. Maynard, not having any, kept a constant fire with small arms, while some of his men laboured at their oars. In a little time Teach's sloop ran aground, and Mr. Maynard's drawing more water than that of the pirate, he could not come near him. So he anchored within half gunshot of the enemy, and, in order to lighten his vessel that he might run him aboard, the lieutenant ordered all his ballast to be thrown overboard, and all the water to be staved, and then weighed and stood for him. Upon which Blackbeard hailed him in this rude manner: "Damn you for villains, who are you, and from whence came you?" The lieutenant made him answer: "You may see by our colours we are no pirates." Blackbeard bid him send his boat on board, that he might see who he was. But Maynard replied thus: "I cannot spare my boat, but I will come aboard of you as soon as I can with my sloop." Upon this Blackbeard took a glass of liquor, and drank to him with these words: "Damnation seize my soul if I give you quarters or take any from you." In answer to which Mr. Maynard told him that he expected no quarters from him, nor should he give any. By this time Blackbeard's sloop fleeted, as Mr. Maynard's sloops were rowing towards him, which being not above a foot high in the waist, and consequently the men all exposed as they came near together, there being hitherto little or no execution done on either side, the pirate fired a broadside, charged with all manner of small shot. A fatal stroke to them, the sloop the lieutenant was in having 20 men killed and wounded, and the other sloop 9. This could not be helped, for there being no wind, they were obliged to keep to their oars, otherwise the pirate would have gotten away from him, which it seems the lieutenant was resolute to prevent. After this unlucky blow, Blackbeard's sloop fell broadside to the shore. Mr. Maynard's other sloop, which was called the Ranger, fell astern, being for the present disabled. So the lieutenant, finding his own sloop had way, and would soon be on board of Teach, he ordered all his men down for fear of another broadside, which must have been their destruction and the loss of their expedition. Mr. Maynard was the only person that kept the deck, except the man at the helm, whom he directed to lie down snug, and the men in the hold were ordered to get their pistols and their swords ready for close fighting, and to come up at his command, in order to which 2 ladders were placed in the hatchway for the more expedition. When the lieutenant's sloop boarded the other, Captain Teach's men threw in several new-fashioned sort of granados, viz. Case bottles filled with powder and small shot, slugs, and pieces of lead or iron, with a quick match in the mouth of it, which being lighted without side, presently runs into the bottle to the powder, and as it is instantly thrown on board generally does great execution, besides putting all the crew into a confusion. But by good providence they had not that effect here. The men being in the hold, and Blackbeard seeing few or no hands aboard, told his men that they were all knocked on the head, except 3 or 4, and therefore, says he, let's jump on board and cut them to pieces. Whereupon, under the smoke of one of the bottles just mentioned, Blackbeard enters with 14 men over the bows of Maynard's sloop, and were not seen by him till the air cleared. However, he just then gave a signal to his men, who all rose in an instant and attacked the pirates with as much bravery as ever was done upon such an occasion. Blackbeard and the lieutenant fired the first pistol at each other, by which the pirate received a wound, and then engaged with swords, till the lieutenant's unluckily broke, and stepping back to cock a pistol, Blackbeard with his cutlass was striking at that instant, that one of Maynard's men gave him a terrible wound in the neck and throat, by which the lieutenant came off with a small cut over his fingers. They were now closely and warmly engaged, the lieutenant and 12 men against Blackbeard and 14, till the sea was tinctured with blood round the vessel. Blackbeard received a shot into his body from the pistol that Lieutenant Maynard discharged, yet he stood his ground, and fought with great fury, till he received 25 wounds, and 5 of them by shot. At length, as he was cocking another pistol, having fired several before, he fell down dead, by which time 8 more of the 14 dropped, and all the rest, much wounded, jumped overboard, and called out for quarters, which was granted, though it was only prolonging their lives for a few days. The sloop Ranger came up and attacked the men that remained in Blackbeard's sloop with equal bravery, till they likewise cried for quarters. Here was an end of that courageous brute, who might have passed in the world for a hero, had he been employed in a good cause. His destruction, which was of such consequence to the plantations, was entirely owing to the conduct and bravery of Lieutenant Maynard and his men, who might have destroyed him with much less loss, had they had a vessel with great guns. But they were obliged to use small vessels, because the holes and places he lurked in would not admit of others of greater draught. And it was no small difficulty for this gentleman to get to him, having grounded his vessel at least 100 times in getting up the river, besides other discouragements, enough to have turned back any gentleman without dishonour, who was less resolute and bold than this lieutenant. The broadside that did so much mischief before they boarded, in all probability saved the rest from destruction, for before that Teach had little or no hopes of escaping, and therefore had posted a resolute fellow, a negro whom he had bred up, with a lighted match in the powder room, with commands to blow up when he should give him orders, which was as soon as the lieutenant and his men could have entered, that so he might have destroyed his conquerors. And when the negro found out how it went with Blackbeard, he could hardly be persuaded from the rash action by 2 prisoners that were then in the hold of the sloop. What seems a little odd is that some of these men, who behaved so bravely against Blackbeard, went afterwards a pirating themselves, and one of them was taken along with Roberts, but I do not find that any of them were provided for, except one that was hanged. But this is a digression. The lieutenant caused Blackbeard's head to be severed from his body, and hung up at the boltsprit end. Then he sailed to Bathtown to get relief for his wounded men. It must be observed that in rummaging the pirate sloop they found several letters and written papers, which discovered the correspondence betwixt Governor Eden, the secretary and collector, and also some traders at New York, and Blackbeard. It is likely he had regard enough for his friends to have destroyed these papers before the action, in order to hinder them from falling into such hands, where the discovery would be of no use either to the interest or reputation of these fine gentlemen, if it had not been his fixed resolution to have blown up together, when he found no possibility of escaping. When the lieutenant came to Bathtown, he made bold to seize in the governor's storehouse the 60 hogsheads of sugar, and from honest Mr. Knight 20, which it seems was their dividend of the plunder taken in the French ship. The latter did not long survive this shameful discovery, for being apprehensive that he might be called to an account for these trifles, fell sick with the fright, and died in a few days. After the wounded men were pretty well recovered, the lieutenant sailed back to the men of war in James River, in Virginia, with Blackbeard's head still hanging at the boltsprit end, and 15 prisoners, 13 of whom were hanged. It appearing upon trial that one of them, viz. Samuel Odell, was taken out of the trading sloop but the night before the engagement, This poor fellow was a little unlucky at his first entering upon his new trade, there appearing no less than 70 wounds upon him after the action, notwithstanding which he lived, and was cured of them all. The other person that escaped the gallows was one Israel Hands, the master of Blackbeard's sloop, and formerly captain of the same, before the Queen Anne's Revenge was lost in Topsail Inlet. The aforesaid Hands happened not to be in the fight, but was taken afterwards ashore at Bathtown, having been some time before disabled by Blackbeard in one of his savage humours, after the following manner. One night, drinking in his cabin with Hands, the pilot, and another man, Blackbeard, without any provocation, privately draws out a small pair of pistols and cocks them under the table, which being perceived by the man, he withdrew and went up on deck, leaving Hands, the pilot, and the captain together. When the pistols were ready, they blew out the candle, and crossing his hands he discharged them at his company. Hands, the master, was shot through the knee, and lamed for life. The other pistol did no execution. Being asked the meaning of this, he only answered, by damning them, that if he did not now and then kill one of them, they would forget who he was. Hands being taken, was tried and condemned, but just as he was about to be executed, a ship arrives at Virginia with a proclamation for prolonging the time of his Majesty's pardon to such of the pirates as should surrender by a limited time therein expressed. Notwithstanding the sentence, Hands pleaded the pardon, and was allowed the benefit of it, and is alive at this time in London, begging his bread. Now that we have given some account of Teach's life and actions, it will not be amiss that we speak of his beard, since it did not a little contribute towards making his name so terrible in those parts. Plutarch and other grave historians have taken notice that several great men amongst the Romans took their surnames from certain odd marks in their countenances. As Cicero from a mark or vetch on his nose, so our hero, Captain Teach, assumed the cognomen of Blackbeard, from that large quantity of hair which, like a frightful meteor, covered his whole face, and frightened America more than any comet that has appeared there a long time. This beard was black, which he suffered to grow of an extravagant length. As to breadth, it came up to his eyes. He was accustomed to twist it with ribbons, in small tails, after the manner of our Ramillies wigs, and turn them about his ears. In time of action, he wore a sling over his shoulders, with 3 brace of pistols hanging in holsters like bandoliers, and stuck lighted matches under his hat, which appearing on each side of his face. His eyes, naturally looking fierce and wild, made him altogether such a figure that imagination cannot form an idea of a fury from hell to look more frightful. If he had the look of a fury, his humours and passions were suitable to it. We shall relate 2 or 3 more of his extravagancies, which we omitted in the body of his history, by which it will appear to what a pitch of wickedness human nature may arrive if its passions are not checked. In the commonwealth of pirates, he who goes the greatest length of wickedness is looked upon with a kind of envy amongst them, as a person of a more extraordinary gallantry, and is thereby entitled to be distinguished by some post, and if such a one has but courage, he must certainly be a great man. The hero of whom we are writing was thoroughly accomplished this way, and some of his frolics of wickedness were so extravagant, as if he aimed at making his men believe he was a devil incarnate. For being one day at sea, and a little flushed with drink, "Come," says he, "let us make a hell of our own, and try how long we can bear it." Accordingly he, with 2 or 3 others, went down into the hold, and closing up all the hatches, filled several pots full of brimstone and other combustible matter, and set it on fire, and so continued till they were almost suffocated, when some of the men cried out for air. At length he opened the hatches, not a little pleased that he held out the longest. The night before he was killed, he sat up and drank till the morning with some of his own men and the master of a merchantman, and having had intelligence of the 2 sloops coming to attack him, as has before been observed. One of his men asked him, in case anything should happen to him in the engagement with the sloops, whether his wife knew where he had buried his money. He answered that nobody but himself and the devil knew where it was, and the longest liver should take all. Those of his crew who were taken alive told a story which may appear a little incredible. However, we think it will not be fair to omit it, since we had it from their own mouths. That once upon a cruise they found out they had a man on board more than their crew. Such a one was seen several days amongst them, sometimes below, and sometimes upon deck, yet no man in the ship could give an account who he was, or from whence he came. but that he disappeared a little before they were cast away in their great ship, but it seems they verily believed it was the devil. One would think these things should induce them to reform their lives, but so many reprobates together encouraged and spirited one another up in their wickedness, to which a continual course of drinking did not a little contribute. For in Blackbeard's journal, which was taken, there were several memorandums of the following nature, found writ with his own hand: Such a day, rum all out. Our company somewhat sober. A damned confusion amongst us. Rogues a-plotting. Great talk of separation. So I looked sharp for a prize. Such a day took one, with a great deal of liquor on board, so kept the company hot, damned hot, then all things went well again. Thus it was these wretches passed their lives, with very little pleasure or satisfaction in the possession of what they violently take away from others, and sure to pay for it at last by an ignominious death. The names of the pirates killed in the engagement are as follow: Edward Teach, commander; Philip Morton, gunner; Garrett Gibbons, boatswain; Owen Roberts, carpenter; Thomas Miller, quartermaster; John Husk; Joseph Curtis; Joseph Brooks; Nathaniel Jackson. All the rest, except the two last, were wounded and afterwards hanged in Virginia: John Carnes, Joseph Brooks, James Blake, John Gills, Thomas Gates, James White, Richard Stiles, Caesar, Joseph Phillips, James Robbins, John Martin, Edward Salter, Stephen Daniel, Richard Greensail, Israel Hands pardoned, Samuel Odell acquitted. There were in the pirate sloops and ashore in a tent near where the sloops lay 25 hogshead of sugar, 11 tierces and 145 bags of cocoa, a barrel of indigo, and a bale of cotton, which, with what was taken from the governor and secretary, and the sale of the sloop, came to £2,500, besides the rewards paid by the governor of Virginia pursuant to his proclamation, all which was divided among the companies of the two ships Lime and Pearl that lay in James River, the brave fellows that took them coming in for no more than their dividend amongst the rest, and was paid it within these 3 months. End of Chapter 3, Part 2.
Chapter 4, Part 1, Section 9 of The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 4, Part 1. Of Major Stede Bonnet and his crew. The Major was a gentleman of good reputation in the island of Barbados, was master of a plentiful fortune, and had the advantage of a liberal education. He had the least temptation of any man to follow such a course of life, from the condition of his circumstances. It was very surprising to everyone to hear of the Major's enterprise in the island where he lived, and as he was generally esteemed and honoured before he broke out into open acts of piracy, so he was afterwards rather pitied than condemned by those that were acquainted with him, believing that this humour of going a-pirating proceeded from a disorder in his mind which had been but too visible in him some time before this wicked undertaking, and which is said to have been occasioned by some discomforts he found in a married state. Be that as it will, the Major was but ill qualified for the business, as not understanding maritime affairs. However, he fitted out a sloop with 10 guns and 70 men entirely at his own expense, and in the night time sailed from Barbados. He called his sloop the Revenge. His first cruise was off the Capes of Virginia, where he took several ships and plundered them of their provisions, clothes, money, ammunition, etc. In particular, the Anne, Captain Montgomery from Glasgow, the Turbot from Barbados, which, for country's sake, after they had taken out the principal part of the lading, the pirate crew set her on fire, the Endeavour, Captain Scott from Bristol, and the Young from Leith. From hence they went to New York, and off the east end of Long Island took a sloop bound for the West Indies, after which they stood in and landed some men at Gardiner's Island, but in a peaceable manner, and bought provisions for the company's use, which they paid for, and so went off again without molestation. Some time after, which was in August 1717, Bonnet came off the bar of South Carolina and took a sloop and a brigantine bound in. The sloop belonged to Barbados, Joseph Palmer, master, laden with rum, sugar, and negroes, and the brigantine came from New England, Thomas Porter, master, whom they plundered and then dismissed. But they sailed away with the sloop, and at an inlet in North Carolina careened by her, and then set her on fire. After the sloop had cleaned, they put to sea, but came to no resolution what course to take. The crew were divided in their opinions, some being for one thing and some another, so that nothing but confusion seemed to attend all their schemes. The Major was no sailor, as was said before, and therefore had been obliged to yield to many things that were imposed on him during their undertaking, for want of a competent knowledge in maritime affairs. At length, happening to fall in company with another pirate, one Edward Teach, who for his remarkable black ugly beard was more commonly called Blackbeard. This fellow was a good sailor, but a most cruel hardened villain, bold and daring to the last degree, and would not stick at the perpetrating of the most abominable wickedness imaginable, for which he was made chief of the execrable gang, that it might be said that his post was not unduly filled, Blackbeard being truly the superior in roguery of all the company, as has been already related. To him Bonnet's crew joined in consortship, and Bonnet himself was laid aside, notwithstanding the sloop was his own. He went aboard Blackbeard's ship, not concerning himself with any of their affairs, where he continued till she was lost in Topsail Inlet, and one Richards was appointed captain in his room. The Major now saw his folly, but could not help himself, which made him melancholy. He reflected upon his past course of life, and was confounded with shame when he thought upon what he had done. His behaviour was taken notice of by the other pirates, who liked him never the better for it, and he often declared to some of them that he would gladly leave off that way of living, being fully tired of it, but he should be ashamed to see the face of any Englishman again. Therefore, if he could get to Spain or Portugal, where he might be undiscovered, he would spend the remainder of his days in either of those countries. Otherwise, he must continue with them as long as he lived. When Blackbeard lost his ship at Topsail Inlet and surrendered to the King's proclamation, Bonnet reassumed the command of his own sloop, Revenge, goes directly away to Bath Town in North Carolina, surrenders likewise to the King's pardon, and receives a certificate. The war was now broken out between the Triple Allies and Spain, so Major Bonnet gets a clearance for his sloop at North Carolina to go to the island of St. Thomas, with a design, at least it was pretended so, to get the Emperor's commission to go a privateering upon the Spaniards. When Bonnet came back to Topsail Inlet, he found that Teach and his gang were gone, and that had taken all the money, small arms, and effects of value out of the great ship, and set ashore on a small sandy island above a league from the main 17 men, no doubt with a design they should perish, there being no inhabitant or provisions to subsist withal, nor any boat or materials to build or make any kind of launch or vessel to escape from that desolate place. They remained there 2 nights and 1 day without subsistence, or the least prospect of any, expecting nothing else but a lingering death, when to their inexpressible comfort they saw redemption at hand, for Major Bonnet happening to get intelligence of their being there by 2 of the pirates who had escaped Teach's cruelty, and had got to a poor little village at the upper end of the harbour, sent his boat to make discovery of the truth of the matter, which the poor wretches seeing made a signal to them, and they were all brought on board Bonnet's sloop. Major Bonnet told all his company that he would take a commission to go against the Spaniards, and to that end was going to St. Thomas, therefore if they would go with him they should be welcome, whereupon they all consented, but as the sloop was preparing to sail, a bomb boat that brought apples and cider to sell to the sloop's men informed them that Captain Teach lay at Ocracoke Inlet with only 18 or 20 hands. Bonnet, who bore him a mortal hatred for some insults offered him, went immediately in pursuit of Blackbeard, but it happened too late, for he missed of him there, and after 4 days' cruise, hearing no further news of him, they steered their course towards Virginia. In the month of July these adventurers came off the Capes, and meeting with a Pink with a stock of provisions on board, which they happened to be in want of, they took out of her 10 or 12 barrels of pork and about 400 weight of bread, but because they would not have this set down to the account of piracy, they gave them 8 or 10 casks of rice and an old cable in lieu thereof. 2 days afterwards they chased a sloop of 60 ton and took her 2 leagues off of Cape Henry. They were so happy here as to get a supply of liquor to their victuals, for they brought from her 2 hogsheads of rum and as many of molasses, which, it seems, they had need of, though they had not ready money to purchase them. What security they intended to give I can't tell, but Bonnet sent 8 men to take care of the prize sloop, who, perhaps not caring to make use of those accustomed freedoms, took the first opportunity to go off with her, and Bonnet, who was pleased to have himself called Captain Thomas, saw them no more. After this the Major threw off all restraint, and though he had just before received His Majesty's mercy, in the name of Stede Bonnet he relapsed in good earnest into his old vocation, by the name of Captain Thomas, and recommenced a downright pirate, by taking and plundering all the vessels he met with. He took off Cape Henry 2 ships from Virginia bound to Glasgow, out of which they had very little besides 100 weight of tobacco. The next day they took a small sloop bound from Virginia to Bermudas, which supplied them with 20 barrels of pork, some bacon, and they gave her in return 2 barrels of rice and a hogshead of molasses. Out of this sloop 2 men entered voluntarily. The next they took was another Virginiaman bound to Glasgow, out of which they had nothing of value save only a few combs, pins, and needles, and gave her instead thereof a barrel of pork and 2 barrels of bread. From Virginia they sailed to Philadelphia, and in the latitude of 38 north they took a schooner coming from North Carolina, bound to Boston. They had out of her only 2 dozen of calf skins to make covers for guns, and 2 of their hands, and detained her some days. All this was but small game, and seemed as if they designed only to make provision for their sloop against they arrived at St. Thomas's, for they hitherto had dealt favourably with all that were so unhappy as to fall into their hands. But those that came after fared not so well, for in the latitude of 32, off of Delaware River near Philadelphia, they took 2 Snows bound to Bristol, out of whom they got some money, besides goods, perhaps to the value of £150. At the same time they took a sloop of 60 tons bound from Philadelphia to Barbados, which after taking some goods out they dismissed along with the Snows. The 29th day of July Captain Thomas took a sloop of 50 tons, 6 or 7 leagues off Delaware Bay, bound from Philadelphia to Barbados, Thomas Reed master, loaden with provisions which they kept, and put 4 or 5 of their hands on board her. The last day of July they took another sloop of 60 tons commanded by Peter Mainwaring, bound from Antigua to Philadelphia, which they likewise kept with all the cargo, consisting chiefly of rum, molasses, sugar, cotton, indigo, and about £25 in money, valued in all to £500. The last day of July our rovers, with the vessels last taken, left Delaware Bay, and sailed to Cape Fear River, where they stayed too long for their safety, for the pirate sloop, which they now new named the Royal James, proved very leaky, so that they were obliged to remain here almost 2 months to refit and repair their vessel. They took in this river a small shallop, which they ripped up to mend the sloop, and retarded the further prosecution of their voyage, as before mentioned, till the news came to Carolina of a pirate sloop's being there to careen with her prizes. Upon this information the Council of South Carolina was alarmed, and apprehended they should receive another visit from them speedily, to prevent which Colonel William Reet, of the same province, waited on the governor and generously offered himself to go with 2 sloops to attack this pirate, which the governor readily accepted, and accordingly gave the colonel a commission and full power to fit such vessels as he thought proper to the design. In a few days 2 sloops were equipped and manned, the Henry with 8 guns and 70 men, commanded by Captain John Masters, and the Sea Nymph with 8 guns and 60 men, commanded by Captain Ferrer Hall, both under the entire direction and command of the aforesaid Colonel Rhett, who on the 14th of September went on board the Henry, and with the other sloops sailed from Charlestown to Swillivant's Island, to put themselves in order for the cruise. Just then arrived a small ship from Antigua, one Cock Master, with an account that in sight of the bar he was taken and plundered by one Charles Vane, a pirate, in a brigantine of 12 guns and 90 men, and who had also taken 2 other vessels bound in there, one a small sloop, Captain Dill, master, from Barbados, the other a brigantine, Captain Thompson, master, from Guinea, with 90-odd negroes, which they took out of the vessel and put on board another sloop, then under the command of one Yates, his consort, with 25 men. This proved fortunate to the owners of the Guinea man, for Yates, having often attempted to quit this course of life, took an opportunity in the night to leave Vane and to run into North Edisto River, to the southward of Charlestown, and surrendered to His Majesty's pardon. The owners got their negroes, and Yates and his men had certificates given them from the government. Vane cruised some time off the bar in hopes of catching Yates, and unfortunately for them took 2 ships coming out, bound to London, and while the prisoners were aboard, some of the pirates gave out that they designed to go into one of the rivers to the southward. Colonel Rhett, upon hearing this, sailed over the bar the 15th of September with the 2 sloops before mentioned, and having the wind northerly, went after the pirate Vane, and scoured the rivers and inlets to the southward, but not meeting with him, tacked and stood for Cape Fear River, in prosecution of his first design. On the 26th following, in the evening, the colonel with his small squadron entered the river, and saw over a point of land 3 sloops at an anchor, which were Major Bonnet and his prizes. But it happened that in going up the river the pilot run the colonel's sloops aground, and it was dark before they were on float, which hindered their getting up that night. The pirates soon discovered the sloops, but not knowing who they were, or upon what design they came into that river, they manned 3 canoes and sent them down to take them. But they quickly found their mistake, and returned to the sloop with the unwelcome news. Major Bonnet made preparations that night for engaging, and took all the men out of the prizes. He showed Captain Mainwaring, one of his prisoners, a letter he had just wrote, which he declared he would send to the Governor of Carolina. The letter was to this effect, viz., that if the sloops which then appeared were sent out against him by the said Governor, and he should get clear off, that he would burn and destroy all ships or vessels going in or out of South Carolina. The next morning they got under sail and came down the river, designing only a running fight. Colonel Rhett's sloops got likewise under sail, and stood for him, getting upon each quarter of the pirate, with intent to board him, which he, perceiving, edged in toward the shore, and being warmly engaged, their sloop ran aground. The Carolina sloops, being in the same shoal water, were in the same circumstances. The Henry, in which Colonel Rhett was, grounded within pistol shot of the pirate, and on his bow; the other sloop grounded right ahead of him, and almost out of gunshot, which made her of little service to the colonel while they lay aground. At this time the pirate had a considerable advantage, for their sloop, after she was aground, listed from Colonel Wright's, by which means they were all covered, and the colonel's sloop listed the same way. His men were much exposed, notwithstanding which they kept a brisk fire the whole time they lay thus aground, which was near 5 hours. The pirates made a whiff in their bloody flag, and beckoned several times with their hats in derision to the colonel's men to come on board, which they answered with cheerful huzzas, and said that they would speak with them by and by, which accordingly happened, for the colonel's sloop being first afloat, he got into deeper water, and after mending the sloop's rigging, which was much shattered in the engagement, they stood for the pirate to give the finishing stroke, and designed to go directly on board him, which he prevented by sending a flag of truce, and after some time capitulating. They surrendered themselves prisoners. The colonel took possession of the sloop, and was extremely pleased to find that Captain Thomas, who commanded her, was the individual person of Major Stede Bonnet, who had done them the honour several times to visit their own coast of Carolina. There were killed in this action on board the Henry 10 men and 14 wounded. On board the Sea Nymph 2 killed and 4 wounded. The officers and sailors in both sloops behaved themselves with the greatest bravery, and had not the sloops so unluckily run aground, they had taken the pirate with much less loss of men. But as he designed to get by them, and so make a running fight, the Carolina sloops were obliged to keep near him, to prevent his getting away. Of the pirates there were 7 killed and 5 wounded, 2 of which died soon after their wounds. Colonel Rhett weighed the 30th of September from Cape Fear River, and arrived at Charlestown the 3rd of October, to the great joy of the whole province of Carolina. Bonnet and his crew, 2 days after, were put ashore, and there not being a public prison, the pirates were kept at the watch-house under a guard of militia. But Major Bonnet was committed into the custody of the Marshal at his house, and in a few days after, David Harriot, the master, and Ignatius Pell, the boatswain, who were designed for evidence against the other pirates, were removed from the rest of the crew to the said Marshal's house, and every night 2 sentinels set about the said house, but whether through any corruption or want of care in guarding the prisoners I can't say. But on the 24th of October the Major and Harriet made their escape, the boatswain refusing to go along with them. This made a great noise in the province, and people were open in their resentments, often reflecting on the governor and others in the magistracy, as though they had been bribed for conniving at their escape. These invectives arose from their fears that Bonnet would be capable of raising another company and prosecute his revenge against this country for what he had lately, though justly, suffered. But they were in a short time made easy in these respects, for as soon as the governor had the account of Bonnet's escape, he immediately issued out a proclamation and promised a reward of £700 to any that would take him, and sent several boats with armed men both to the northward and southward in pursuit of him. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 4, Part 2, Section 10 of The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 4, Part 2. Bonnet stood to the northward in a small vessel, but wanting necessaries, and the weather being bad, he was forced back, and so returned with his canoe to Swivelance Island, near Charlestown, to fetch supplies. But there being some information sent to the governor, he sent for Colonel Rhett, and desired him to go in pursuit of Bonnet, and accordingly gave him a commission for that purpose. Wherefore the colonel, with proper craft and some men, went away that night for Swivelance Island, and after a very diligent search discovered Bonnet and Harriet together. The colonel's men fired upon them and killed Harriet upon the spot, and wounded 1 negro and an Indian. Bonnet submitted and surrendered himself, and the next morning, being November the 6th, was brought by Colonel Rhett to Charlestown, and by the governor's warrant was committed into safe custody, in order for his being brought to his trial. On the 28th of October, 1718, a court of vice-admiralty was held at Charlestown, in South Carolina, and by several adjournments, continued to Wednesday the 12th of November following, for the trial of the pirates taken in a sloop formerly called the Revenge, but afterwards the Royal James, before Nicholas Trott, Esquire, Judge of the Vice-Admiralty, and Chief Justice of the said province of South Carolina, and other assistant judges. The King's commission to Judge Trott was read, and a grand jury sworn for the finding of the several bills, and a learned charge given them by the said judge, wherein he first showed that the sea was given by God for the use of men, and is subject to dominion and property as well as the land. Secondly, he particularly remarked to them the sovereignty of the King of England over the British seas. Thirdly, he observed that as commerce and navigation could not be carried on without laws, so there have been always particular laws for the better ordering and regulating marine affairs, with an historical account of these laws and origin. Fourthly, he proceeded to show that there have been particular courts and judges appointed, to whose jurisdiction maritime causes do belong, and that in matters both civil and criminal. And then, fifthly, he particularly showed them the constitution and jurisdiction of that Court of Admiralty Sessions. And lastly, the crimes cognizable therein, and particularly enlarged upon the crime of piracy, which was then brought before them. The indictments being found, a petit jury was sworn, and the following persons arraigned and tried: Stede Bonnet, alias Edwards, alias Thomas, late of Barbados, mariner. Robert Tucker, late of the island of Jamaica, mariner. Edward Robinson, late of Newcastle upon Tyne, mariner. Neil Patterson, late of Aberdeen, mariner. William Scott, late of Aberdeen, mariner. William Eddy, alias Neddy, late of Aberdeen, mariner. Alexander Anand, late of Jamaica, mariner. George Rose, late of Glasgow, mariner. George Duncan, late of Glasgow, mariner. Thomas Nicholas, late of London, mariner. John Ridge, late of London, mariner. Matthew King, late of Jamaica, mariner. Daniel Perry, late of Guernsey, mariner. Henry Virgin, late of Bristol, mariner. James Robbins, alias Rattle, late of London, mariner. James Mullet, also Millet, late of London, mariner. Thomas Price, late of Bristol, mariner. James Wilson, late of Dublin, mariner. John Lopez, late of Oporto, mariner. Zachariah Long, late of the province of Holland, mariner. Job Bailey, late of London, mariner. John William Smith, late of Charlestown, Carolina, mariner. Thomas Carman, late of Maidstone in Kent, mariner. John Thomas, late of Jamaica, mariner. William Morrison, late of Jamaica, mariner. Samuel Booth, late of Charlestown, mariner. William Hewitt, late of Jamaica, mariner. John Levitt, late of North Carolina, mariner. William Levers, alias Evelys. John Brierly, alias Timberhead, late of Bathtown in North Carolina, mariner. Robert Boyd, late of Bathtown aforesaid, mariner. Roland Sharp of Bathtown, mariner. John Clark, late of Charlestown, South Carolina, mariner. Thomas Gerard, late of Antigua, mariner. And all except the three last and Thomas Nicholas were found guilty and received sentence of death. They were most of them tried upon two indictments, as follows. The jurors for our sovereign lord the king do upon their oath present that Stede Bonnet, late of Barbados, mariner Robert Tucker, etc., the 2nd day of August in the 5th year of the reign of our sovereign lord George, etc., by force of arms upon the high sea in a certain place called Cape James, etc., did piratically and feloniously set upon, break, board, and enter a certain merchant sloop called the Francis, Peter Manwaring commander, by force, etc., upon the high sea in a certain place called Cape James, alias Cape Inlope, about 2 miles distant from the shore in the latitude of 39 or thereabouts, and within the jurisdiction of the Court of Vice Admiralty of South Carolina, being a sloop of certain persons, to the jurors unknown, and then and there piratically and feloniously did make an assault in and upon the said Peter Manwaring, and others, his mariners, whose names to the jurors aforesaid are unknown, in the same sloop against the peace of God, and of our said now sovereign lord the king, then and there being piratically and feloniously did put the aforesaid Peter Manwaring and others his mariners of the same sloop in the sloop aforesaid, then being in corporal fear of their lives, then and there in the sloop aforesaid, upon the high sea, in the place aforesaid called Cape James, alias Cape Inlopen, about 2 miles from the shore in the latitude of 39 or thereabouts as aforesaid, and within the jurisdiction aforesaid piratically and feloniously did steal, take, and carry away the said merchant sloop called the Francis, and also 26 hogsheads, etc., 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 being found in the aforesaid sloop in the custody and possession of the said Peter Manwaring and others, his mariners of the said sloop, and from their custody and possession then and there upon the high sea aforesaid, called Cape James, alias Cape Inlopen, as aforesaid, and within the jurisdiction aforesaid against the peace of our now sovereign lord the king, his crown and dignity. This was the form of the indictments they were arraigned upon, and though they might have proved several more facts upon the major part of the crew, the court thought fit to prosecute but two. The other was for seizing in a piratical and felonious manner the sloop Fortune, Thomas Reed commander, which indictment running in the same form with the above mentioned, it will be unnecessary to say more of it. All of the prisoners arraigned pleaded not guilty and put themselves upon their trials, except James Wilson and John Levitt, who pleaded guilty to both indictments, and Daniel Perry to one only. The Major would have gone through both the indictments at once, which the court not admitting, he pleaded not guilty to both indictments, but being convicted of one, he retracted his former plea to the second indictment and pleaded guilty to it. The prisoners made little or no defense, every one pretending only that they were taken off a maroon shore and were shipped with Major Bonnet to go to St. Thomas's, but being out at sea and wanting provisions, they were obliged to do what they did by others, and so did Major Bonnet himself pretend that 'twas force, not inclination, that occasioned what had happened. However, the facts being plainly proved, and that they had all shared 10 or 11 pounds a man, excepting the 3 last, and Thomas Nichols, they were all but they found guilty. The judge made a very grave speech to them, setting forth the enormity of their crimes, the condition they were now in, and the nature and necessity of an unsigned repentance, and then recommended them to the ministers of the province for more ample directions to fit them for eternity. For, concluded he, the priests' lips shall keep knowledge, and you shall seek the law at their mouths, for they are the messengers of the Lord, Matthew 2:57, and the ambassadors of Christ, and unto them is committed the word or doctrine of reconciliation, 2 Corinthians 5, chapter 19 and 20, and then pronounced sentence of death upon them. On Saturday, November 8, 1711, Robert Tucker, Edward Robinson, Neil Patterson, William Scott, Job Bailey, John William Smith, John Thomas, William Morrison, Samuel Booth, William Hewitt, William Eddy, alias Neddy, Alexander Anand, George Ross, George Duncan, Matthew King, Daniel Perry, Henry Virgin, James Robbins, James Mullet, alias Millet, Thomas Price, John Lopez, and Zachariah Long were executed at the White Point near Charlestown, pursuant to their sentence. As for the captain, his escape protracted his fate and spun out his life a few days longer, for he was tried on the 10th, and being found guilty received a sentence in like manner as the former, before which Judge Trott made a most excellent speech to him, rather somewhat too long to be taken into our history, yet I could not tell how to pass by so good and useful a piece of instruction, not knowing whose hands this book may happen to fall into. The Lord Chief Justice's speech upon his pronouncing sentence on Major Stede Bonnet. Major Stede Bonnet, you stand here convicted upon 2 indictments of piracy, one by the verdict of the jury and the other by your own confession. Although you were indicted but for 2 facts, yet you know that at your trial it was fully proved, even by an unwilling witness, that you piratically took and rifled no less than 13 vessels since you sailed from North Carolina, so that you might have been indicted and convicted of 11 more acts of piracy since you took the benefit of the King's Act of Grace and pretended to leave that wicked course of life, not to mention the many acts of piracy you committed before, for which if your pardon from man was never so authentic, yet you must expect to answer for them before God. You know that the crimes you have committed are evil in themselves and contrary to the light and law of nature, as well as the law of God, by which you are commanded that you shall not steal, Exodus 20:15, and the Apostle St. Paul expressly affirms that thieves shall not inherit the kingdom of God, 1 Corinthians 6:10. But to theft you have added a greater sin, which is murder. How many you may have killed of those that resisted you in the committing of your former piracies I know not, but this we all know, that besides the wounded, you killed no less than 18 persons out of those that were sent by lawful authority to suppress you, and put a stop to those rapines that you daily acted. And however you may fancy that was killing men fairly in open fight, yet this know, that the power of the sword not being committed into your hands by any lawful authority, you were not empowered to use any force or fight anyone, and therefore those persons that fell in that action, in doing their duty to their king and country, were murdered, and their blood now cries out for vengeance and justice against you. For it is the voice of nature, confirmed by the law of God, that whosoever sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Genesis 9, chapter 6. and considering that death is not the only punishment due to murderers, for they are threatened to have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death, Revelations 21:8, see chapter 22:15, words which carry that terror with them, that considering your circumstance and your guilt, surely the sound of them must make you tremble, for who can dwell with everlasting burnings? Chapter 33:14. As the testimony of your conscience must convince you of the great and many evils you have committed, by which you have highly offended God, and provoked most justly his wrath and indignation against you, so I suppose I need not tell you that the only way of obtaining pardon and remission of your sins from God is by a true and unfeigned repentance and faith in Christ, by whose meritorious death and passion you can only hope for salvation. You being a gentleman that have had the advantage of a liberal education, and being generally esteemed a man of letters, I believe it will be needless for me to explain to you the nature of repentance and faith in Christ, they being so fully and so often mentioned in the Scriptures that you cannot but know them, and therefore perhaps for that reason it might be thought by some improper for me to have said so much to you, as I have already upon this occasion. Neither should I have done it, but that, considering the course of your life and actions, I have just reason to fear that the principles of religion that had been instilled into you by your education have been at least corrupted, if not entirely defaced, by the skepticism and infidelity of this wicked age, and that what time you allowed for study was rather applied to the polite literature and the vain philosophy of the times, than a serious search after the law and will of God, as revealed unto us in the Holy Scriptures. For had your delight been in the law of the Lord, and that you had meditated therein day and night, Psalms 1 and 2, you would then have found that God's word was a lamp unto your feet, and a light to your path, Psalm 119, 105, and that you would account all other knowledge but loss, in comparison of the excellency of the knowledge of Christ Jesus, Phil 3.8, who to them that are called is the power of God, and the wisdom of God, 1 Corinthians 1:24, even the hidden wisdom which God ordained before the Word, chapter 2, verse 7. You would then have esteemed the Scriptures as the great charter of heaven, and which delivered to us not only the most perfect laws and rules of life, but also discovered to us the acts of pardon from God, wherein they have offended those righteous laws. For in them only is to be found the great mystery of fallen man's redemption, which the angels desire to look into. 1 Pet 1.2. And they would have taught you that sin is the debasing of human nature, as being a derivation from that purity, rectitude, and holiness in which God created us, and that virtue and religion and walking by the laws of God were altogether preferable to the ways of sin and Satan, for that the ways of virtue are ways of pleasantness, and all their paths are peace. Proverbs 3:17. But what you could not learn from God's word by reason of your carelessly or but superficially considering the same, I hope the course of his providence and the present afflictions that he hath laid upon you hath now convinced you of the same. For however in your seeming prosperity you might make a mock at your sins, Proverbs 3:17, yet now that you see that God's hand hath reached you, and brought you to public justice, I hope your present unhappy circumstances hath made you seriously reflect upon your past actions and course of life, and that you are now sensible of the greatness of your sins, and that you find the burden of them intolerable, and that therefore, being thus laboring and heavy laden with sin, Matthew 11:28, you will esteem that as the most valuable knowledge, that can shew you how you can be reconciled to that supreme God that you have so highly offended, and that can reveal to you him who is not only the powerful advocate with the Father for you, 1 John 2:1, but also who hath paid that debt that is due for your sins by his own death upon the cross for you, and thereby made full satisfaction for the justice of God. And this is to be found nowhere but in God's word, which discovers to us that Lamb of God which takes away the sins of the world, John 1:29, which is Christ the Son of God. For this know and be assured, that there is none other name under heaven given among men whereby we must be saved. Acts 4:12, but only by the name of the Lord Jesus. But then consider how he invites all sinners to come unto him, and that he will give them rest, Matthew 11:28. For he assures us that he came to seek and to save that which was lost, Luke 19:10, Matthew 18:11. And hath promised that he that cometh unto him he will in no wise cast out, John 6:37. So that if now you will sincerely turn to him, though late, even at the 11th hour, Matthew 26:9, he will receive you. But surely I need not tell you that the terms of his mercy is faith and repentance. And do not mistake the nature of repentance to be only a bare sorrow for your sins, arising from the consideration of the evil and punishment that have now been brought upon you. But your sorrow must arise from the consideration of your having offended a gracious and merciful God. But I shall not pretend to give you any particular directions as to the nature of repentance. I consider that I speak to a person whose offences have proceeded not so much from his not knowing, as his slighting and neglecting his duty. Neither is it proper for me to give advice out of the way of my own profession. You may have that better delivered to you by those who have made divinity their particular study, and who by their knowledge, as well as their office, as being the ambassadors of Christ, 2 Corinthians 5:20, are best qualified to give you instructions therein. I only heartily wish that what in compassion to your soul I have now said to you upon this sad and solemn occasion, by exhorting you in general to faith and repentance, may have that due effect upon you, that thereby you may become a true penitent. And therefore, having now discharged my duty to you as a Christian, to give you the best counsel I can, with respect to the salvation of your soul, I must now do my office as a judge. The sentence that the law hath appointed to pass upon you for your offences, and which this court doth hereby award, is, that you, the said Stede Bonnet, shall go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be hanged by the neck till you are dead. And the God of infinite mercy be merciful to your soul. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 5, Part 1. Captain Edward England and his crew. Edward England went mate of a sloop that sailed out of Jamaica and was taken by Captain Winter, a pirate, just before their settlement at Providence, from whence England had the command of a sloop in the same laudable employment. It is surprising that men of good understanding should engage in a course of life that so much debases human nature and sets them upon a level with the wild beasts of the forest, who live and prey upon their weaker fellow creatures. A crime so enormous that it includes almost all others, as murder, rapine, theft, ingratitude, and etc. And though they make these vices familiar to them by their daily practice, yet these men are so inconsistent with themselves that a reflection made upon their honor, their justice, or their courage is looked upon as an offense that ought to be punished with the life of him that commits it. England was one of these men, who seemed to have such a share of reason as should have taught him better things. He had a great deal of good nature, and did not want for courage. He was not avaricious, and always adverse to the ill usage prisoners received. He would have been contented with a moderate plunder, and less mischievous pranks could his companions have been brought to the same temper, but he was generally overruled, and as he was engaged in that abominable society, he was obliged to be a partner in all their vile actions. Captain England sailed to the coast of Africa after the island of Providence was settled by the English government, and the pirates surrendered to His Majesty's proclamation, and took several ships and vessels, particularly the Cadogan Snow, belonging to Bristol, at Sierra Leone, one Skinner, master, who was inhumanly murdered by some of the crew that had lately been his own men, and served in that said vessel. It seems some quarrel had happened between them, so that Skinner thought fit to remove these fellows on board of a man of war, and at the same time refuse them their wages. Not long afterwards they found means to desert that service, and shipping themselves aboard a sloop in the West Indies, was taken by a pirate, and brought to Providence, and sailed upon the same account along with Captain England. As soon as Skinner had struck to the pirate, he was ordered to come on board in his boat, which he did, and the person that he first cast his eye upon proved to be his old boatswain, who stared him in the face like his evil genius, and accosted him in this manner: "Ah, Captain Skinner, is it you? The only man I wish to see. I am much in your debt, and now I shall pay you all in your own coin." The poor man trembled every joint when he found into what company he had fallen, and dreaded the event, as he had reason enough to do so, for the boatswain immediately called to his consorts, laid hold of the captain, made him fast to the windlass, and there pelted him with glass bottles, which cut him in a sad manner, after which they whipped him about the deck till they were weary, being deaf to all his prayers and entreaties, and at last, because he had been such a good master to his men, they said he should have an easy death, so they shot him through the head. They took some few things out of the Snow, but gave the vessel and all her cargo to Howell Davis, the mate, and the rest of the crew, as will be hereafter mentioned in the chapter of Captain Davis. Captain England took a ship called the Pearl, Captain Tizard commander, for which he exchanged his own sloop, fitted her up for the piratical account, and new christened her the Royal James, with which he took several ships and vessels of different nations at the Azores and Cape de Verde Islands. In the spring of 1719 the rovers returned to Africa, and beginning at the river Gambia, sailed all down the coast, and between that and Cape Corso took the following ships and vessels: the Eagle Pink, Captain Ricketts, commander, belonging to Cork, taken the 25th of March, having 6 guns and 17 men on board, 7 of which turned pirates. The Charlotte, Captain Oldson of London, taken May the 26th, having 8 guns and 18 men on board, 13 of which turned pirates. The Sarah, Captain Stunt of London, taken the 27th of May, having 4 guns and 18 men on board, 3 of which turned pirates. The Bentworth, Captain Gardner of Bristol, taken the 27th of May, having 12 guns and 30 men on board, 12 of which turned pirates. The Buck sloop, Captain Sylvester of Gambia, taken the 27th of May, having 2 guns and 2 men on board, both turned pirates. The Carteret, Captain Snow of London, taken the 28th of May, having 4 guns and 18 men on board, 5 of which turned pirates. The Mercury, Captain Maggot of London, taken the 29th of May, having 4 guns and 18 men on board, 5 of which turned pirates. The Coward Galley, Captain Creed of London, taken the 17th of June, having 2 guns and 13 men on board, 4 of which turned pirates. The Elizabeth and Catherine, Captain Bridge of Barbados, taken June the 27th, having 6 guns and 14 men on board, 4 of which turned pirates. The Eagle Pink being bound to Jamaica, the Sarah to Virginia, and the Buck to Maryland, they let them go, but the Charlotte, the Bentworth, the Carteret, and the coward galley they burnt, and the Mercury and the Elizabeth and Catherine were fitted up for pirate ships. The former was new named Queen Anne's Revenge, and commanded by one Lane, and the other was called the Flying King, of which Robert Sample was appointed captain. These two left England upon the coast, sailed to the West Indies, where they took some prizes, cleaned and sailed to Brazil in November. They took several Portuguese ships there, and did a great deal of mischief. But in the height of their undertakings, a Portuguese man of war, which was an excellent sailor, came a very unwelcome guest to them, and gave them chase. The Queen Anne's Revenge got off, but was lost a little while after upon that coast, and the Flying King, giving herself over for lost, ran ashore. There were 70 men on board, 12 of which were killed, and the rest taken prisoners, of whom the Portuguese hanged 38, of which 32 were English, 3 Dutch, 2 French, and 1 of their own nation. England, in going down the coast, took the Peterborough galley of Bristol, Captain Owen, and the Victory, Captain Rideout. The former they detained, but plundered the latter and let her go. In Cape Corso Road they saw 2 sails at anchor, but before they could reach them they slipped their cables and got close under Cape Corso Castle. These were the Whydah, Captain Prince, and the John, Captain Ritter. The pirates upon this made a fireship of a vessel they had lately taken, and attempted to burn them, as though they had been a common enemy, which if effected they could not have been 1 farthing the better for it. But the castle firing warmly upon them, they withdrew, and sailed down to Whydah Road, where they found another pirate, one Captain Labouche, who, getting thither before England arrived, had forestalled the market and greatly disappointed their brethren. Captain England, after this balk, went into a harbor, cleaned his own ship, and fitted up the Peterborough, which he called the Victory. They lived there very wantonly for several weeks, making free with the negro women, and committing such outrageous acts that they came to an open rupture with the natives, several of whom they killed, and one of their town they set on fire. When pirates came out to sea, they put it to a vote what voyage to take, and the majority carrying it for the East Indies, they shaped their course accordingly, and arrived at Madagascar the beginning of the year 1720. They stayed not long there, but after taking in water and provisions, sailed for the coast of Malabar, which is a fine fruitful country in the East Indies in the empire of the Mogul, but immediately subject to its own princes. It reaches from the coast of Canara to Cape Camorin, which is between 7 degrees 30 and 12 degrees north latitude, and in about 75 degrees east longitude, counting from the meridian of London. The old natives are pagans, but there is a great number of Mohammedans inhabiting among them, who are merchants and generally rich. On the same coast, but in a province to the northwest, lies Goa, Surat, Bombay, where the English, Dutch, and Portuguese have settlements. Hither our pirates came, having made a tour of half the globe, as the psalmists say of the devils, going about like roaring lions and seeking whom they might devour. They took several country ships, that is, Indian vessels, and one European, a Dutch ship, which they exchanged for one of their own, and then came back to Madagascar. They sent several of their hands on shore with tents, powder, and shot, to kill hogs, venison, and such other fresh provisions as the island afforded, and a whim came into their heads to seek out for the remains of Avery's crew, who they knew to be settled somewhere in the island. Accordingly, some of them travelled several days' journey without hearing any intelligence of them, and so were forced to return with the loss of their labor, for these men were settled on the other side of the island, and has been taken notice of under the chapter of Avery. They stayed not long here, after they had cleaned their ships, but sailing to Joanna, they met 2 English and 1 Austin Indiaman, coming out of that harbor, one of which, after a desperate resistance, they took, the particulars of which action is at length related in the following letter, wrote by the captain from Bombay. A letter from Captain Macra, dated at Bombay, November 16th, 1720. We arrived the 25th of last July in company of the Greenwich at Juana, an island not far from Madagascar, and putting in there to refresh our men, we found 14 pirates that came in their canoes from the Mayotta, where the pirate ship to which they belonged, viz. the Indian Queen, 250 tons, 28 guns, and 90 men, commanded by Captain Oliver de la Bouche, bound from the Guinea coast to the East Indies, had been boogled and lost. They said they left the captain and 40 of their men building a new vessel to proceed on their wicked design. Captain Kirby and I, concluding it might be of great service to the East India Company to destroy such a nest of rogues, were ready to sail for that purpose the 17th of August, about 8 o'clock in the morning, when we discovered 2 pirate ships standing into the bay of Juana, one of 34 and the other of 30 guns. I immediately went on board the Greenwich, where they seemed very diligent in preparations for an engagement, and I left Captain Kirby with mutual promise of standing by each other. I then unmoored and got under sail, and brought 2 boats ahead to row me close to the Greenwich, but he, being open to a valley and a breeze, made the best of his way from me, which an Ostender in our company of 22 guns, seeing, did the same, though the captain had promised heartily to engage with us, and I believe would have been as good as his word if Captain Kirby had kept his. About half an hour after 12, I called several times to the Greenwich to bear down to our assistance, and fired shot at him, but to no purpose, for though we did not doubt but he would join us, because when he got about a league from us, he brought his ship to, and looked on, yet both he and the Ostender basely deserted us, and left us engaged with barbarous and inhumane enemies, with their black and bloody flags hanging over us, without the least appearance of escaping being cut to pieces. But God in his good providence determined otherwise, for notwithstanding their superiority, we engaged them both about 3 hours, during which the biggest received some shot betwixt wind and water, which made her keep off a little to stop her leaks. The other endeavoured all she could to board us, by rowing with her oars, being within half a ship's length of us above an hour, but by good fortune we shot all her oars to pieces, which prevented them, and by consequence saved our lives. About 4 o'clock most of the officers and men posted on the quarter-deck being killed and wounded, the largest ship making up to us with all diligence, being still within a cable's length of us, often giving us a broadside, and no hopes of Captain Kirby's coming to our assistance, we endeavoured to run ashore, and though we drew 4 foot water more than the pirate, it pleased God that he struck fast on a higher ground than we happily fell in with, so was disappointed a second time from boarding us. Here we had a more violent engagement than before. All my officers and most of my men behaved with unexpected courage, and as we had a considerable advantage by having a broadside to his bow, we did him great damage, so that had Captain Kirby come in then, I believe we should have taken both, for we had one of them sure, but the other pirate, who was still firing at us, seeing the Greenwich did not offer to assist us, he supplied his consort with 3 boatfuls of fresh men. About 5 in the evening the Greenwich stood clear away to sea, leaving us struggling hard for life in the very jaws of death, which the other pirate that was afloat, seeing, got a warp out and was hauling under our stern, by which time many of my men being killed and wounded, and no hopes left from being all murdered by enraged barbarous conquerors, I ordered all that could to get into the longboat under the cover of the smoke of our guns, so that with what some did in boats and others by swimming, most of us that were able got ashore by 7 o'clock. When the pirates came aboard, they cut 3 of our wounded men to pieces. I, with a few of my people, made what haste I could to the Kingstown, 25 miles from us, where I arrived next day, almost dead with fatigue and loss of blood, having been sorely wounded in the head by a musket ball. At this town I heard that the pirates had offered $10,000 to the country people to bring me in, which many of them would have accepted, only they knew the king and all his chief people were in my interest. Meantime I caused a report to be spread that I was dead of my wounds, which much abated their fury. About 10 days after, being pretty well recovered, and hoping the malice of our enemies was nigh over, I began to consider the dismal condition we were reduced to, being in a place where we had no hopes of getting a passage home, all of us in a manner naked, not having had time to get another shirt or a pair of shoes. Having obtained leave to go on board the pirates and a promise of safety, several of the chief of them knew me, and some of them had sailed with me, which I found of great advantage, because, notwithstanding their promise, some of them would have cut me and all that would not enter with them to pieces, had it not been for the chief captain, Edward England, and some others I knew. They talked of burning one of their ships, which we had so entirely disabled as to be no further useful to them, and to lift the Cassandra in her room. But in the end I managed my tack so well that they made me a present of the said shattered ship, which was Dutch built, called the Fancy, about 300 tons, and also 129 bales of the company's cloth, though they would not give me a rag of my clothes. They sailed the 3rd of September, and with jury masts and such old sails as they left me, I made shift to do the like on the 8th, together with 43 of my ship's crew, including 2 passengers and 12 soldiers, having but 5 tons of water aboard, and after a passage of 48 days, I arrived here, October 26th, almost naked and starving, having been reduced to a pint of water a day, and almost in despair of ever seeing land, by reason of the calms we met with between the coast of Arabia and Malabar. We had in all 13 men killed and 24 wounded, and were told that we had destroyed about 90 or 100 of the pirates. When they left us there were about 300 whites and 80 blacks in both ships. I am persuaded, had our confort the Greenwich done his duty, we had destroyed both of them, and got £200,000 for our owners and selves, whereas to his deserting us the loss of the Cassandra may justly be imputed. I have delivered all the bales that were given to me into the company's warehouse, for which the governor and council have ordered me a reward. Our governor, Mr. Boone, who is extremely kind and civil to me, has ordered me home with his packet, but Captain Harvey, who had a prior promise, being come in with the fleet, goes in my room. The governor has promised me a country voyage to help make me up my losses, and would have me stay to go home with him next year. Captain Macra certainly run a great hazard in going aboard the pirate, and began quickly to repent his credulity, for though they had promised that no injury should be done to his person, he found their words were not to be trusted, and it may be supposed that nothing but the desperate circumstances Captain Macra imagined himself to be in could have prevailed upon him to fling himself and company into their hands, perhaps not knowing how firmly the natives of the island were attached to the English nation. For about 20 years ago, Captain Cornwall, commodore of an English squadron, assisted them against another island called Mohila, for which they have ever since communicated all the grateful offices in their power, insomuch that it became a proverb that an Englishman and a Joanna man were all one. England was inclined to favour Captain Macra, but he was so free to let him know that his interest was declining amongst them, and that the pirates were so provoked at the resistance he had made against them that he was afraid he should hardly be able to protect him. He therefore advised him to sooth up and manage the temper of Captain Taylor, a fellow of a most barbarous nature, who was become a great favourite amongst them, for no other reason than because he was a greater brute than the rest. Macra did what he could to soften this beast, and plied him with warm punch, notwithstanding which they were in a tumult whether they should make an end to him or no, when an accident happened which turned to the favor of the poor captain. A fellow with a terrible pair of whiskers and a wooden leg, being struck around with pistols like the man in an almanac with darts, comes swearing and vaporing upon the quarterdeck, and asks in a damning manner which was Captain Macra. The captain expected no less than that this fellow would be his executioner, but when he came near him he took him by the hand, swearing, damn him, he was glad to see him, and show me the man, says he, that offers to hurt Captain Macra, for I'll stand by him. And so with many oaths he told him he was an honest fellow, and they had formerly sailed with him. This put an end to the dispute, and Captain Taylor was so mellowed with the punch that he consented that the old pirate ship and so many bales of cloth should be given to Captain Macra, and so he fell asleep. England advised Captain Macra to get off with all expedition, lest when the beast should awake he might repent his generosity, which advice was followed by the captain. Captain England, having sided so much to Captain Macra's interest, was a means of making him many enemies among the crew, they thinking such good usage inconsistent with their polity, because it looked like procuring favor at the aggravation of their crimes. Therefore, upon imagination or a report that Captain Macra was fitting out against them with the company's force, he was soon abdicated or pulled out of his government, and marooned with 3 more on the island of Mauritius, an island indeed not to be complained of. Had they accumulated any wealth by their villainies, that would have afforded some future comfortable prospect, for it abounds with fish, deer, hogs, and other flesh. Sir Thomas Herbert says the shores with coral and ambergris, but I believe the Dutch had not deserted it, had there been much of these commodities to have been found. It was in 1722 resettled by the French, who have a fort at another neighboring island called Don Mascarene, and are touched at for water, wood, and refreshments by French ships bound to or for India, as St. Helena and Cape Bon Esperance are by us and the Dutch. From this place Captain England and his companions, having made a little boat of staves and old pieces of deal left there, went over to Madagascar, where they subsist at present on the charity of some of their brethren, who had made better provisions for themselves than they had done. The pirates detained some officers and men belonging to Captain Macra, and having repaired the damages received in their rigging, they sailed for India. The day before they made land saw 2 ships to the eastward, who at first sight they took to be English, and ordered one of the prisoners, who had been an officer with Captain Macra, to tell them the private signals between the company's ships. The captain swearing he would cut him in pound pieces if he did not do it immediately, but unable, was forced to bear their scurrility till they came up with them and found they were 2 more ships from Muscat with horses. They brought the captain of them and the merchants on board, torturing them and rifling the ships in order to discover riches, as believing they came from Mocha, but being balked in their expectation, and next morning seeing land, and at the same time a fleet in shore plying to windward, they were puzzled how to dispose of them. To let them go was to discover and ruin the voyage, and it was cruel to sink the men and horses with the ships, as many of them were inclined to. Therefore, as a medium, they brought them to anchor, threw all their sails overboard, and cut one of the ship's masts half through. While they lay at anchor, and were all the next day employed in taking out water, one of the after-mentioned fleet bore towards them with English colours, answered with a red ensign from the pirates, but did not speak with one another. At night they left the Muscat ships, weighed with the sea wind, and stood to the northward after this fleet. About 4 next morning, just as they were getting under sail with the land wind, the pirates came amongst them, made no stop, but fired their great and small guns very briskly till they got through, and as daylight cleared were in a great consternation in their minds, having all along taken them for Angria's fleet. What to do was the point, whether to run or pursue. They were sensible of their inferiority of strength, having no more than 300 men in both ships, and 40 of them negroes besides. The Victory had them 4 pumps at work, and must inevitably been lost, had it not been for some hand pumps and several pair of standards brought out of the Cassandra to relieve and strengthen her. But observing the indifferency of the fleet, chose rather to chase than run, and though the best way to save themselves was to play at bull beggar with the enemy, so they came up with a sea wind, about gunshot to leeward, the great ships of the fleet ahead, and some others astern, which latter they took for fire vessels. And these ahead gaining from them by cutting away their boats, they could do nothing more than continue their course all night, which they did, and found them next morning out of sight, excepting a ketch and some few gallivants, small sort of vessels, something like the feluccas of the Mediterranean, and hoists like them triangular sails. They bore down, which the ketch perceiving, transported her people on board a gallivant, and set fire to her. The others proved too nimble and made off. The same day they chased another gallivant and took her, being come from Gogo, bound for Calicut with cotton. Of these men they inquired concerning the fleet, supposing they must have been in it, and although they protested they had not seen a ship or boat since they left Gogo, and pleaded very earnestly for favor, yet they threw all their cargo overboard, and squeezed their joints in a vice to extort confession. But they, entirely ignorant of who or what this fleet should be, were obliged not only to sustain this torment, but next day, a fresh easterly wind having split the gallivant's sails, they put her company into the boat with nothing but a trysail, no provisions, and only 4 gallons of water, half of it salt, and then out of sight of land to shift for themselves. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson, Chapter 5, Part 2. For the better elucidating of this story, it may be convenient to inform the reader why Angria is, and what the fleet were, that had so scurvily behaved themselves. Angria is a famous Indian pirate of considerable strength and territories, that gives continual disturbance to the European, especially the English, trade. His chief hold is Calabar, not many leagues from Bombay, and has one island in sight of that port, whereby he gains frequent opportunities of annoying the company. It would not be so insuperable a difficulty to suppress him if the shallowness of the water did not prevent ships of war coming nigh. And a better art he has of bribing the Mogul's ministers for protection when he finds an enemy too powerful. In the year 1720 the Bombay fleet consisted of 4 grabs, ships built in India by the company, which have 3 masts, a prow like a row galley instead of a bowsprit, about 150 tons, are officered and armed like a man of war for the defence and protection of the trade. The London, Chandois, and 2 other ships with gallivants, who, besides their proper complements, carried down 1,000 men to bombard and batter Geira, a fort belonging to Angria, on the Malabar coast, which they have performed ineffectually, were returning to Bombay, and, to make amends, fell in with the pirates. To the purpose has been already related. Captain Uppen, commodore of that fleet, prudently objecting to Mr. Brown, who went general, that the ships were not to be hazarded, since they sailed without their Governor Boone's orders to engage, and besides, that they did not come out with such a design. This favourable opportunity of destroying the pirates angered the governor, and he transferred the command of the fleet to Captain Macraw, who had orders immediately to pursue and engage wherever he met them. The Viceroy of Goa, assisted by the English Company's fleet from Bombay, did attempt the reduction of Calabar, his principal place, landed 8,000 or 10,000 men the next year, the English squadron of men of war being then in those seas, but having viewed the fortification well, and expended some of their army by sickness and the fatigues of a camp, carefully withdrew again. I returned to the pirates, who, after they had sent away the Galabat's people, resolved to cruise to the southward, and the next day, between Goa and Carwar, heard several guns, which brought them to an anchor, and they sent their boat on the scent, who returned about 2 in the morning, and brought word of 2 grabs lying at anchor in the road. They weighed and ran toward the bay till daylight gave the grabs sight of them, and was but just time enough to get under India Deva Castle out of their reach. This displeased the pirates the more, in that they wanted water, and some were for making a descent that night and taking the island. But it not being approved of by the majority, they proceeded to the southward, and took next in their way a small ship out of Honor Road, with only a Dutchman and 2 Portuguese on board. They sent one of these on shore to the captain, to acquaint him, if he would supply them with some water and fresh provisions, he should have his ship again; and the master returned for answer by his mate Frank Harmless, that if they would deliver him possession over the bar, he would comply with their request. The proposal the mate thought was collusive, and they rather jumped into Harmless's opinion, who very honestly entered with them, and resolved to seek water at the Lakadiva Islands. So, having sent the other persons on shore with threats that he should be the last man they would give quarter to by reason of this uncivil usage, they put directly for the islands, and arrived there in 3 days, where, being informed by a Menshaw they took with the governor of Canwar's Pass of there being no anchor ground among them, and Melinda being the next convenient island, they sent their boats on shore to see if there was any water, and whether it was inhabited or not, who returned with an answer to their satisfaction, viz., that there was abundance of good water, and many houses, but deserted by the men, who had fled to the neighbouring islands on the approach of ships, and left only the women and children to guard one another. The women they forced in a barbarous manner to their lusts, and, to require them, destroyed their cocoa trees, and fired several of their houses and churches, I suppose built by the Portuguese who formerly used there in their voyages to India. While they were at this island, they lost 3 or 4 anchors by the rockiness of the ground, freshness of winds, and at last were forced thence by a harder gale than ordinary, leaving 70 people, blacks and whites, and most of their water casks. In 10 days they regained the island again, filled their water, and took the people on board. Provisions were very scarce, and they now resolved to visit their good friends the Dutch at Cochin, who, if you will believe these rogues, never fail to supply gentlemen of their profession. After 3 days' sail they arrived off Tellicherry, and took a small vessel belonging to Governor Adams, John Talk, master, whom they brought on board very drunk, and he, giving an account of Captain Macraw's fitting out, put them in a tempest of passion. "A villain, say they, that we have treated so civilly as to give him a ship and other presents, and now to be armed against us. He ought to be hanged, and since we cannot show our resentment on him, let us hang the dogs his people, who wish him well, and would do the same if clear. If it be in my power, says the quartermaster, both masters and officers of ships shall be carried with us for the future, only to plague them. Damned England." Hence they proceeded to Calicut, where they endeavoured to take a large Moor ship out of the road, but was prevented by some guns mounted on shore, and discharged at them. Mr. Lazenby, who was one of Captain Macraw's officers and detained, was under the deck at this time, and commanded both by the captain and quartermaster of the pirates to tend the braces on the booms, in hopes, it was believed, a shot would take him before they got clear, asking the reason why he was not there before, and when he would have excused himself, threatened on the like neglect to shoot him, at which the other, beginning to expostulate further, and claim their promise of putting him ashore, got an unmerciful beating from the quartermaster. Captain Taylor, who was now successor to Captain England, and whose privilege it was to do so, being lame of his hands and unable. The next day, in their passage down, came up with a Dutch galliot, bound for Calicut with limestone, and aboard of her they put Captain Talk, and sent him away, and several of the people interceded for Lazenby in vain, for, says Taylor and his party, if we let this dog go, who has heard our designs and resolutions, we overset all our well-advised projections, and particularly this supply we are now seeking for at the hands of the Dutch. It was but one day more before they arrived off Cochin, where by a fishing canoe they sent a letter on shore, and in the afternoon, with the sea breeze, ran into the road and anchored, saluting the fort with 11 guns each ship, and received the return in an equal number. A good omen of the welcome reception they found, for at night there came on board a large boat, deeply laden with fresh provisions and liquors, and with it a servant of a favourable inhabitant, called John Trumpet. He told them they must immediately weigh and run farther to the southward, where they should be supplied with all things they wanted, naval stores or provisions. They had not been long at anchor again before they had several canoes on board with both black and white inhabitants, who continued without interruption all good offices during their stay. Particularly John Trumpet brought a large boat of arrack, than which nothing could be more pleasing, about 90 ledgers, as also 60 bales of sugar, an offering, it's presumed, from the governor and his daughter, who in return had a fine table clock sent him, the plunder of Captain Macraw's ship, and she a large gold watch, earnests of the pay they designed to make. When they had all on board, they paid Mr. Trumpet to his satisfaction. It was computed 6,000 or 7,000 pounds. It gave him good 3 cheers, 11 guns each ship, and throwed ducatoons into his boat by the handfuls, for the boatmen to scramble for. That night being little wind, did not weigh, and Trumpet in the morning waked them to the sight of more arrack, chests of piece goods, and ready-made clothes, bringing the fiscal of the place also with him. At noon, while those were on board, saw a sail to the southward, which they weighed and chased after, but she having a good offing, got to the northward of them, and anchored a small distance from Cochin Fort. The afore-mentioned gentleman, assuring them that they would not be molested in taking her from under the castle, solicited beforehand for the buying her, and advised them to stand in, which they did boldly, to board her. But when they came within a cable's length or two of the chase, now near shore, the fort fired 2 small guns, whose shot falling nigh their muzzles, they instantly bore out of the road, made an easy sail to the southward, and anchored at night in their former berth, where John Trumpet, to engage their stay a little longer, informed them that in a few days a very rich ship was to pass by, commanded by the General of Bombay's brother. This governor is an emblem of foreign power. What inconvenience and injury must the master's subjects sustain under one who can truckle to such treacherous and base means as corresponding and trading with pirates to enrich himself? Certainly such a man will stickle at no injustice to repair or make a fortune. He has the argumentum basilinum always in his hands, and can convince when he pleases in half the time of other arguments that fraud and oppression is law. That he employs instruments in such dirty work, expresses the guilt and shame, but no way mitigates the crime. John Trumpet was the tool, but, as the dog said in the fable on another occasion, what is done by the master's orders is the master's actions. I cannot but reflect on this occasion what a vile government Sancho Pancho had of it. He had not only such perquisites rescinded, but was really almost starved, the victuals taken from him almost every day, and only under a pretence of preserving his Excellency's health. But governments differ. From Cochin some were for proceeding to Madagascar directly, others thought it proper to cruise till they got a store ship, and these being the majority, they plied to the southward, and after some days saw a ship in shore, which being to windward of them, they could not get nigh, till the sea wind and night favouring, they separated, one to the northward, the other to the southward, thinking to enclose her between. But to their astonishment, and contrary to expectation, when day broke, instead of the chase, found themselves very near 5 sail of tall ships, who, immediately making a signal for the pirates to bear down, put them in the utmost confusion, particularly Taylor's ship, because their consort was at a distance from them, at least 3 leagues to the southward. They stood to one another and joined, and then together made the best of their way from the fleet, whom they judged to be commanded by Captain Macraw, of whose courage, having experienced, they were glad to shun any further taste of. In 3 hours' chase, none of the fleet gaining upon them, excepting one grab, their dejected countenances cleared up again, the more in that a calm succeeded for the remainder of that day, and in the night, with the land wind, they ran directly off shore, and found, next day, to their great consolation, that they had lost sight of all the fleet. This danger escaped, they proposed to spend Christmas, the Christmas of 1720, in carousing and forgetfulness, and kept it for 3 days in a wanton and riotous way, not only eating, but wasting their fresh provisions in so wretched and inconsiderable a manner, that when they had agreed after this to proceed to Mauritius, they were in that passage at an allowance of a bottle of water per diem, and not above 2 pounds of beef, and a small quantity of rice for 10 men for a day; so that, had it not been for the leaky ship, which once they were about to have quitted, and had done, but for a quantity of arrack and sugar she had on board, they most of them would have perished. In this condition they arrived at the island of Mauritius about the middle of February, sheathed and refitted the Victory, and on the 5th of April sailed again, leaving this terrible inscription on one of the walls: "Left this place the 5th of April to go to Madagascar for limes, and this least, like lawyers and men of business, any visits should be paid in their absence." However, they did not sail directly for Madagascar, but the island Mascarene, and luckily, as rogues could wish, they found at their arrival on the 8th a Portuguese ship at anchor of 70 guns, but most of them thrown overboard, her masts lost, and so much disabled by a violent storm they had met in the latitude of 13 degrees south, that she became a prize to the pirates, with very little or no resistance, and a glorious one indeed, having the Conde de Arequera, Viceroy of Goa, who made that fruitless expedition against Angria the Indian, and several other passengers on board, who, as they could not be ignorant of the treasure she had in, did assert that in the single article of diamonds there was to the value of between 3 and 4 millions of dollars. The Viceroy, who came on board that morning in expectation of the ships being English, was made a prisoner, and obliged to ransom; but, in consideration of his great loss, the prize being part his own, they agreed after some demurrings to accept $2,000, and set him and the other prisoners ashore, with promises to leave a ship that they might transport themselves, because the island was not thought in a condition to maintain so great a number, and though they had learned from them the account of an Ostender being to leeward of the island, which they took on that information, being formerly the Greyhound galley of London, and could conveniently have complied with so reasonable a request, yet they sent the Ostender with some of their people to Madagascar with news of their success, and to prepare masts for the prize, and followed themselves soon after, without regard to the sufferers, carrying 200 Mozambique negroes with them in the Portuguese ship. Madagascar is an island larger than Great Britain, most of it within the Tropic of Capricorn, and lays east from the eastern side of Africa. It abounds with provisions of all sorts: oxen, goats, sheep, poultry, fish, citrons, oranges, tamarinds, dates, coconuts, bananas, wax, honey, rice, or, in short, cotton, indigo, or any other thing they will take pains to plant, and have understanding to manage. They have likewise ebony, a hard wood like Brazil, of which they make their lances, and gum of several sorts, benzoin, dragon blood, aloes, etc. What is most incommodious are the numerous swarms of locusts on the land, and crocodiles or alligators in their rivers. Hither, in St. Augustine's Bay, the ships sometimes touch for water, when they take the inner passage for India, and do not design to stop at Joanna; and we may observe from the 6th general voyage set forth by the East India Company, in confirmation of what is hereafter said in relation to currents in general, that this inner passage or channel has its northern and southern currents strongest where the channel is narrowest, and is less and varies on different points of the compass, as the sea comes to spread again in the passage across the line. Since the discovery of this island by the Portuguese, A.D. 1506, the Europeans, and particularly pirates, have increased a dark mulatto race there, though still few in comparison with the natives, who are negroes with curled short hair, active, and formerly represented malicious and revengeful, now tractable and communicable, perhaps owing to the favors and generosity in clothing and liquors they from time to time have received from these fellows, who live in all possible friendship, and can, any single man of them, command a guard of 200 or 300 at a minute's warning. This is farther the natives' interest to cultivate with them, because the island being divided into petty governments and commands, the pirates settled here, who are now a considerable number, and have little castles of their own, can preponderate wherever they think fit to aside. When Taylor came with the Portuguese prize here, they found the Ostender had played their men a trick, for they took advantage of their drink, rise upon them, and, as they heard afterwards, carried the ship to Mozambique, whence the governor ordered her for Goa. Here the pirates came, cleaned the Cassandra, and divided their plunder, sharing 42 small diamonds a man, or in less proportion according to their magnitude. An ignorant or a merry fellow, who had only one in this division as being judged equal in value to 42 small, muttered very much at the lot, and went and broke it in a mortar, swearing afterwards he had a better share than any of them, for he had beat it, he said, into 43 sparks. Those who were not for running the hazard of their necks with 42 diamonds, besides other treasure in their pockets, knocked off and stayed with their old acquaintance in Madagascar, on mutual agreements, the longer livers to take all. The residue having therefore no occasion for 2 ships, the Victory being leaky, she was burnt. The men, as many as would, coming into the Cassandra under the command of Taylor, whom we must leave for a time, projecting either for Cochin to dispose of their diamonds among their old friends the Dutch, or else for the Red or China seas, to avoid the men of war that continually clamoured in their ears a noise of danger, and give the little account we are able of that squadron, who arrived in India early in the year 1721. At Cape Good Hope, in June, the Commodore met with a letter which was left for him by the Governor of Madras, to whom it was wrote by the Governor of Pondicherry, a French factory on the Coromandel coast, signifying the pirates, at the writing of it, were then strong in the Indian seas, having 11 sail and 1,500 men, but that many of them went away about that time for the coast of Brazil and Guinea. Others settled and fortified themselves at Madagascar, Mauritius, Joanna, and Mohilla, and that others, under Condon, in a ship called the Dragon, took a large Moor's vessel coming from Euda and Moco, with 13 lackeys of rupees on board, i.e., 1,300,000 half-crowns, who, having divided the plunder, burnt their ship and prize, and sat down quietly with their other friends at Madagascar. The account contains several other things which we have before related. Commodore Matthews, upon receiving this intelligence, and being fond of the service he came out for, hastened to those islands as the most hopeful places of success. At St. Mary's would have engaged England with promises of favour, if he would communicate what he knew concerning the Cassandra and the rest of the pirates, and assist in the pilotage, but Captain England was wary, and thought this was to surrender at discretion, so they took up the Judah ship's guns that was burnt, and the men of war dispersed themselves on several voyages and cruises afterwards, as was thought likeliest to succeed, though to no purpose. Then the squadron went down to Bombay, were saluted by the fort, and came home. The pirates, I mean those of the Cassandra, now Captain Taylor, fitted the Portuguese man of war, and resolved upon another voyage to the Indies, notwithstanding the riches they had heaped up. But as they were preparing to sail, they heard of 4 men of war coming after them to those seas. Therefore they altered their minds, sailed for the main of Africa, and put in at a little place called Delagoa, near the river Despiritu Sancto, on the coast of Monomotapa, in 268 south latitude. They believed this to be a place of security, in regard that the squadron could not possibly get intelligence of them, there being no correspondence over land nor any trade carried on by sea between that and the Cape, where the men of war were then supposed to be. The pirates came to in the evening, and were surprised with a few shot from the shore, not knowing of any fortification or European settlement in that part of the world. So they anchored at a distance that night, and perceiving in the morning a small fort of 6 guns, they ran up to it and battered it down. This fort was built and settled by the Dutch East India Company a few months before, for what purpose I know not, and having left 150 men upon the place, they were then dwindled to a third part by sickness and casualties, and never after received any relief or necessaries, so that 16 of those that were left, upon their humble petition, were admitted on board the pirates, and all the rest would have had the same favour, they said, had they been any other than Dutch. I mention this as an instance of their ingratitude, who had been so much obliged to their countrymen for support. Here they stayed above 4 months, careened both their ships, and took their diversions with security, till they had expended all their provisions, and then put to sea, leaving considerable quantities of muslins, chintzes, and such goods behind, to the half-starved Dutchmen, which enabled them to make good pennyworths to the next that came, to whom they bartered for provisions at the rate of 3 farthings an English yard. They left Delagoa the latter end of December, 1722, but not agreeing where or how to proceed, they concluded to part, so those who were for continuing that sort of life went on board the Portuguese prize, and steered for Madagascar to their friends, with whom I hear they are now settled, and the rest took the Cassandra and sailed for the Spanish West Indies. The Mermaid, man of war, happening then to be down on the main with a convoy about 30 leagues from these pirates, would have gone and attacked them, but on a consultation of the masters, whose safety he was particularly to regard, they agreed their own protection was of more service than destroying the pirate, and so the commander was unwillingly withheld. He despatched a sloop to Jamaica with the news, which brought down the Launceston only a day or two too late, they having just before he came surrendered with all their riches to the governor of Portobello. Here they sat down to spend the fruits of their dishonest industry, dividing the spoil and plunder of nations among themselves, without the least remorse or compunction, satisfying their conscience with this salvo, that other people would have done as much had they the like opportunities. I can't say, but that if they had known what was doing in England at the same time by the South Sea directors and their directors, they would certainly have had this reflection for their consolation, viz., that whatever robberies they had committed, they might be pretty sure they were not the greatest villains then living in the world. It's a difficult matter to make a computation of the mischief that was done by this crew in about 5 years' time, which is much more than the plunder they gained, for they often sunk or burnt the vessel they took, as it suited their humour or circumstances, sometimes to prevent giving intelligence, sometimes because they did not leave men to navigate them, and at other times out of wantonness, or because they were displeased at the master's behaviour. For one of these it was but to give the word, and down went the ships and cargoes to the bottom of the sea. Since their surrender to the Spaniards, I am informed several of them have left the place and dispersed themselves elsewhere. 8 of them were shipped about November last in one of the South Sea Company's Asiento sloops, and passed for shipwrecked men, came to Jamaica, and there sailed in other vessels, and I know one of them that came to England this spring from that island. 'Tis said that Captain Taylor has taken a commission in the Spanish service, and commanded the man of war that lately attacked the English logwood cutters in the Bay of Honduras. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 6 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Suzanne Houghton. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 6 of Captain Charles Vane and his crew. Charles Vane was one of those who stole away the silver which the Spaniards had fished up from the wrecks of the galleons in the Gulf of Florida, and was at Providence, as has been before hinted, when Governor Rogers arrived there with 2 men of war. All the pirates who were found at this colony of rogues submitted and received certificates of their pardon, except Captain Vane and his crew, who, as soon as they saw the men of war enter, slipped their cable, set fire to a prize they had in the harbor, and sailed out with their piratical colors flying, firing at one of the men of war as they went off. 2 days after they went out, they met with a sloop belonging to Barbados, which they made prize of, and kept the vessel for their own use, putting aboard 25 hands, with one Yates to command them. A day or 2 afterwards, they fell in with a small interloping trader with a quantity of Spanish pieces of 8 aboard, bound into Providence, called the John and Elizabeth, which they also took along with them. With these 2 sloops, Vane went to a small island and cleaned, where they shared their booty, and spent some time in a riotous manner of living, as is the custom of pirates. The latter end of May 1718 they sailed, and being in want of provisions, they beat up for the Windward Islands, and met with a Spanish sloop bound from Puerto Rico to the Havana, which they burnt, and stowed the Spaniards in a boat, and left them to get to the island by the light of their vessel. But steering between St. Christopher's and Anguilla, they fell in with a brigantine and a sloop with the cargo they wanted, from whom they got provisions for sea store. Some time after this, standing to the northward in the track the old England ships take in their voyage to the American colonies, they took several ships and vessels, which they plundered of what they thought fit, and let them pass. The latter end of August, Vane, with his consort Yates, came off South Carolina, and took a ship belonging to Ipswich, one Coggershall, commander, laden with logwood, which was thought convenient enough for their own business, and therefore ordered their prisoners to work and throw all the lading overboard. But when they had more than half cleared the ship, the whim changed, and then they would not have her. So Coggershall had his ship again, and he was suffered to pursue his voyage home. In this cruise the rover took several other ships and vessels, particularly a sloop from Barbados, Dill, master, a small ship from Antigua, Cock, master, a sloop belonging to Curaçao, Richards, master, and a large brigantine, Captain Thompson from Guinea, with 90-odd negroes aboard. The pirates plundered them all and let them go, putting the negroes out of the brigantine aboard of Yates' vessel, by which means they came back again to the right owners. For Captain Vane, having always treated his consort with very little respect, assuming a superiority over Yates and his small crew, and regarding the vessel but as a tender to his own, gave them a disgust, who thought themselves as good pirates and as great rogues as the best of them. So they caballed together and resolved to take the first opportunity to leave the company, and accept of his Majesty's pardon, or set up for themselves, either of which they thought more honourable than to be servants to the former. And the putting aboard so many negroes, where they found so few hands to take care of them, still aggravated the matter, though they thought fit to conceal or stifle their resentments at that time. A day or 2 afterwards, the pirates lying off at anchor, Yates in the evening slipped his cable and put his vessel under sail, standing into the shore, which when Vane saw he was highly provoked, and got his sloop under sail to chase his consort, who he plainly perceived had a mind to have no further affairs with him. Vane's brigantine sailing best, he gained ground of Yates, and would certainly have come up with him had he had a little longer run for it. But just as he got over the bar, when Vane came within gunshot of him, he fired a broadside at his old friend, which did him no damage, and so took his leave. Yates came into North Edisto River about 10 leagues southward of Charlestown, and sent an express to the governor to know if he and his comrades might have the benefit of his Majesty's pardon, and they would surrender themselves to his mercy with the sloops and negroes, which being granted, they all came up and received certificates, and Captain Thompson, from whom the negroes were taken, had them restored to him for the use of his owners. Vane cruised some time off the bar in hopes to catch Yates at his coming out again, but therein he was disappointed. However, he, unfortunately for them, took 2 ships from Charlestown, bound home to England. It happened that just at this time 2 sloops, well manned and armed, were equipped to go after a pirate, which the governor of South Carolina was informed lay then in Cape Fear River a-cleaning. But Colonel Rhett, who commanded the sloops, meeting with one of the ships that Vane had plundered going back over the bar for such necessaries as had been taken from her, and she giving the colonel an account of her being taken by the pirate Vane, and also that some of her men, while they were prisoners on board of him, had heard the pirates say they should clean in one of the rivers to the southward, he altered his first design, and instead of standing to the northward in pursuit of the pirate in Cape Fear River, he turns to the southward after Vane, who had ordered such reports to be given out on purpose to send any force that should come after him upon a wrong scent, for in reality he stood away to the northward, so that the pursuit proved to be the contrary way. Colonel Rhett's speaking with this ship was the most unlucky thing that could have happened, because it turned him out of the road which in all probability would have brought him into the company of Vane, as well as of the pirate he went after, and so they might have been both destroyed, whereas by the colonel's going a different way he not only lost the opportunity of meeting with one, but if the other had not been infatuated to lie 6 weeks together at Cape Fear, he would have missed of him likewise. However, the colonel, having searched the rivers and inlets as directed for several days without success, at length failed in prosecution of his first design, and met with the pirate accordingly, whom he fought and took, as has been before spoken of in the history of Major Bonnet. Captain Vane went into an inlet to the northward, where he met with Captain Thatch or Teach, otherwise called Blackbeard, whom he saluted, when he found who he was, with his great guns loaded with shot, as is the custom among pirates when they meet, which are fired wide or up into the air. Blackbeard answered the salute in the same manner, and mutual civilities passed for some days, when about the beginning of October Vane took leave and sailed further to the northward. On the 23rd of October, off of Long Island, he took a small brigantine bound from Jamaica to Salem in New England, John Shattuck, master, and a little sloop. They rifled the brigantine and sent her away. From hence they resolved on a cruise between Cape Mace and Cape Nicholas, where they spent some time without seeing or speaking with any vessel, till the latter end of November. Then they fell upon a ship, which 'twas expected would have struck as soon as their black colours were hoisted. But instead of that, she discharged a broadside upon the pirate, and hoisted colours which showed her to be a French man of war. Vane desired to have nothing further to say to her, but trimmed his sails and stood away from the Frenchman. But Monsieur, having a mind to be better informed who he was, set all his sails and crowded after him. During this chase, the pirates were divided in their resolutions what to do. Vane, the captain, was for making off as fast as he could, alleging the man of war was too strong to cope with. But one John Rackham, who was an officer that had a kind of a check upon the captain, rose up in defence of a contrary opinion, saying that though she had more guns, and a greater weight of metal, they might board her, and then the best boys would carry the day. Rackham was well seconded, and the majority was for boarding, but Vane urged that it was too rash and desperate an enterprise, the man of war appearing to be twice their force, and that their brigantine might be sunk by her before they could reach on board. The mate, one Robert Deal, was of Vane's opinion, as were about 15 more, and all the rest joined with Rackham, the quartermaster. At length, the captain made use of his power to determine this dispute, which in these cases is absolute and uncontrollable, by their own laws, viz., in fighting, chasing, or being chased. In all other matters whatsoever he is governed by a majority. So the brigantine having the heels, as they term it, of the Frenchman, she came clear off. But the next day the captain's behaviour was obliged to stand the test of a vote, and a resolution passed against his honour and dignity, branding him with the name of coward, deposing him from the command, and turning him out of the company with marks of infamy, and with him went all those who did not vote for boarding the French man of war. They had with them a small sloop that had been taken by them some time before, which they gave to Vane and the discarded members, and that they might be in a condition to provide for themselves by their own honest endeavours, they let them have a sufficient quantity of provisions and ammunition along with them. John Rackham was voted captain of the brigantine in Vane's room, and proceeded towards the Caribbee Islands, where we must leave him till we have finished our story of Charles Vane. The sloop sailed for the Bay of Honduras, and Vane and his crew put her into as good a condition as they could by the way to follow the old trade. They cruised 2 or 3 days off the northwest part of Jamaica, and took a sloop and 2 pettiagas, and all the men entered with them. The sloop they kept, and Robert Deal went captain of her. On the 16th of December, the two sloops came into the bay, where they found only one at an anchor called the Pearl of Jamaica, Captain Charles Rolling, master, who got under sail at the sight of them, but the pirate sloops coming near Rolling and showing no colors, he gave them a gun or two, whereupon they hoisted the black flag and fired 3 guns each at the Pearl. She struck, and the pirates took possession and carried her away to a small island called Barnacle, and there they cleaned, meeting in the way with a sloop from Jamaica, Captain Walden commander, going down to the bay, which they also made prize of. In February, Vane sailed from Barnacle in order for a cruise, but some days after he was out, a violent tornado overtook him, which separated him from his consort, and after 2 days' distress, threw his sloop upon a small, uninhabited island near the Bay of Honduras, where she was staved to pieces, and most of her men drowned. Vane himself was saved, but reduced to great straits for want of necessaries, having no opportunity to get anything from the wreck. He lived here some weeks, and was subsisted chiefly by fishermen who frequented the island with small craft from the main to catch turtles, etc. While Vane was upon this island, a ship put in from Jamaica for water, the captain of which, one Holford, an old buccaneer, happened to be Vane's acquaintance. He thought this a good opportunity to get off, and accordingly applied to his old friend, but he absolutely refused him, saying to him, "Charles, I shan't trust you aboard my ship unless I carry you a prisoner. For I shall have you caballing with my men, knock me on the head, and run away with my ship a-pirating." Vane made all the protestations of honour in the world to him, but it seems Captain Holford was too intimately acquainted with him to repose any confidence at all in his words or oaths. He told him he might easily find a way to get off if he had a mind to it. "I am now going down the bay," says he, "and shall return hither in about a month, and if I find you upon the island when I come back, I'll carry you to Jamaica and hang you." "Which way can I get away?" answers Vane. "Are there not fishermen's dories upon the beach? Can't you take one of them?" replies Holford. "What!" says Vane, "would you have me steal a dory then?" "Do you make it a matter of conscience," said Holford, "to steal a dory, when you have been a common robber and pirate, stealing ships and cargoes and plundering all mankind that fell in your way? Stay there and be damned if you are so squeamish," and so left him. After Captain Holford's departure, another ship put into the same island in her way home for water, none of whose company knowing Vane, he easily passed upon them for another man, and so was shipped for the voyage. One would be apt to think that Vane was now pretty safe, and likely to escape the fate which his crimes had merited, but here a cross accident happened that ruined all. Holford, returning from the bay, was met with by this ship, the captains being very well acquainted together. Holford was invited to dine aboard of him, which he did, and as he passed along to the cabin he chanced to cast his eye down the hold, and there saw Charles Vane at work. He immediately spoke to the captain, saying, "Do you know who you've got aboard here?" "Why," says he, "I have shipped a man at such an island who was cast away in a trading sloop. He seems to be a brisk hand." "I tell you," says Captain Holford, "it is Vane, the notorious pirate." "If it be him," replies the other, "I won't keep him." "Why then," says Holford, "I'll send and take him aboard and surrender him at Jamaica." Which being agreed to, Captain Holford, as soon as he returned to his ship, sent his boat with his mate armed, who coming to Vane showed him a pistol and told him he was his prisoner, which none opposing, he was brought aboard and put in irons, and when Captain Holford arrived at Jamaica he delivered his old acquaintance into the hands of justice, at which place he was tried, convicted, and executed, as was some time before Vane's consort, Robert Deal, brought thither by one of the men of war. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of the General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Suzanne Houghton. The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7 of Captain John Rackham and his crew. This John Rackham, as has been mentioned in the last chapter, was quartermaster to Vane's company till they were divided, and Vane turned out for refusing to board and fight the French man-of-war. Then Rackham was voted captain of that division that remained in the brigantine. The 24th of November, 1718, was the first day of his command, and his first cruise was among the Caribbean Islands, where he took and plundered several vessels. We have already taken notice that when Captain Woodes Rogers went to the island of Providence with the king's pardon to such as should surrender, this brigantine, which Rackham now commanded, made its escape through another passage, bidding defiance to mercy. To windward of Jamaica, a Madeira man fell into the pirates' way, which they detained 2 or 3 days till they had made their market out of her, and then gave her back to the master, and permitted one Hosea Tisdall, a tavern-keeper at Jamaica, who had been picked up in one of their prizes, to depart in her, she being then bound for that island. After this cruise they went into a small island and cleaned, and spent their Christmas ashore, drinking and carousing as long as they had any liquor left, and then went to sea again for more, where they succeeded but too well, though they took no extraordinary prize for above 2 months, except a ship laden with thieves from Newgate, bound for the plantations, which in a few days was retaken with all her cargo by an English man-of-war. Rackham stood off toward the island of Bermudas, and took a ship bound to England from Carolina, and a small pink from New England, and brought them to the Bahama Islands, where with the pitch, tar, and stores they cleaned again, and refitted their own vessel. But staying too long in that neighborhood, Captain Rogers, who was governor of Providence, hearing of these ships being taken, sent out a sloop well manned and armed, which retook both the prizes, and in the meanwhile the pirate had the good fortune to escape. From hence they sailed to the back of Cuba, where Rackham kept a little kind of a family, at which place they stayed a considerable time, living ashore with their Delilahs till their money and provision were expended, and then they concluded it time to look out. They repaired to their vessel, and was making ready to put sea, when a Guarda del Costa came in, with a small English sloop, which she had taken as an interloper on the coast. The Spanish guard ship attacked the pirate, but Rackham being close in behind a little island, she could do but little execution where she lay. Therefore the Spaniard warps into the channel that evening in order to make sure of her the next morning. Rackham, finding his case desperate, and hardly any possibility of escaping, resolved to attempt the following enterprise. The Spanish prize lying for better security close into the land, between the little island and the main, Rackham takes his crew into the boat with their pistols and cutlasses, rounds the little island, and falls aboard their prize silently in the dead of the night without being discovered, telling the Spaniards that were aboard of her that if they spoke a word or made the least noise they were dead men, and so became master of her. When this was done, he slipped her cable and drove out to sea. The Spanish man-of-war was so intent upon their expected prize that they minded nothing else, and as soon as day broke, made a furious fire upon the empty sloop. But it was not long before they were rightly apprised of the matter, and cursed themselves for fools to be bid out of a good rich prize, as she proved to be, and to have nothing but an old crazy hull in the room of her. Rackham and his crew had no occasion to be displeased at the exchange, that enabled them to continue some time longer in a way of life that suited their depraved tempers. In August 1720 we find him at sea again, scouring the harbors and inlets of the north and west parts of Jamaica, where he took several small craft, which proved no great booty to the rovers, but they had but few men, and therefore they were obliged to run at low game till they could increase their company. In the beginning of September they took 7 or 8 fishing boats in Harbour Island, stole their nets and other tackle, and then went off the French part of Hispaniola, and landed and took cattle away with 2 or 3 Frenchmen they found near the waterside, hunting of wild hogs in the evening. The Frenchmen came on board, whether by consent or compulsion I can't say. They afterwards plundered 2 sloops, and returned to Jamaica, on the north coast of which island, near Porto Maria Bay, they took a schooner, Thomas Spenlow, master. It was then the 19th of October. The next day, Rackham, seeing a sloop in Dry Harbor Bay, he stood in and fired a gun. The men all ran ashore, and he took the sloop and lading, but when those ashore found them to be pirates, they hailed the sloop, and let them know they were all willing to come aboard of them. Rackham's coasting the island in this manner proved fatal to him, for intelligence came to the governor of his expedition, by a canoa which he had surprised ashore in Ocho Bay, upon which a sloop was immediately fitted out, and sent round the island in quest of him, commanded by Captain Barnett, with a good number of hands. Rackham, rounding the island and drawing near the westernmost point, called Point Negro, saw a small petty-auger, which at sight of the sloop run ashore and landed her men. When one of them hailed her, answer was made they were Englishmen, and desired the petty-auger's men to come on board and drink a bowl of punch, which they were prevailed upon to do. Accordingly, the company came all aboard of the pirate, consisting of 9 persons, in an ill hour. They were armed with muskets and cutlasses, but what was their real design by so doing I shall not take upon me to say. But they had no sooner laid down their arms and taken up their pipes, but Barnett's sloop, which was in pursuit of Rackham's, came in sight. The pirates, finding she stood directly towards her, feared the event, and weighed their anchor, which they but lately let go, and stood off. Captain Barnett gave them chase, and having the advantage of little breezes of wind, which blew off the land, came up with her, and after a very small dispute, took her, and brought her into Port Royal in Jamaica. In about a fortnight after the prisoners were brought ashore, viz. November 16th, 1720, a court of admiralty was held at Santiago de la Vega, before which the following persons were convicted, and sentence of death passed upon them by the President, Sir Nicholas Laws, viz. John Rackham, Captain; George Featherston, Master; Richard Corner, Quartermaster; John Davis, John Howell, Patrick Carty, Thomas Earl, James Dobbin, and Noah Harwood. The 5 first were executed the next day at Gallows Point, at the town of Port Royal, and the rest the day after at Kingston. Rackham, Featherston, and Corner were afterwards taken down and hanged up in chains, one at Plum Point, one at Bush Key, and the other at Gun Key. But what was very surprising was the conviction of the 9 men that came aboard the sloop the same day she was taken. They were tried at an adjournment of the court on the 24th of January, waiting all that time, it is supposed, for evidence to prove the piratical intention of going aboard the said sloop. For it seems there was no act of piracy committed by them, after their coming on board, as appeared by the witnesses against them, who were 2 Frenchmen taken by Rackham off from the island of Hispaniola, and deposed in the following manner: that the prisoners at the bar, viz. John Eaton, Edward Warner, Thomas Baker, Thomas Quick, John Cole, Benjamin Palmer, Walter Rouse, John Hanson, and John Howard, came aboard the pirate sloop at Negro Point, Rackham sending his canoe ashore for that purpose; that they brought guns and cutlasses on board with them; that when Captain Barnett chased them, some were drinking and others walking the deck; that there was a great gun and a small arm fired by the pirate sloop at Captain Barnett's sloop when he chased her; and that when Captain Barnett's sloop fired at Rackham's sloop, the prisoners at the bar went down under deck; that during the time Captain Barnett chased them, some of the prisoners at the bar, but which of them he could not tell, helped to row the sloop in order to escape from Barnett; that they all seemed to be consorted together. This was the substance of all that was evidenced against them. The prisoners answered in their defense that they had no witnesses, that they had bought a petty-auger in order to go a-turtling, and being at Negro Point and just got ashore, they saw a sloop with a white pennant coming towards them, upon which they took their arms and hid themselves in the bushes; that one of them hailed the sloop, who answered they were Englishmen, and desired them to come on board and drink a bowl of punch, which they at first refused, but afterwards with much persuasion they went on board, in the sloop's canoe, and left their own petty-auger at anchor; that they had been but a short time on board when Captain Barnett's sloop heaved in sight; that Rackham ordered them to help to weigh the sloop's anchor immediately, which they all refused; that Rackham used violent means to oblige them, and that when Captain Barnett came up with them they all readily and willingly submitted. When the prisoners were taken from the bar, and the persons present being withdrawn, the court considered the prisoners' cases, and the majority of the commissioners being of opinion that they were all guilty of the piracy and felony they were charged with, which was the going over with a piratical and felonious intent to John Rackham, etc., then notorious pirates, and by them known to be so, they all received sentence of death, which everybody must allow proved somewhat unlucky to the poor fellows. On the 17th of February, John Eaton, Thomas Quick, and Thomas Baker were executed at Gallows Point, at Port Royal, and the next day John Cole, John Howard, and Benjamin Palmer were executed at Kingston. Whether the other 3 were executed afterwards or not, I never heard. 2 other pirates were tried that belonged to Rackham's crew, and being convicted were brought up and asked if either of them had anything to say why sentence of death should not pass upon them, in like manner as had been done to all the rest. And both of them pleaded their bellies, being quick with child, and prayed that execution might be stayed, whereupon the court passed sentence as in cases of piracy, but ordered them back till a proper jury should be appointed to inquire into the matter. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Suzanne Houghton. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1 by Charles Johnson. Chapter 7, Part 2. The Life of Mary Read. Now we are to begin a history full of surprising turns and adventures. I mean that of Mary Read and Anne Bonny, alias Bon, which were the true names of these 2 pirates. The odd incidents of their rambling lives are such that some may be tempted to think the whole story no better than a novel or romance. But since it is supported by many thousand witnesses, I mean the people of Jamaica, who were present at their trials and heard the story of their lives upon the first discovery of their sex, the truth of it can be no more contested than that there were such men in the world as Roberts and Blackbeard who were pirates. Mary Read was born in England. Her mother was married young to a man who used the sea, who, going a voyage soon after their marriage, left her with child, which child proved to be a boy. As to the husband, whether he was cast away or died in the voyage, Mary Read could not tell, but, however, he never returned more. Nevertheless, the mother, who was young and airy, met with an accident, which has often happened to women who are young and do not take a great deal of care, which was she soon proved with child again, without a husband to father it. But how or by whom, none but herself could tell, for she carried a pretty good reputation among her neighbors. Finding her burthen grow, in order to conceal her shame, she takes a formal leave of her husband's relations, giving out that she went to live with some friends of her own in the country. Accordingly, she went away and carried with her her young son, at this time not a year old. Soon after her departure, her son died, but Providence in return was pleased to give her a girl in his room, of which she was safely delivered in her retreat, and this was our Mary Read. Here the mother lived 3 or 4 years, till what money she had was almost gone. Then she thought of returning to London, and considering that her husband's mother was in some circumstances, she did not doubt but to prevail upon her to provide for the child, if she could but pass it upon her for the same. But the changing a girl into a boy seemed a difficult piece of work, and how to deceive an experienced old woman in such a point was altogether as impossible. However, she ventured to dress it up as a boy, brought it to town, and presented it to her mother-in-law as her husband's son. The old woman would have taken it to have bred it up, but the mother pretended it would break her heart to part with it. So it was agreed betwixt them that the child should live with the mother, and the supposed grandmother should allow a crown a week for its maintenance. Thus the mother gained her point. She bred up her daughter as a boy, and when she grew up to some sense, she thought proper to let her into the secret of her birth, to induce her to conceal her sex. It happened that the grandmother died, by which means the subsistence that came from that quarter ceased, and they were more and more reduced in their circumstances. Wherefore she was obliged to put her daughter out to wait on a French lady as a footboy, being now 13 years of age. Here she did not live long, for growing bold and strong, and having also a roving mind, she entered herself on board a man of war, where she served some time, then quitted it, went over into Flanders, and carried arms in a regiment of foot, as a cadet, and though upon all actions she behaved herself with a great deal of bravery, yet she could not get a commission, they being generally bought and sold. Therefore she quitted the service, and took on a regiment of horse. She behaved so well in several engagements that she got the esteem of all her officers. But her comrade, who was a Fleming, happening to be a handsome young fellow, she falls in love with him, and from that time grew a little more negligent in her duty, so that it seems Mars and Venus could not be served at the same time. Her arms and accoutrements, which were always kept in the best order, were quite neglected. 'Tis true, when her comrade was ordered out upon a party, she used to go without being commanded, and frequently run herself into danger where she had no business, only to be near him. The rest of the troopers, little suspecting the secret cause which moved her to this behavior, fancied her to be mad, and her comrade himself could not account for this strange alteration in her. But love is ingenious, and as they lay in the same tent, and were constantly together, she found a way of letting him discover her sex, without appearing that it was done with design. He was much surprised at what he found out, and not a little pleased, taking it for granted that he should have a mistress solely to himself, which is an unusual thing in a camp, since there's scarce one of those campaign ladies that is ever true to a troop or company, so that he thought of nothing but gratifying his passions with very little ceremony. But he found himself strangely mistaken, for she proved very reserved and modest, and resisted all his temptations, and at the same time was so obliging and insinuating in her carriage that she quite changed his purpose. So far from thinking of making her his mistress, he now courted her for a wife. This was the utmost wish of her heart. In short, they exchanged promises, and when the campaign was over, and the regiment marched into winter quarters, they bought woman's apparel for her with such money as they could make up betwixt them, and were publicly married. The story of two troopers marrying each other made a great noise, so that several officers were drawn by curiosity to assist at the ceremony, and they agreed among themselves that every one of them should make a small present to the bride towards housekeeping, in consideration of her having been their fellow soldier. Thus being set up, they seemed to have a desire of quitting the service, and settling in the world. The adventure of their love and marriage had gained them so much favor that they easily obtained their discharge, and they immediately set up an eating-house, or ordinary, which was the sign of the Three Horseshoes, near the castle of Breda, where they soon run into a good trade, a great many officers eating with them constantly. But this happiness lasted not long, for the husband soon died, and the Peace of Reswick being concluded, there was no resort of officers to Breda, as usual, so that the widow, having little or no trade, was forced to give up housekeeping, and her substance being by degrees quite spent, she again assumes her man's apparel, and going into Holland, there takes on in a regiment of foot, quartered in one of the frontier towns. Here she did not remain long. There was no likelihood of preferment in time of peace. Therefore she took a resolution of seeking her fortune another way, and withdrawing from the regiment, ships herself on board of a vessel bound for the West Indies. It happened this ship was taken by English pirates, and Mary Read was the only English person on board. They kept her amongst them, and having plundered the ship, let it go again. After following this trade for some time, the king's proclamation came out, and was published in all parts of the West Indies, for pardoning such pirates who should voluntarily surrender themselves by a certain day therein mentioned. The crew of Mary Read took the benefit of this proclamation, and having surrendered, lived quietly on shore. But money beginning to grow short, and hearing that Captain Woodes Rogers, governor of the island of Providence, was fitting out some privateers to cruise against the Spaniards, she with several others embarked for that island in order to go upon the privateering account, being resolved to make her fortune one way or other. These privateers were no sooner sailed out, but the crews of some of them who had been pardoned rose against their commanders and turned themselves to their old trade. In this number was Mary Read. It is true she often declared that the life of a pirate was what she always abhorred, and went into it only upon compulsion, both this time and before, intending to quit it whenever a fair opportunity should offer itself. Yet some of the evidence against her, upon her trial, who were forced men and had sailed with her, deposed upon oath that in times of action no person amongst them were more resolute, or ready to board or undertake anything that was hazardous, as she and Anne Bonny, and particularly at the time they were attacked and taken, when they came to close quarters, none kept the deck except Mary Read and Anne Bonny, and one more, upon which she, Mary Read, called to those under deck to come up and fight like men, and finding they did not stir, fired her arms down the hold amongst them, killing one and wounding others. This was part of the evidence against her, which she denied. Which, whether true or no, thus much is certain, that she did not want bravery, nor indeed was she less remarkable for her modesty, according to her notions of virtue. Her sex was not so much as suspected by any person on board, till Anne Bonny, who was not altogether so reserved in point of chastity, took a particular liking to her. In short, Anne Bonny took her for a handsome young fellow, and for some reasons best known to herself, first discovered her sex to Mary Read. Mary Read, knowing what she would be at, and being very sensible of her own incapacity that way, was forced to come to a right understanding with her. And so, to the great disappointment of Anne Bonny, she let her know she was a woman also. But this intimacy so disturbed Captain Rackham, who was the lover and gallant of Anne Bonny, that he grew furiously jealous, so that he told Anne Bonny he would cut her new lover's throat. Therefore, to quiet him, she let him into the secret also. Captain Rackham, as he was enjoined, kept the thing a secret from all the ship's company, yet notwithstanding all her cunning and reserve, love found her out in this disguise, and hindered her from forgetting her sex. In their cruise they took a great number of ships belonging to Jamaica, and other parts of the West Indies, bound to and from England. And whenever they met any good artist or other person that might be of any great use to their company, if he was not willing to enter, it was their custom to keep him by force. Among these was a young fellow of a most engaging behavior, or at least he was so in the eyes of Mary Read, who became so smitten with his person and address that she could neither rest night or day. But, as there is nothing more ingenious than love, it was no hard matter for her, who had before been practised in these wiles, to find a way to let him discover her sex. She first insinuated herself into his liking by talking against the life of a pirate, which he was altogether averse to. So they became messmates and strict companions. When she found he had a friendship for her, as a man, she suffered the discovery to be made by carelessly showing her breasts, which were very white. The young fellow, who was made of flesh and blood, had his curiosity and desire so raised by this sight, that he never ceased importuning her till she confessed what she was. Now begins the scene of love. As he had a liking and esteem for her under her supposed character, it was now turned into fondness and desire. Her passion was no less violent than his, and perhaps she expressed it by one of the most generous actions that ever love inspired. It happened this young fellow had a quarrel with one of the pirates, and their ship then lying at an anchor near one of the islands, they had appointed to go ashore and fight, according to the custom of the pirates. Mary Read was to the last degree uneasy and anxious for the fate of her lover. She would not have had him refuse the challenge, because she could not bear the thoughts of his being branded with cowardice. On the other side, she dreaded the event, and apprehended the fellow might be too hard for him. When love once enters into the breast of one who has any sparks of generosity, it stirs the heart up to the most noble actions. In this dilemma she showed that she feared more for his life than she did for her own. For she took a resolution of quarrelling with this fellow herself, and having challenged him ashore, she appointed the time 2 hours sooner than that when he was to meet her lover, where she fought him at sword and pistol, and killed him upon the spot. It is true she had fought before, when she had been insulted by some of those fellows, but now it was altogether in her lover's cause. She stood, as it were, betwixt him and death, as if she could not live without him. If he had no regard for her before, this action would have bound him to her forever. But there was no occasion for ties or obligations. His inclination towards her was sufficient. In fine, they applied their troth to each other, which Mary Read said she looked upon to be as good a marriage in conscience as if it had been done by a minister in church, and to this was owing her great belly, which she pleaded to save her life. She declared she had never committed adultery or fornication with any man. She commended the justice of the court before which she was tried for distinguishing the nature of their crimes. Her husband, as she called him, with several others, being acquitted, and being asked who he was, she would not tell, but said he was an honest man and had no inclination to such practices, and that they had both resolved to leave the pirates the first opportunity, and apply themselves to some honest livelihood. It is no doubt but many had compassion for her. Yet the court could not avoid finding her guilty, for, among other things, one of the evidences against her deposed that being taken by Rackham and detained some time on board, he fell accidentally into discourse with Mary Read, whom he, taking for a young man, asked her what pleasure she could have in being concerned in such enterprises where her life was continually in danger by fire or sword, and not only so, but she must be sure of dying an ignominious death if she should be taken alive. She answered that as to hanging she thought it no great hardship, for were it not for that, every cowardly fellow would turn pirate, and so infest the seas that men of courage must starve. That if it was put to the choice of the pirates, they would not have the punishment less than death, the fear of which kept some dastardly rogues honest. That many of those who are now cheating the widows and orphans, and oppressing their poor neighbors, who have no money to obtain justice, would then rob at sea, and the ocean would be crowded with rogues like the land, and no merchant would venture out, so that the trade in a little time would not be worth following. Being found quick with child, as has been observed, her execution was respited, and it is possible she would have found favor. But she was seized with a violent fever soon after her trial, of which she died in prison. End of Chapter 7, Part 2.
Chapter 7, Part 3 of the General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miriam Esther Goldman. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 7, Part 3. The Life of Anne Bonny. As we have been more particular in the lives of these two women than those of other pirates, it is incumbent on us as a faithful historian to begin with their birth. Anne Bonny was born at a town near Cork, in the kingdom of Ireland, her father being an attorney at law. But Anne was not one of his legitimate issue, which seems to cross an old proverb, which says that bastards have the best luck. Her father was a married man, and his wife, having been brought to bed, contracted an illness in her lying in, and in order to recover her health, she was advised to remove for change of air. The place she chose was a few miles distant from her dwelling, where her husband's mother lived. Here she sojourned some time, her husband staying at home to follow his affairs. The servant maid whom she left to look after the house and attend the family, being a handsome young woman, was courted by a young man of the same town, who was a tanner. This tanner used to take his opportunities, when the family was out of the way, of coming to pursue his courtship, and being with the maid one day as she was employed in the household business, not having the fear of God before his eyes, he takes his opportunity, when her back was turned, of whipping 3 silver spoons into his pocket. The maid soon missed the spoons, and knowing that nobody had been in the room but herself and the young man since she saw them last, she charged him with taking them. He very stiffly denied it, upon which she grew outrageous, and threatened to go to a constable in order to carry him before a justice of peace. These menaces frightened him out of his wits, well knowing that he could not stand search, wherefore he endeavoured to pacify her by desiring to examine the drawers and other places, and perhaps she might find them. In this time he slips into another room where the maid usually lay, and puts the spoons betwixt the sheets, and then makes his escape by a back door, concluding she must find them when she went to bed, and so next day he might pretend he did it only to frighten her, and the thing might be laughed off for a jest. As soon as she'd missed him, she gave over her search, concluding he had carried them off, and went directly to the constable in order to have him apprehended. The young man was informed that a constable had been in search of him, but he regarded it little, not doubting but all would be well next day. 3 or 4 days passed, and still he was told the constable was upon the hunt for him. This made him lie concealed. He could not comprehend the meaning of it. He imagined no less than that the maid had a mind to convert the spoons to her own use, and put the robbery upon him. It happened at this time that the mistress, being perfectly recovered of her late indisposition, was returned home, in company with her mother-in-law. The first news she heard was of the loss of the spoons, with the manner how, the maid telling her at the same time that the young man was run away. The young fellow had intelligence of the mistress's arrival, and considering with himself that he could never appear again in his business unless this matter was got over, and she being a good-natured woman, he took a resolution of going directly to her, and of telling her the whole story, only with this difference, that he did it for a jest. The mistress could scarce believe it. However, she went directly to the maid's room, and turning down the bedclothes, there, to her great surprise, found the 3 spoons. Upon this she desired the young man to go home and mind his business, for he should have no trouble about it. The mistress could not imagine the meaning of this. She never had found the maid guilty of any pilfering, and therefore it could not enter her head that she designed to steal the spoons herself. Upon the whole, she concluded the maid had not been in her bed from the time the spoons were missed. She grew immediately jealous upon it, and suspected that the maid supplied her place with her husband during her absence, and this was the reason why the spoons were no sooner found. She called to mind several actions of kindness her husband had showed the maid, things that passed unheeded by when they happened, but now she had got that tormentor, jealousy, in her head, amounted to proofs of their intimacy. Another circumstance which strengthened the whole was that though her husband knew she was to come home that day, and had had no communication with her in 4 months, which was before her last lying in, yet he took an opportunity of going out of town that morning, upon some slight pretence. All these things put together confirmed her in her jealousy. As women seldom forgive injuries of this kind, she thought of discharging her revenge upon the maid. In order to this she leaves the spoons where she found them, and orders the maid to put clean sheets upon the bed, telling her she intended to lie there herself that night, because her mother-in-law was to lie in her bed, and that she, the maid, must lie in another part of the house. The maid, in making the bed, was surprised with the sight of the spoons, but there were very good reasons why it was not proper for her to tell where she found them, and therefore she takes them up, puts them in her trunk, intending to leave them in some place where they might be found by chance. The mistress, that everything might look to be done without design, lies that night in the maid's bed, little dreaming of what an adventure it would produce. After she had been abed some time, thinking on what had passed, for jealousy kept her awake, she heard somebody enter the room. At first she apprehended it to be thieves, and was so frightened she had not courage enough to call out, but when she heard these words, "Mary, are you awake?" she knew it to be her husband's voice. Then her fright was over, yet she made no answer lest he should find her out, if she spoke. Therefore she resolved to counterfeit sleep, and take what followed. The husband came to bed, and that night played the vigorous lover. But one thing spoiled the diversion on the wife's side, which was the reflection that it was not designed for her. However, she was very passive, and bore it like a Christian. Early before day she stole out of bed, leaving him asleep, and went to her mother-in-law, telling her what had passed, not forgetting how he had used her as taking her for the maid. The husband also stole out, not thinking it convenient to be catched in that room. In the meantime the revenge of the mistress was strongly against the maid, and without considering that to her she owed the diversion of the night before, and that one good turn should deserve another, she sent for a constable, and charged her with stealing the spoons. The maid's trunk was broke open, and the spoons found, upon which she was carried before a justice of peace, and by him committed to jail. The husband loitered about till 12 o'clock at noon, then comes home, pretended he was just come to town. As soon as he heard what had passed in relation to the maid, he fell into a great passion with his wife. This set the thing into a greater flame. The mother takes the wife's part against her own son, insomuch that the quarrel increasing, the mother and wife took horse immediately, and went back to the mother's house, and the husband and wife never bedded together after. The husband loitered about till 12 o'clock at noon, then comes home, pretended he was just come to town. As soon as he heard what had passed in relation to the maid, he fell into a great passion with his wife. This set the thing into a greater flame, the mother taking the wife's part against her own son, insomuch that the quarrel increasing, the mother and wife took horse immediately, and went back to the mother's house, and the husband and wife never bedded together after. The maid lay a long time in the prison, it being near half a year to the assizes, but before it happened it was discovered she was with child. When she was arraigned at the bar, she was discharged for want of evidence. The wife's conscience touched her, and as she did not believe the maid guilty of any theft except that of love, she did not appear against her. Soon after her acquittal she was delivered of a girl. But what alarmed the husband most was that it was discovered that the wife was with child also, he taking it for granted he had had no intimacy with her since her last lying in, grew jealous of her in his turn, and made this a handle to justify himself for his usage of her, pretending now he had suspected her long, but that here was proof. She was delivered of twins, a boy and a girl. The mother fell ill, sent to her son to reconcile him to his wife, but he would not hearken to it. Therefore she made a will, leaving all she had in the hands of certain trustees, for the use of the wife and 2 children lately born, and died a few days after. This was an ugly turn upon him, his greatest dependence being upon his mother. However, his wife was kinder to him than he deserved, for she made him a yearly allowance out of what was left, though they continued to live separate. It lasted near 5 years. At this time, having a great affection for the girl he had by his maid, he had a mind to take it home to live with him, but as all the town knew it to be a girl, the better to disguise the manner from them as well as from his wife, he had it put into breeches as a boy. Pretending it was a relation's child, he was to breed up to be his clerk. The wife heard he had a little boy at home he was very fond of, but as she did not know any relation of his that had such a child, she employed a friend to inquire further into it. This person, by talking with the child, found it to be a girl, discovered that the servant maid was its mother, and that the husband still kept up his correspondence with her. Upon this intelligence, the wife, being unwilling that her children's money should go towards the maintenance of bastards, stopped the allowance. The husband, enraged, in a kind of revenge, takes the maid home and lives with her publicly, to the great scandal of his neighbours, but he soon found the bad effect of it, for by degrees lost his practice, so that he plainly saw he could not live there. Therefore he thought of removing, and turning what effects he had into ready money, he goes to court, and there with his maid and daughter embarks for Carolina. At first he followed the practice of the law in that province, but afterwards fell into merchandise, which proved more successful to him, for he gained by it sufficient to purchase a considerable plantation. His maid, who passed for his wife, happened to die, after which his daughter, Ariane Bonny, now grown up, kept his house. She was of a fierce and courageous temper, wherefore, when she lay under condemnation, several stories were reported of her, much to her disadvantage, as that she had killed an English servant maid once in her passion with a cate's knife, while she looked after her father's house, but upon further enquiry I found this story to be groundless. It was certain she was so robust that once, when a young fellow would have lain with her against her will, she beat him so that he lay ill of it a considerable time. While she lived with her father, she was looked upon as one that would be a good fortune, wherefore it was thought that her father expected a good match for her, but she spoilt it all, for without his consent she marries a young fellow who belonged to the sea, and was not worth a groat, which provoked her father to such a degree that he turned her out of doors, upon which the young fellow who married her, finding himself disappointed in his expectation, shipped himself and his wife for the island of Providence, expecting employment there. Here she became acquainted with Rackham the pirate, who, making courtship to her, soon found means of withdrawing her affections from her husband, so that she consented to elope with him, and go to sea with Rackham in men's clothes. She was as good as her word, and after she had been at sea some time, she proved with child, and, beginning to grow big, Rackham landed her on the island of Cuba, and recommending her there to some friends of his, they took care of her till she was brought to bed. When she was up and well again, he sent for her to bear him company. The king's proclamation being out for pardoning of pirates, he took the benefit of it, and surrendered. Afterwards, being sent upon the privateering account, he returned to his old trade, as has already been hinted in the story of Mary Read. In all these expeditions Anne Bonny bore him company, and when any business was to be done in their way, nobody was more forward or courageous than she, and particularly when they were taken, she and Mary Read, with one more, were all the persons that durst keep the deck, as has before been hinted. Her father was known to a great many gentlemen, painters of Jamaica, who had dealt with him, and among whom he had a good reputation, and some of them who had been in Carolina remembered to have seen her in his house, wherefore they were inclined to show her favour. But the action of leaving her husband was an ugly circumstance against her. The day that Rackham was executed, by special favour he was admitted to see her, but all the comfort she gave him was that she was sorry to see him there, but if he had fought like a man he need not have been hanged like a dog. She was continued in prison to the time of her lying in, and afterwards reprieved from time to time. But what has become of her since we cannot tell. Only this we know, that she was not executed. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Recording by Miriam Esther Goldman.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 8, of Captain Howell Davis and his Crew, Part 1. Captain Howell Davis was born at Milford, in Monmouthshire, and was from a boy brought up to the sea. The last voyage he made from England was in the Cadogan snow of Bristol, Captain Skinner, commander, bound for the coast of Guinea, of which snow Davis was chief mate. They were no sooner arrived at Sierra Leone, on the aforesaid coast, but they were taken by the pirate England, who plundered them, and Skinner was barbarously murdered, as has been related before in the story of Captain England. After the death of Captain Skinner, Davis pretended that he was mightily solicited by England to engage with him, but that he resolutely answered he would sooner be shot to death than sign the pirates' articles. Upon which England, pleased with his bravery, sent him and the rest of the men again on board the Snow, appointing him captain of her, in the room of Skinner, commanding him to pursue his voyage. He also gave him a written paper sealed up, with orders to open it when he should come into a certain latitude, and at the peril of his life follow the orders therein set down. This was an air of grandeur like what princes practise to their admirals and generals. It was punctually complied with by Davis, who read it to the ship's company. It contained no less than a generous deed of gift of the ship and cargo to Davis and the crew, ordering him to go to the Brazil and dispose of the lading to the best advantage, and to make a fair and equal dividend with the rest. Davis proposed to the crew whether they were willing to follow their directions, but to his great surprise found the majority of them altogether averse to it, wherefore in a rage he bade them be damned and go where they would. They knew that part of their cargo was consigned to certain merchants at Barbados, wherefore they steered for that island. When they arrived, they related to these merchants the unfortunate death of Skinner and the proposal which had been made to them by Davis, upon which Davis was seized and committed to prison, where he was kept 3 months. However, as he had been in no act of piracy, he was discharged without being brought to any trial, yet he could not expect any employment there, wherefore knowing that the island of Providence was a kind of rendezvous of pirates, he was resolved to make one amongst them, if possible, and to that purpose found means of shipping himself for that island. But he was again disappointed, for when he arrived there the pirates had newly surrendered to Captain Woodes Rogers and accepted of the Act of Grace which he had just brought from England. However, Davis was not long out of business, for Captain Rogers having fitted out 2 sloops for trade, one called the Buck, the other the Munville Trader, Davis found an employment on board of one of them. The lading of these sloops was of considerable value, consisting of European goods, in order to be exchanged with the French and Spaniards, and many of the hands on board of them were the pirates lately come in upon the late Act of Grace. The first place they touched at was the island of Martinico, belonging to the French, where Davis, having conspired with some others, rise in the night, secured the master, and seized the sloop. As soon as this was done, they called to the other sloop, which lay a little way from them, among whom they knew there were a great many hands ripe for rebellion, and ordered them to come on board of them. They did so, and the greatest part of them agreed to join with Davis. Those who were otherwise inclined were sent back on board the Munville sloop, to go where they pleased, Davis having first taken out of her everything which he thought might be of use. After this a council of war was called over a large bowl of punch, at which it was proposed to choose a commander. The election was soon over, for it fell upon Davis by a great majority of legal pollers. There was no scrutiny demanded, for all acquiesced in the choice. As soon as he was possessed of his command, he drew up articles, which were signed and sworn to by himself and the rest. Then he made a short speech, the sum of which was a declaration of war against the whole world. After this they consulted about a proper place where they might clean their sloop, a light pair of heels being of great use either to take or escape being taken. For this purpose they made choice of Coxon's Hole, at the east end of the island of Cuba, a place where they might secure themselves from surprise, the entrance being so narrow that one ship might keep out 100. Here they cleaned with much difficulty, for they had no carpenter in their company, a person of great use upon such exigencies. From hence they put to sea, making to the north side of the island of Hispaniola. The first sail which fell in their way was a French ship of 12 guns. It must be observed that Davis had but 35 hands, yet provisions began to grow short with him, wherefore he attacked this ship. She soon struck, and he sent 12 of his hands on board of her in order to plunder. This was no sooner done but a sail was spied a great way to windward of them. They inquired of the Frenchman what she might be. He answered that he had spoke with his ship the day before of 24 guns and 60 men, and he took this to be the same. Davis then proposed to his men to attack her, telling them she would be a rare ship for their use, but they looked upon it to be an extravagant attempt, and discovered no fondness for it. But he assured them he had a stratagem in his head would make all safe, wherefore he gave chase, and ordered his prize to do the same. The prize being a slow sailer, Davis first came up with the enemy, and standing alongside of them, showed his piratical colours. They, much surprised, called to Davis, telling him they wondered at his impudence in venturing to come so near them, and ordered him to strike. But he answered that he intended to keep them in play, till his consort came up, who was able to deal with them, and that if they did not strike to him, they should have but bad quarters. Whereupon he gave them a broadside, which they returned. In the meantime the prize drew near, who obliged all the prisoners to come upon deck in white shirts to make a show of force, as they had been directed by Davis. They also hoisted a dirty tarpaulin by way of black flag, they having no other, and fired a gun. The Frenchmen were so intimidated by this appearance of force that they struck. Davis called out to the captain to come on board of him, with 20 of his hands. He did so, and they were all for the greater security clapped into irons, the captain excepted. Then he sent 4 of his own men on board the first prize, and in order still to carry on the cheat, spoke aloud that they should give his service to the captain, and desire him to send some hands on board the prize to see what they had got, but at the same time gave them a written paper with instructions what to do. Here he ordered them to nail up the guns in the little prize, to take out all the small arms and powder, and to go every man of them on board the second prize. When this was done, he ordered that more of the prisoners should be removed out of the great prize into the little one, by which he secured himself from any attempt which might be feared from their numbers. For those on board of him were fast in irons, and those in the little prize had neither arms nor ammunition. Thus the 3 ships kept company for 2 days, when finding the great prize to be a very dull sailer, he thought she would not be fit for his purpose, wherefore he resolved to restore her to the captain with all his hands. But first he took care to take out all her ammunition, and everything else which he might possibly want. The French captain was in such a rage at being so outwitted, that when he got on board his own ship he was going to throw himself overboard, but was prevented by his men. Having let go both his prizes, he steered northward, in which course he took a small Spanish sloop. After this he made towards the western islands, but met with no booty thereabouts. Then he steered for the Cape de Verde Islands. They cast anchor at St. Nicholas, hoisting English colours. The Portuguese inhabiting there took him for an English privateer, and Davis going ashore, they both treated him very civilly, and also traded with him. Here he remained 5 weeks, in which time he and half his crew for their pleasure took a journey to the chief town of the island, which was 19 miles up the country. Davis, making a good appearance, was caressed by the governor and the inhabitants, and no diversion was wanting which the Portuguese could show or money could purchase. After about a week's stay he came back to the ship, and the rest of the crew went to take their pleasure up to the town in their turn. At their return they cleaned their ship, and put to sea, but not with their whole company, for 5 of them, like Hannibal's men, were so charmed with the luxuries of the place and the free conversation of some women, that they stayed behind, and one of them, whose name was Charles Franklin, a Monmouthshire man, married and settled himself, and lives there to this day. From hence they sailed to Bonavista, and looked into that harbour, but finding nothing they steered for the Isle of May. When they arrived here they met with a great many ships and vessels in the road, all which they plundered, taking out of them whatever they wanted, and also strengthened themselves with a great many fresh hands, who most of them entered voluntarily. One of the ships they took to their own use, mounted her with 26 guns, and called her the King James. There being no fresh water hereabouts, they made towards St. Jago, belonging to the Portuguese, in order to lay in a store. Davis with few hands going ashore to find the most commodious place to water at. The governor, with some attendants, came himself and examined who they were, and whence they came. And not liking Davis' account of himself, the governor was so plain to tell them he suspected them to be pirates. Davis seemed mightily affronted, standing much upon his honour, replying to the governor, he scorned his words. However, as soon as his back was turned, for fear of accidents, he got on board again as fast as he could. Davis related what had happened, and his men seemed to resent the affront which had been offered him. Davis upon this told them he was confident he could surprise the fort in the night. They agreed with him to attempt it, and accordingly when it grew late they went ashore well armed, and the guard which was kept was so negligent that they got within the fort before any alarm was given. When it was too late there was some little resistance made, and 3 men killed on Davis' side. Those in the fort, in their hurry, run into the governor's house to save themselves, which they barricaded so strongly that Davis' party could not enter it. However, they threw in grenado shells, which not only ruined all the furniture, but killed several men within. When it was day the whole country was alarmed and became to attack the pirates, wherefore it not being their business to stand a siege, they made the best of their way on board their ship again, after having dismounted the guns of the fort. By this enterprise they did a great deal of mischief to the Portuguese, and but very little good to themselves. Having put to sea, they mustered their hands, and found themselves near 70 strong. Then it was proposed what course they should steer, and differing in their opinions, they divided, and by a majority it was carried for Gambia on the coast of Guinea. Of this opinion was Davis. He, having been employed in that trade, was acquainted with the coast. He told them that there was a great deal of money always kept in Gambia Castle, and that it would be worth their while to make an attempt upon it. They asked him how it was possible, since it was garrisoned. He desired they would leave the management of it to him, and he would undertake to make them masters of it. They began now to conceive so high an opinion of his conduct, as well as courage, that they thought nothing impossible to him. Therefore they agreed to obey him, without inquiring further into his design. Having come within sight of the place, he ordered all his men under deck, except as many as were absolutely necessary for working the ship, that those from the fort seeing a ship with so few hands might have no suspicion of her being any other than a trading vessel. Then he ran close under the fort, and there cast anchor, and having ordered out the boat, he commanded 6 men in her, in old ordinary jackets, while he himself, with the master and doctor, dressed themselves like gentlemen, his design being that the men should look like common sailors, and they like merchants. In rowing ashore he gave his men instructions what to say in case any questions should be asked them. Being come to the landing place, he was received by a file of musketeers, and conducted into the fort, where the governor, accosting them civilly, asked them who they were, and whence they came. They answered they were of Liverpool, bound for the river of Senegal, to trade for guns and elephants' teeth, but that they were chased on that coast by 2 Frenchmen of war, and narrowly escaped being taken, having a little the heels of them. But now they were resolved to make the best of a bad market, and would trade here for slaves. Then the governor asked them what was the chief of their cargo. They answered iron and plate, which were good things there. The governor told them he would slave them to the full value of their cargo, and asked them if they had any European liquor on board. They answered a little for their own use. However, a hamper should be at his service. The governor then very civilly invited them all to stay and dine with him. Davis told him that being commander of the ship he must go on board to see her well moored, and give some other orders, but those two gentlemen might stay, and that he himself would also return before dinner and bring the hamper of liquor with him. While he was in the fort his eyes were very busy in observing how things lay. He took notice there was a sentry at the entrance, and a guard-house just by it, where the soldiers upon duty commonly waited, their arms standing in a corner, in a heap. He saw also a great many small arms in the governor's hall. Now when he came on board he assured his men of success, desiring them not to get drunk, and that as soon as they saw the flag upon the castle struck, they might conclude he was master, and send 20 hands immediately ashore. In the meantime, there being a sloop at anchor near them, he sent some hands in a boat to secure the master and all the men, and bring them on board of him, lest they observing any bustle or arming in his ship might send ashore and give intelligence. These precautions being taken, he ordered his men, who were to go in the boat with him, to put 2 pair of pistols each under their clothes, he doing the like himself, and gave them directions to go into the guard-room and to enter into conversation with the soldiers, and observe when he should fire a pistol through the governor's window to start up at once and secure the arms in the guard-room. When Davis arrived, dinner not being ready, the governor proposed that they should pass their time in making a bowl of punch till dinner-time. It must be observed that Davis's coxswain waited upon them, who had an opportunity of going about all parts of the house to see what strength they had. He whispered Davis, there being no person then in the room, but he, Davis, the master, the doctor, the coxswain, and governor. Davis on a sudden drew out a pistol, clapped it to the governor's breast, telling him he must surrender the fort and all the riches in it, or he was a dead man. The governor, being no ways prepared for such an attack, promised to be very passive, and do all they desired, therefore they shut the door, took down all the arms that hung in the hall, and loaded them. Davis fires his pistol through the window, upon which his men, without, executed their part of the scheme, like heroes, in an instant, getting betwixt the soldiers and their arms, all with their pistols cocked in their hands, while one of them carried the arms out. When this was done, they locked the soldiers into the guard-room and kept guard without. In the meantime, one of them struck the Union flag on the top of the castle, at which signal those on board sent on shore a reinforcement of hands, and they got possession of the fort without the least hurry or confusion, or so much as a man lost of either side. Davis harangued the soldiers, upon which a great many of them took on with him. Those who refused he sent on board the little sloop, and because he would not be at the trouble of a guard for them, he ordered all the sails and cables out of her, which might hinder them from attempting to get away. This day was spent in a kind of rejoicing, the castle firing her guns to salute the ship, and the ship the castle. But the next day they minded their business, that is, they fell to plundering. But they found things fall vastly short of their expectation, for they discovered that a great deal of money had been lately sent away. However, they met with the value of about 2000 pounds sterling in bar gold, and a great many other rich effects. Everything they liked, which was portable, they brought aboard their ship. Some things which they had no use for, they were so generous to make a present of to the master and crew of the little sloop, to whom they also returned his vessel again, and then they fell to work in dismounting the guns and demolishing the fortifications. After they had done as much mischief as they could, and were weighing anchor to be gone, they spied a ship bearing down upon them in full sail. They soon got their anchors up, and were in readiness to receive her. This ship proved to be a French pirate of 14 guns and 64 hands, half French, half negroes. The captain's name was Labousse. He expected no less than a rich prize, which made him so eager in the chase, but when he came near enough to see their guns and the number of their hands upon deck, he began to think he should catch a Tartar, and supposed her to be a small English man-of-war. However, since there was no escaping, he resolved to do a bold and desperate action, which was to board Davis. As he was making towards her for this purpose, he fired a gun, and hoisted his black colours. Davis returned the salute, and hoisted his black colours also. The Frenchman was not a little pleased at this happy mistake. They both hoisted out their boats, and the captains went to meet and congratulate one another with a flag of truce in their sterns. A great many civilities passed between them, and Labousse desired Davis that they might sail down the coast together, that he, Labousse, might get a better ship. Davis agreed to it, and very courteously promised him the first ship he took, fit for his use, he would give him as being willing to encourage a willing brother. The first place they touched at was Sierra Leone, where at first going in they spied a tall ship at anchor. Davis, being the best sailor, first came up with her, and wondering that she did not try to make off, suspected her to be a ship of force. As soon as he came alongside of her, she brought a spring upon her cable, and fired a whole broadside upon Davis, at the same time hoisted a black flag. Davis hoisted his black flag in like manner, and fired one gun to leeward. In fine, she proved to be a pirate ship of 24 guns, commanded by one Cochlin, who, expecting these two would prove prizes, let them come in, lest his getting under sail might frighten them away. This satisfaction was great on all sides, at this junction of confederates and brethren in iniquity. 2 days they spent in improving their acquaintance and friendship. The third day Davis and Cochlin agreed to go in Labouse's brigantine and attack the fort. They contrived it so as to get up thither by high water. Those in the fort suspected them to be what they really were, and therefore stood upon their defence. When the brigantine came within musket shot, the fort fired all their guns upon her. The brigantine did the like upon the fort, and so held each other in play for several hours, when the 2 Confederate ships were come up to the assistance of the brigantine. Those who defended the fort, seeing such a number of hands on board these ships, had not the courage to stand it any longer, but, abandoning the fort, left it to the mercy of the pirates. They took possession of it, and continued there near 7 weeks, in which time they all cleaned their ships. We should have observed that a galley came into the road while they were there, which Davis insisted should be yielded to Labousse, according to his word of honour before given. Cochlin did not oppose it, so Labousse went into her with his crew, and cutting away her half-deck, mounted her with 24 guns. Having called a council of war, they agreed to sail down the coast together, and for the greater grandeur appointed a commodore, which was Davis. But they had not kept company long, when drinking together on board of Davis, they had like to have fallen together by the ears, the strong liquor stirring up a spirit of discord among them, and they quarrelled, but Davis put an end to it by this short speech. "Hark ye, you Cochlin and Labousse, I find by strengthening you, I have put a rod into your hands to whip myself, but I am still able to deal with you both. But since we met in love, let us part in love, for I find that 3 of a trade can never agree." Upon which the other 2 went on board their respective ships, and immediately parted, each steering a different course. Davis held on his way down the coast, and making Cape Apollonia, he met with 2 Scotch and 1 English vessel, which he plundered, and then let go. About 5 days after he fell in with a Dutch interloper of 30 guns and 90 men, half being English, off Cape 3 Points Bay. Davis coming up alongside of her, the Dutchman gave the first fire, and pouring in a broadside upon Davis, killed 9 of his men. Davis returned it, and a very hot engagement followed, which lasted from 1 o'clock at noon till 9 next morning, when the Dutchman struck, and yielded herself their prize. Davis fitted up the Dutch ship for his own use, and called her the Rover, aboard of which he mounted 32 guns and 27 swivels, and proceeded with her and the King James to Anamaboe. He entered the bay betwixt the hours of 12 and 1 at noon, and found there 3 ships lying at anchor, who were trading for negroes, gold, and teeth. The names of these ships were the Hink Pink, Captain Hall, commander; the Princess, Captain Plumb, of which Roberts, who will make a considerable figure in the sequel of this history, was second mate; and the Morris sloop, Captain Finn. He takes these ships without any resistance, and having plundered them, he makes a present of one of them, viz., the Morris sloop, to the Dutchman, on board of which alone were found 140 negroes, besides dry goods, and a considerable quantity of gold dust. It happened there were several canoes alongside of this last, when Davis came in, who saved themselves and got ashore. These gave notice at the fort that these ships were pirates, upon which the fort fired upon them, but without any execution, for their metal was not of weight enough to reach them. Davis therefore, by way of defiance, hoisted his black flag and returned their compliment. The same day he sailed with his 3 ships, making his way down the coast towards Princes, a Portuguese colony. But before we proceed any farther in Davis's story, we shall give our reader an account of the Portuguese settlements on this coast, which other curious remarks, as they were communicated to me by an ingenious gentleman lately arrived from those parts. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 8, Part 2. A description of the islands of St. Thome, del Principe, and Annobona. As the Portuguese were the great improvers of navigation, and the first Europeans who traded to and settled on the coasts of Africa, even round to India, and made those discoveries which now turn so much to the advantage of other nations, it may not be amiss, previously to the description of those islands, to hint on that wonderful property of the lodestone, that a little before had been found out, and enabled them to pursue such new and daring navigations. The attractive power of the lodestone was universally known with the ancients, as may be believed by its being a native fossil of the Grecians, magnes a magnesia. But its directive or polar virtue has only been known to us within these 350 years, and said to be found out by John Goya of Malfi, in the kingdom of Naples, prima dedit nautis usum magnetis Amalfi. Though others think and assure us it was transported by Paulus Venetus from China to Italy, like the other famous arts of modern use with us, printing and the use of guns. The other properties of improvements of the magnet, viz., variation, or its deflection from an exact north or south line, variation of that variation, and its inclination, were the inventions of Sebastian Cabot, Mr. Gellibrand, and Mr. Norman. The inclination of the needle, or that property whereby it keeps an elevation above the horizon in all places but under the equator, where it is parallel, is as surprising a phenomenon as any, and was the discovery of our countrymen, and could it be found regular, I imagine would very much help towards the discovery of longitude, at least would point out better methods than hitherto known, when ships drew nigh land, which would answer as useful an end. Before the verticity and use of the compass, the Portuguese navigations had extended no farther than Cape Non, it was their ne plus ultra, and therefore so called. Distress of weather, indeed, had drove some coasters to Porto Santo and Madeira, before any certain method of steering was invented, but after the needle was seen thus inspired, navigation every year improved under the great encouragements of Henry, Alphonsus, and John II, kings of Portugal, in part of the 14th and in the 15th century. King Alphonsus was not so much at leisure as his predecessor to pursue these discoveries, but having seen the advantages accrued to Portugal by them, and that the Pope had confirmed the perpetual donation of all they should discover between Cape Bayadere and India, inclusively, he resolved not to neglect the proper assistance, and farmed the profits that did or might ensue to one Bernard Gomez, a citizen of Lisbon, who was every voyage obliged to discover 100 leagues, still farther on, and about the year 1470 made these islands, the only places, of all the considerable and large colonies they had in Africa, that do now remain to that crown. St. Thome is the principal of the three, whose governor is styled Captain General of the islands, and from whom the other at Princes receives his commission, though nominated by the court of Portugal. It is a bishopric with a great many secular clergy, who appear to have neither learning nor devotion, as may be judged by several of them being negroes. One of the chief of them invited us to hear mass as a diversion to pass time away, where he and his inferior brethren acted such affected gestures and strains of voice as showed to their dishonour. They had no other aim than pleasing us, and what I think was still worse, it was not without a view of interest, for as these clergy are the chief traders, they stoop to pitiful and scandalous methods for ingratiating themselves. They and the government, on this trading account, maintain as great harmony, being ever jealous of each other, and practising little deceitful arts to monopolize what strangers have to offer for sale, whether toys or clothes, which of all sorts are ever commodious with the Portuguese, in all parts of the world. An ordinary suit of black will sell for £7 or £8, a turnstile wig of 4 shillings for a moidor, a watch of 40 shillings for £6, etc. The town is of mean building, with large and populous, the residence of the greater part of the natives, who, through the whole island, are computed at 10,000, the militia at 3,000, and are in general a rascally, thievish generation, as an old grave friend of mine can witness; for he, having carried a bag of second-hand clothes on shore to truck for provisions, seated himself on the sand for that purpose, presently gathered a crowd round him to view them, one of which desired to know the price of a black suit that unluckily lay uppermost and was the best of them, agreeing to the demand with little hesitation, provided it would but fit him. He put them on immediately, in as much hurry as possible, without any licentia seigneur, and when my friend was about to commend the goodness of the suit and exactness they sat with, not dreaming of the impudence of running away from a crowd, the rascal took to his heels, my friend followed and bowled very much, and though there was 500 people about the place, it served to no other end but making him a clear stage that the best pair of heels might carry it. So he lost the suit of clothes, and before he could return to his bag, others of them had beat off his servant and shared the rest. Most of the ships from Guinea, of their own nation, and frequently those of ours, call at one or other of these islands to recruit with fresh provisions and take in water, which on the coast are not so good, nor so conveniently to come by. Their own ships likewise, when they touch here, are obliged to leave the king his custom for their slaves, which is always in gold, at so much a head, without any deduction at Brazil for the mortality that may happen afterwards. This, by being a constant bank to pay off civil and military charges of the government, prevents the inconveniency of remittances, and keeps both it and Prince's Isle rich enough to pay ready money for everything they want of Europeans. Their beefs are small and lean, 200 weight or a little more, but the goats, hogs, and fowls very good; their sugar coarse and dirty, and rum very ordinary. As these refreshments lay most with people who are in want of other necessaries, they come to us in way of bartering, very cheap. A good hog for an old cutlash, a fat fowl for a span of Brazil tobacco, no other sort being valued, etc. But with money you give $8 per head for cattle, $3 for a goat, $6 for a grown hog, a testune and a half for a fowl, $1 per gallon for rum, $2 a roux for sugar, and half $1 for a dozen of paraquets. Here is plenty likewise of corn and farine, of limes, citrons, and yams. The island is reckoned nigh square, each side 18 leagues long, hilly, and lays under the equinoctial, a wooden bridge just without the town being set not to deviate the least part of a minute either to the southward or northward. And notwithstanding this warm situation and continual vertical suns, the islanders are very healthy, imputed by those who are disposed to be merry, in a great measure to the want of even so much as one surgeon or physician amongst them. Ile del Principe, the next in magnitude, a pleasant and delightful spot to the grave and thoughtful disposition of the Portuguese, an improvement of country retirement, in that this may be a happy and uninterrupted retreat from the whole world. I shall divide what I have to say on this island into observations made on our approach to it, on the seas round it, the harbour, produce of the island, and seasons, way of living among the inhabitants, some custom of the negroes, with such proper deductions on each as may illustrate the description and inform the reader. We were bound hither from Whydah at the latter part of the month July, when the rains are over, and the winds hang altogether south-west, as they do before the rains south-east. Yet with this wind, when at sea, we found the ship gained unexpectedly so far to the southward, that is, windward, that we could with ease have weathered any of the islands, and this seems next to impossible should be if the currents, which were strong to leeward, in the road of Whydah, had extended in like manner across the bight of Benin. No, it must then have been very difficult to have weathered even Cape Formosa. On this occasion I shall farther expatiate upon the currents on the whole coast of Guinea. The southern coast of Africa runs in a line of latitude, the northern on an easter line, but both straight, with the fewest inlets, gulfs, or bays of either of the 4 continents. The only large and remarkable one is that of Benin and Calabar, towards which the currents of each coast tend, and is strongest from the southward, because more open to a larger sea, whose rising it is, though little and indiscernible at any distance from the land, that gives rise to these currents close in shore, which are nothing but tides altered and disturbed by the make and shape of lands. For proof of this, I shall lay down the following observations as certain facts. That in the rivers of Gambia and Sierra Leone, in the straits and channels of Benin, and in general along the whole coast, the flowings are regular on the shores, with this difference, that in the above-mentioned rivers and in the channels of Benin, where the shore contract the waters into a narrow compass, the tides are strong and high, as well as regular, but on the dead coast, where it makes an equal reverberation, slow and low, not to above 2 or 3 foot, increasing as you advance towards Benin, and this is farther evident in that at Cape Corso, Sucundo, and Comenda, and where the land rounds and gives any stop, the tides flow regularly to 4 foot and upwards, when on an evener coast, though next adjoining, they shall not exceed 2 or 3 foot, and 10 leagues out at sea, where no such interruption is, they become scarcely if at all perceptible. What I would deduce from this, besides the confirmation of that ingenious theory of the tides by Captain Halley, is first, that the ships bound to Angola, Cabenda, and other places on the southern coast of Africa should cross the equinoctial from Cape Palmas and run into a southern latitude, without keeping too far to the westward; and the reason seems plain, for if you endeavour to cross it about the islands, you meet calms, southerly winds, and opposite currents, and if too far to the westward, the trade winds are strong and unfavourable, for it obliges you to stand into 28 or 30 degrees southern latitude till they are variable. Secondly, on the northern side of Guinea, if ships are bound from the Gold Coast to Sierra Leone, Gambia, or elsewhere to windward, considering the weakness of these currents, and the favourableness of land breezes, and southerly in the rains, tornadoes, and even of the trade wind, when abreast of Cape Palmas, it is more expeditious to pursue the passage this way, than by a long perambulatory course of 400 or 500 leagues to the westward, and as many more to the northward, which must be before a wind can be obtained that could recover the coast. Lastly, it is in a great measure owing to this want of inlets, and the rivers being small and unnavigable, that the seas rebound with so dangerous a surf through the whole continent. Round the shores of this island, and at this season, July, August, and September, there is a great resort of whale fish, tame, and spawning very nigh the ships as they sail in, always in pairs, the female much the smaller, and often seen to turn on their backs for dalliance, the prologue to engendering. It has an enemy, called the thresher, a large fish too, that has its haunts here at this season, and encounters the whale, raising himself out of the water a considerable height, and falling again with great weight and force. It is commonly said also that there is a sword-fish in these battles, who pricks the whale up to the surface again; but without this, I believe, he would suffocate when put to quick motions, unless frequently approaching the air, to ventilate and remove the impediments to a swifter circulation. Nor do I think he is battled for prey, but to remove him from what is perhaps the food of both. The number of whales here has put me sometimes on thinking an advantageous fishery might be made of it, but I presume they, no more than those of Brazil, are the sort which yield the profitable part, called whalebone. All therefore that the islanders do is now and then to go out with 2 or 3 canoes and set on one for diversion. The rocks and outer lines of the island are the haunts of a variety of sea birds, especially boobies and noddies. The former are of the big of a gull, and a dark colour, named so from their simplicity, because they often sit still and let the sailors take them up in their hands, but I fancy this succeeds more frequently from their wariness, and the largeness of their wings, which, when they once have rested, cannot have the scope necessary to raise and float them on the air again. The noddies are smaller and flat-footed also. What I would remark more of them is the admirable instinct in these birds for the proper seasons and the proper places for support. In the aforementioned months, when the large fish were here, numerous flocks of fowl attend for the spawn and superfluity of their nourishment, and in January few of either. For the same reason there are scarce any sea-fowl seen on the African coast, rocks and islands being generally their best security and subsistence. The harbour of Princes is at the east-south-east point of the island. The north side has gradual soundings, but here deep water, having no ground at a mile off with 140 fathom of line. The port, when in, is a smooth narrow bay, safe from winds, unless a little swell went southerly, and draughted into other smaller and sandy ones, convenient for raising of tents, watering, and hauling the seam, the whole protected by a fort, or rather battery, of a dozen guns on the larboard side. At the head of the bay stands the town, about a mile from the anchoring place, and consists of 2 or 3 regular streets, of wooden-built houses, where the governor and chief men of the island reside. Here the water grows shallow for a considerable distance, and the natives, at every ebb, having before encompassed every convenient angle with a rise of stones, something like weirs in England, resort for catching of fish, which, with them, is a daily diversion, as well as a subsistence, 500 attending with sticks and wicker baskets, and if they cannot dip them with one hand, they knock them down with the other. The tides rise regularly 6 foot in the harbour, and yet not half that height without the capes that make the bay. Here are constantly 2 missionaries, who are sent for 6 years to inculcate the Christian principles, and more especially attend the conversion of the negroes. The present are Venetians, ingenious men, who seem to despise the loose morals and behaviour of the seculars, and complain of them as of the slaves, ut color mores sunt nigri. They have a neat conventual house and a garden appropriated, which, by their own industry and labour, not only thrives with the several natives of the soil, but many exotics and curiosities; a fruit in particular, larger than a chestnut, yellow, containing 2 stones, with a pulp, or clammy substance about them, which, when sucked, exceeds in sweetness, sugar or honey, and has this property beyond them, of giving a sweet taste to every liquid you swallow for the whole evening after. The only plague infesting the garden is a vermin called land crabs, in vast numbers, of a bright red colour, in other respects like the sea ones, which burrow in these sandy soils like rabbits, and are as shy. The island is a pleasant intermixture of hill and valley, the hills spread with palms, cocoanuts, and cotton trees, with numbers of monkeys and parrots among them; the valleys with fruitful plantations of yams, culaloo, papas, variety of salating, ananas, or pineapples, guavas, plantains, bonanas, maniocos, and Indian corn, with fowls, guinea hens, muscovy ducks, goats, hogs, turkeys, and wild beefs, with each a little village of negroes, who, under the direction of their several masters, manage the cultivation, and exchange or sell them for money, much after the same rates with the people of St. Thome. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 8, Part 3. I shall run a description of the vegetables, with their properties, not only because they are the produce of this island, but most of them of Africa in general. The palm trees are numerous on the shores of Africa, and may be reckoned the first of their natural curiosities, in that they afford them meat, drink, and clothing. They grow very straight to 40 and 50 foot high, and at the top only have 3 or 4 circles of branches that spread and make a capacious umbrella. The trunk is very rough with knobs, either excrescences or the healings of those branches that were lopped off to forward the growth of the tree, and make it answer better in its fruit. The branches are strongly tied together with a cortex, which may be unravelled to a considerable length and breadth. The inward lamella of this cortex, I know, are wove like a cloth at Benin, and afterwards dyed and worn. Under the branches, and close to the body of the tree, hang the nuts, 30 bunches perhaps on a tree, and each of 30-pound weight, with prickly films from between them, not unresembling hedgehogs. Of these nuts comes a liquid and pleasant scented oil, used as food and sauce all over the coast, but chiefly in the windward parts of Africa, where they stamp, boil, and skim it off in great quantities. Underneath, where the branches fasten, they tap for wine, called cocra, in this manner. The negroes, who are mostly limber, active fellows, encompass themselves in the trees with a hoop of strong width, and run up with a great deal of agility. At the bottom of a branch of nuts he makes an excavation of 1.5 inches over, and tying fast his calabash, leaves it to distil, which it does to 2 or 3 quarts in a night's time. When done, he plugs it up, and chooses another, for if suffered to run too much, or in the daytime, the sap is unwarily exhausted, and the tree spoiled. The liquor thus drawn is of a wayish colour, intoxicating, and sours in 24 hours, but when new drawn, is pleasantest to thirst and hunger both. It is from these wines they draw their arrack in India. On the very top of the palm grows a cabbage, called so, I believe, from some resemblance its taft is thought to have with ours, and is used like it. The covering has a down that makes the best of tinder, and the weavings of other parts are drawn out into strong threads. Cocoanut trees are branched like, but not so tall as palm trees, the nut like them, growing under the branches, and close to the trunk. The milky liquor they contain, to half a pint or more, is often drank to quench thirst, but surfeiting, and this may be observed in their way of nourishment, that when the quantity of milk is large, the shell and meat are very thin, and harden and thicken in proportion as that loses. Cotton trees also are the growth of all parts of Africa, as well as the islands, of vast bigness, yet not so incremental as the shrubs or bushes of 5 or 6 foot high. These bear a fruit, if it may be so called, about the bigness of a pigeon's eggs, which, as the sun swells and ripens, bursts forth and discovers 3 cells loaded with cotton, and seeds in the middle of them. This, in most parts, the negroes know how to spin, and here at Nikongo and the island St. Jago how to weave into cloths. Tams are a common root, sweeter but not unlike potatoes. Kulalu, a herb like spinach. Papa, a fruit less than the smallest pumpkins. They are all 3 for boiling, and to be eat with meat. The latter are improved by the English into a turnip or an apple tart, with a due mixture of butter or limes. Guavas, a fruit as large as a pippin, with seeds and stones in it, of an uncouth astringing taste, though never so much be said in commendation of it at the West Indies, it is common for Craolians, who has tasted both, to give it a preference to peach or nectarine. No amazing thing when men whose tastes are so degenerated as to prefer a toad in a shell, as Ward calls turtle, to venison, and negroes to fine English ladies. Plantains and bananas are fruit of oblong figure, that I think differ only secundum maior et minus. If any, the latter are preferable, and by being less are juicier. They are usually, when stripped of their coat, eat at meals instead of bread. The leaf of this plantain is an admirable detergent, and, externally applied, I have seen cure the most obstinate scorbutic ulcers. Manioko, a root that shoots its branches about the height of a currant bush. From this root the islanders make a farine or flour, which they fell at 3 rials a roof, and drive a considerable trade for it with the ships that call in. The manner of making it is first to press the juice from it, which is poisonous, done here with engines, and then the negro women upon a rough stone rub it into a granulated flour, reserved in their houses either to boil, as we do our wheat, and is a hearty food for the slaves, or make it into a bread, fine, white, and well tasted, for themselves. One thing worth taking notice about manioko in this island is, that the woods abound with a wild poisonous and more mortiferous sort, which sometimes men, unskilled in the preparation of it, feed on to their destruction. This the missionaries assured me they often experimented in their hogs, and believed we did in the mortality of our sailors. Indian corn is likewise, as well as the farine, the manioko, and rice, the common victualling of our slave ships, and is afforded here at 1,000 heads for $2. This corn grows 8 or 9 foot high, on a hard reed or stick, shooting forth at every 6 inches height some long leaves. It has always an ear, or rather head, at top of perhaps 400-fold increase, and often 2, 3, or more midway. Here are some tamarind trees, another called cola, whose fruit or nut, about twice the bigness of a chestnut and bitter, is chewed by the Portuguese, to give a sweet gust to their water, which they drink. But above all, I was shown the bark of one, whose name I do not know, gravely affirmed to have a peculiar property of enlarging the virile member. I am not fond of such conceits, nor believe it in the power of any vegetables, but must acknowledge I have seen sights of this kind among the negroes very extraordinary. Yet that there may be no wishes amongst the ladies for the importation of this bark, I must acquaint them, that they are found to grow less merry as they increase in bulk. I'd like to have forgot their cinnamon trees, there is only one walk of them, and is the entrance of the governor's villa. They thrive extremely well, and the bark not inferior to our cinnamon from India. Why they and other spice in a soil so proper receive no farther cultivation is, probably, their suspicion that so rich a produce might make some potent neighbour take a fancy to the island. They have 2 winters, or rather springs, and 2 summers. Their winters, which are the rainy seasons, come in September and February or March, and hold 2 months, returning that fatness and generative power to the earth as makes it yield a double crop every year, with little sweat or labour. Hic ver avidum actque a lignis mensibus aestas, bis gravida pecudes, bis pomis utilis arbos. Their first coming is with travados, that is, sudden and hard gusts of wind, with thunder, lightning, and heavy showers, but short, and the next new or full moon at those times of the year infallibly introduces the rains, which, once begun, fall with little intermission, and are observed coldest in February. Similar to these are rainy seasons also over all the coast of Africa. If there may be allowed any general way of calculating their time, they happen from the course of the sun as it respects the equinoctial only. For if these equinoxes prove rainy seasons all over the world, as I am apt to think they are, whatever secret cause operates with that station of the sun to produce them, will more effectually do it in those vicine latitudes; and therefore, as the sun advances, the rains are brought on the Whydah and Gold Coast by April, and on the windwardmost part of Guinea by May. The other seasons of the sun's returning to the southward make them more uncertain and irregular in northern Africa, but then to the southward again. They proceed in like manner, and are at Cape Lopez in October, at Angola in November, etc. The manner of living among the Portuguese here is, with the utmost frugality and temperance, even to penury and starving. A familiar instance of proof is in the voracity of their dogs, who finding such clean cupboards at home, are wild in a manner with hunger, and tear up the graves of the dead for food, as I have often seen. They themselves are lean with covetousness, and that Christian virtue which is often the result of it, self-denial, and would train up their cattle in the same way, could they fetch as much money, or had not they their provision more immediately of Providence. The best of them, excepting the governor now and then, neither pay nor receive any visits of escapade or recreation. They meet and sit down at each other's doors in the street every evening, and as few of them, in so small an island, can have their plantations at any great distance, than that they may see it every day if they will, so the subject of their talk is mostly how affairs went there, with their negroes, or their ground, and then part with one another innocently, but empty. The negroes have yet no hard duty with them. They are rather happy in slavery, for as their food is chiefly vegetables, that could no way else be expended, there is no murmur spread on that account, and as their business is domestic, either in the services of the house, or in gardening, sowing, or planting, they have no more than what every man would prefer for health and pleasure. The hardest of their work is the carriage of their patroons or their wives to and from the plantations. This they do in hammocks, called at Whydah serpentines, flung cross a pole, with a cloth over, to screen the person so carried from sun and weather; and the slaves are at each end, and yet even this, methinks, is better than the specious liberty a man has for himself and his heirs to work in a coal mine. The negroes are, most of them, through the care of their patroons, Christians, at least nominal, but excepting to some few, They adhere still to many silly pagan customs in their mournings and rejoicings, and in some measure powerful majority has introduced them with the vulgar of the mulatto and Portuguese race. If a person die in that colour, the relations and friends of him meet at the house, where the corpse is laid out decently on the ground and covered, all except the face, with a sheet. They fit round it, crying and howling dreadfully, not unlike what our countrymen are said to do in Ireland. This mourning lasts for 8 days and nights, but not equally intense, for as the friends who compose the chorus go out and in, are weary and unequally affected, the tone lessens daily, and the intervals of grief are longer. In rejoicings and festivals they are equally ridiculous. They are commonly made on some friend's escape from shipwreck or other danger. They meet in a large room of the house, with a strum, to which one of the company, perhaps, sings woefully. The rest, standing round the room close to the petitions, take it in their turns, 1 or 2 at a time, to step round, called dancing, the whole clapping their hands continually, and whooping out every minute à bord, which signify no more than how do you. And this foolish mirth will continue 3 or 4 days together at a house, and perhaps 12 or 16 hours at a time. The Portuguese, though eminently abstemious and temperate in all other things, are unbounded in their lusts, and perhaps they substitute the former in room of a surgeon, as a counterpoison to the mischiefs of a promiscuous salacity. They have most of them venereal taints, and with age become meagre and hectic. I saw 2 instances here of venereal ulcers that had cancerated to the bowels, spectacles that would have effectually persuaded men, I think, how salutary the restriction of laws are. Anno Bono is the last and of the least consequence of the 3 islands. There are plenty of fruits and provisions, exchanged to ships for old clothes and trifles of any sort. They have a governor nominated from Synthome, and 2 or 3 priests, neither of which are minded, every one living at discretion, and filled with ignorance and lust. To return to Davis, the next day after he left Anamabo, early in the morning, the man at the masthead espied a sail. It must be observed they keep a good look out, for, according to their articles, he who first espies a sail, if she proves a prize, is entitled to the best pair of pistols on board, over and above his dividend, in which they take a singular pride, and a pair of pistols has sometimes been sold for £30 from one to another. Immediately they gave chase, and soon came up with her. The ship proved to be a Hollander, and being betwixt Davis and the shore, she made all the sail she could, intending to run aground. Davis guessed her design, and putting out all his small sails, came up with her before she could effect it, and fired a broadside, upon which she immediately struck, and called for quarter. It was granted, for according to Davis's articles it was agreed that quarter should be given whenever it was called for, upon pain of death. This ship proved a very rich prize, having the governor of Accra on board, with all his effects, going to Holland. There was in money to the value of £15,000 sterling, besides other valuable merchandises, all which they brought on board of themselves. Upon this new success they restored Captain Hall and Captain Plumb, before mentioned, their ships again, but strengthened their company with 35 hands, all white men, taken out of these 2 in the Maurice sloop. They also restored the Dutch their ship, after having plundered her, as is mentioned. Before they got to the island of Princes, one of their ships, that is, that called the King James, sprung a leak. Davis ordered all hands out of her, on board his own ship, with everything else of use, and left her at an anchor at High Cameroon. As soon as he came in sight of the island, he hoisted English colours. The Portuguese, observing a large ship sailing towards them, sent out a little sloop to examine what she might be. This sloop hailing of Davis, he told them he was an English man of war in quest of pirates, and that he had received intelligence that there were some upon that coast. Upon this they received him as a welcome guest, and piloted him into the harbour. He saluted the fort, which they answered, and he came to an anchor just under their guns, and hoisted out the pinnace, man of war fashion, ordering 9 hands and a coxswain in it, to row him ashore. The Portuguese, to do him the greater honour, sent down a file of musketeers to receive him, and conduct him to the governor. The governor, not in the least suspecting what he was, received him very civilly, promising to supply him with whatever the island afforded. Davis thanked him, telling him the King of England would pay for whatever he should take. So after several civilities passed between him and the governor, he returned again on board. It happened a French ship came in there to supply itself with some necessaries, which Davis took into his head to plunder, but to give the thing a colour of right, he persuaded the Portuguese that she had been trading with the pirates, and that he found several pirate goods on board, which he seized for the king's use. This story passed so well upon the governor that he commended Davis's diligence. A few days after, Davis, with about 14 more, went privately ashore, and walked up the country towards a village, where the governor and the other chief men of the island kept their wives, intending, as we may suppose, to supply their husbands' places with them, but being discovered, the women fled to a neighbouring wood, and Davis and the rest retreated to their ship, without effecting their design. The thing made some noise, but as nobody knew them, it passed over. Having cleaned his ship, and put all things in order, his thoughts now were turned upon the main business, that is, the plunder of the island, and not knowing where the treasure lay, a stratagem came into his head. To get it, as he thought, with little trouble, he consulted his men upon it, and they liked the design. His scheme was, to make a present to the governor of 12 negroes, by way of return for the civilities received from him, and afterwards to invite him, with the chief men and some of the friars, on board his ship, to an entertainment. The minute they came on board they were to be secured in irons, and there kept till they should pay a ransom of 40,000 pounds sterling. But this stratagem proved fatal to him, for a Portuguese negro swam ashore in the night, and discovered the whole plot to the governor, and also let him know that it was Davis who had made the attempt upon their wives. However, the governor dissembled, received the pirates' invitation civilly, and promised that he and the rest would go. The next day Davis went on shore himself, as if it were out of great respect to bring the governor on board. He was received with the usual civility, and he and other principal pirates, who, by the way, had assumed the title of lords, and as such took upon them to advise or counsel their captain upon any important occasion, and likewise held certain privileges, which the common pirates were debarred from, as walking the quarter-deck, using the great cabin, going ashore at pleasure, and treating with foreign powers, that is, with the captains of ships they made prize of. I say, Davis and some of the lords were desired to walk up to the governor's house, to take some refreshment before they went on board. They accepted it without the least suspicion, but never returned again. For an ambuscade was laid, a signal being given, a whole volley was fired upon them. They, every man, dropped, except one. This one fled back, and escaped into the boat, and got on board the ship. Davis was shot through the bowels, yet he rise again, and made a weak effort to get away, but his strength soon forsook him, and he dropped down dead. Just as he fell, he perceived he was followed, and drawing out his pistols, fired them at his pursuers, thus like a gamecock giving a dying blow, that he might not fall unrevenged. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pyrates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Captain Bartholomew Roberts and his crew. Bartholomew Roberts sailed in an honest employ from London aboard of the Princess, Captain Plum, commander, of which ship he was second mate. He left England November 1719, and arrived at Guinea about February following, and began at Anamaboe taking in slaves for the West Indies. Was taken in the said ship by Captain Howell Davis, as mentioned in the preceding chapter. In the beginning he was very averse to this sort of life, and would certainly have escaped from them had a fair opportunity presented itself. Yet afterwards he changed his principles, as many besides him have done upon another element, and perhaps for the same reason too, viz. Preferment, and what he did not like as a private man, he could reconcile to his conscience as a commander. Davis being cut off in the manner before mentioned, the company found themselves under a necessity of filling up his post, for which there appeared 2 or 3 candidates among the select part of them that were distinguished by the title of Lords. Such were Simpson, Ashplant, Anstis, etc., and on canvassing this matter, how shattered and weak a condition their government must be without a head since Davis had been removed, in the manner before mentioned, my Lord Dennis proposed, it said, over a bowl, to this purpose: that it was not of any great signification who was dignified with title, for really and in truth all good governments had, like theirs, the supreme power lodged with the community, who might doubtless depute and revoke as suited interest or humour. We are the original of this claim, says he, and should a captain be so saucy as to exceed prescription at any time, why, down with him. It will be a caution after he is dead to his successors of what fatal consequence any sort of assuming may be. However, it is my advice that, while we are sober, we pitch upon a man of courage and skilled in navigation, one who by his counsel and bravery seems best able to defend this commonwealth and ward us from the dangers and tempests of an unstable element and the fatal consequences of anarchy. And such a one I take Roberts to be, a fellow, I think in all respects, worthy your esteem and favour. This speech was loudly applauded by all but Lord Simpson, who had secret expectations himself, but on this disappointment grew sullen and left them, swearing he did not care who they chose captain, so it was not a papist, for against them he had conceived an irreconcilable hatred, for that his father had been a sufferer in Monmouth's rebellion. Roberts was accordingly elected, though he had not been above 6 weeks among them. The choice was confirmed both by the lords and commoners, and he accepted of the honour, saying, that since he had dipped his hands in muddy water and must be a pirate, it was better being a commander than a common man. As soon as the government was settled, by promotion, other officers in the room of those that were killed by the Portuguese, the company resolved to revenge Captain Davis's death, he being more than ordinarily respected by the crew for his affability and good nature, as well as his conduct and bravery upon all occasions. And, pursuant to this resolution, about 30 men were landed in order to make an attack upon the fort, which must be ascended by a steep hill against the mouth of the cannon. These men were headed by one Kennedy, a bold, daring fellow, but very wicked and profligate. They marched directly up under the fire of their ship guns, and as soon as they were discovered, the Portuguese quitted their post and fled to the town, and the pirates marched in without opposition, set fire to the fort, and threw all the guns off the hill into the sea, which after they had done, they retreated quietly to their ship. But this was not looked upon as a sufficient satisfaction for the injury they received, therefore most of the company were for burning the town, which Roberts said he would yield to, if any means could be proposed of doing it without their own destruction, for the town had a securer situation than the fort, a thick wood coming almost close to it, affording cover to the defendants, who, under such an advantage, he told them, it was to be feared, would fire and stand better to their arms. Besides, that bare houses would be but a slender reward for their trouble and loss. This prudent advice prevailed. However, they mounted the French ship they seized at this place, with 12 guns, and lightened her in order to come up to the town, the water being shoal, and battered down several houses. After which they all returned on board, gave back the French ship to those that had most right to her, and sailed out of the harbour by the light of 2 Portuguese ships, which they were pleased to set on fire there. Roberts stood away to the southward, and met with a Dutch Guineaman, which he made prize of, but after having plundered her, the skipper had his ship again. 2 days after he took an English ship, called the Experiment, Captain Cornet, at Cape Lopez. The men went all into the pirate service, and having no occasion for the ship, they burnt her, and then steered for St. Thome, but meeting with nothing in their way, they sailed for Annabona, and there watered, took in provisions, and put it to a vote of the company whether their next voyage should be to the East Indies or to Brazil. The latter being resolved on, they sailed accordingly, and in 28 days arrived at Ferdinando, an uninhabited island on that coast. Here they watered, boot-topped their ship, and made ready for the designed cruise. Now that we are upon this coast, I think it will be the proper place to present our readers with a description of this country, and some ingenious remarks of a friend, how beneficial a trade might be carried on here by our West India merchants at a little hazard. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Chapter 9, Part 2 of The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The General History of the Pirates, Volume 1, by Charles Johnson. Chapter 9, Part 2. A description of Brazil, etc. Brazil, a name signifying the Holy Cross, was discovered for the King of Portugal by Alvarez Cabral, Anno Domini 1501, extending almost from the equinoctial to 28 degrees south. The air is temperate and cool, in comparison of the West Indies, from stronger breezes and an opener country, which gives less interruption to the winds. The northernmost part of it, stretching about 180 leagues, a fine fertile country, was taken from the Portuguese by the Dutch West India Company, anno 1637 or thereabouts, but the conquerors, as is natural where there is little or no religion subsisting, made such heavy exactions on the Portuguese, and extended such cruelty to the natives, that prepared them both easily to unite for a revolt, facilitated by the Dutch mismanagement. For the States being at this time very intent on their India settlements, not only recalled Count Maurice their governor, but neglected supplies to their garrisons. However, though the others were countenanced with a fleet from Portugal, and had the affection of the natives, yet they found means to withstand and struggle with this superior power from 1643 to 1660, and then was wholly abandoned by them, on articles dishonourable to the Portuguese, viz., that the Dutch, on relinquishing, should keep all the places they had conquered in India from Portugal; that they should pay the States £800,000, and permit them still the liberty of trade to Africa and Brazil on the same custom and duties with the King of Portugal's subjects. But since that time new stipulations and treaties have been made, wherein the Dutch, who have been totally excluded the Brazil trade, have, in lieu thereof, a composition of 10 per cent. For the liberty of trading to Africa, and this is always left by every Portuguese ship, before she begins her slaving, with the Dutch general of the Gold Coast at Desmanhãs. There are only 3 principal towns of trade on the Brazil coast: San Salvador, San Sebastian, Pernambuco. St. Salvador in the Bahia los Todos Santos is an archbishopric and seat of the viceroy, the chief port of trade for importation, where most of the gold from the mines is lodged, and whence the fleets for Europe generally depart. The seas about it abound with whalefish, which in the season they catch in great numbers. The flesh is salted up generally to be the victualling of their slave ships, and the train reserved for exportation, at 30 and 35 milreis a pipe. Rio Janeiro, the town St. Sebastian, is the southernmost of the Portuguese, the worst provided of necessaries, but commodious for a settlement, because nigh the mine, and convenient to supervise the slaves, who, as I have been told, do usually allow their master $1 per diem, and have the overplus of their work, if any, to themselves. The gold from hence is esteemed the best, for being of a copperish colour, and they have a mint to run it into coin, both here and at Bahia, the moijos of either having the initial letters of each place upon them. Pernambuco, though mentioned last, is the second in dignity, a large and populous town, and has its rise from the ruins of Olinda, or the Handsome, a city of a far pleasanter situation 6 miles up the river, but not so commodious for traffic and commerce. Just above the town the river divides itself into 2 branches, not running directly into the sea, but to the southward, and in the nook of the island made by that division stands the governor's house, a square plain building of Prince Maurice's, with 2 towers, on which are only this date inscribed, anno 1641. The avenues to it are every way pleasant, through vistas of tall coconut trees. Over each branch of the river is a bridge. That leading to the country is all of timber, but the other to the town, of 26 or 28 arches, is half of stone, made by the Dutch, who in their time had little shops and gaming houses on each side for recreation. The pavements also of the town are in some places of broad tiles, the remaining fragments of their conquest. The town has the outer branch of the river behind it, and the harbour before it, jetting into which latter are close quays, for the weighing and receiving of customage on merchandise, and for the meeting and conferring of merchants and traders. The houses are strong built, but homely, latticed like those of Lisbon for the admission of air, without closets and, what is worse, hearths, which makes their cookery consist all in frying and stewing upon stoves, and that they do till the flesh become tender enough to shake it to pieces, and one knife is then thought sufficient to serve a table of half a score. The greatest inconvenience of Pernambuco is, that there is not one public house in it, so that strangers are obliged to hire any ordinary one they can get at a guinea a month, and others who come to transact affairs of importance must come recommended, if it were only for the sake of privacy. The market is stocked well enough, beef being at 5 farthings per pound, a sheep or goat at 9 shillings, a turkey 4 shillings, and fowls 2 shillings, the largest I ever saw, and may be procured much cheaper by hiring a man to fetch them out of the country. The dearest in its kind is water, which being setched in vessels from Olinda, will not be put on board in the road under 2 cruzados a pipe. The Portuguese here are darker than those of Europe, not only from a warmer climate, but their many intermarriages with the negroes, who are numerous there, and some of them of good credit and circumstances. The women, not unlike the mulatto generation everywhere else, are fond of strangers. Not only the courtesans, whose interest may be supposed to wind up their affections, but also the married women, who think themselves obliged when you favour them with the secrecy of an appointment. But the unhappiness of pursuing amours is, that the generality of both sexes are touched with venereal taints, without so much as one surgeon among them, or anybody skilled in physic, to cure or palliate the progressive mischief. The only person pretending that way is an Irish father, whose knowledge is all comprehended in the virtues of 2 or 3 simples, and those, with the salubrity of the air and temperance, is what they depend on for subduing the worst of malignity. And it may not be unworthy notice, that though few are exempted from the misfortune of a running, eruptions, or the like, yet I could hear of none precipitated into those deplorable circumstances we see common in unskilful mercurial processes. There are 3 monasteries and about 6 churches, none of them rich or magnificent, unless one dedicated to St. Antonio, the patron of their kingdom, which shines all over with exquisite pieces of paint and gold. The export of Brazil, besides gold, is chiefly sugars and tobacco. The latter are sent off in rolls of a quintal weight, kept continually moistened with molasses, which, with the soil it springs from, imparts a strong and peculiar scent, more sensible than the snuff made from it, which, though under prohibition of importing to Lisbon, sells here at 2 shillings per pound, as the tobacco does at about 6 milrais a roll. The finest of their sugars sells at 8 shillings per roove, and a small ill-tasted rum drawn from the dregs and molasses at 2 testunes a gallon. Besides these, they send off great quantities of Brazil wood, and whale oil, some gums and parrots. The latter are different from the African in colour and bigness, for as they are blue and larger, these are green and smaller, and the females of them ever retain the wild note, and cannot be brought to talk. In lieu of this produce, the Portuguese, once every year by their fleet from Lisbon, import all manner of European commodities, and whoever is unable or negligent of supplying himself at that season, buys at a very advanced rate before the return of another. To transport passengers, slaves, or merchandise from one settlement to another, or in fishing, they make use of bark logs, by the Brazilians called fingadas. They are made of 4 pieces of timber, the 2 outermost longest, pinned and fastened together and sharpened at the ends. Towards each extremity a stool is fixed to sit on for paddling, or holding by, when the agitation is more than ordinary. With these odd sort of engines, continually washed over by the water, do these people, with a little triangular sail spreeted about the middle of it, venture out of sight of land, and along the coasts for many leagues in any sort of weather, and if they overset with a squall, which is not uncommon, they swim and presently turn it upright again. The natives are of the darkest copper colour, with thin hair, of a square, strong make, and muscular, but not so well looking as the woolly generation. They acquiesce patiently to the Portuguese government, who use them much more humanly and Christian-like than the Dutch did, and by that means have extended quietness and peace, as well as their possessions, 300 or 400 miles into the country. a country abounding with fine pastures and numerous herds of cattle, and yields a vast increase from everything that is sown. Hence they bring down to us parrots, small monkeys, armadillos, and sanguines, and I have been assured they have, far inland, a serpent of a vast magnitude, called Ciboya, able, they say, to swallow a whole sheep. I have seen myself here the skin of another species full 6 yards long, and therefore think the story not improbable. The harbour of Pernambuco is, perhaps, singular. It is made of a ledge of rocks half a cable's length from the main, and but little above the surface of the water, running at that equal distance and height several leagues, towards Cape Augustine, a harbour running between them capable of receiving ships of the greatest burthen. The northernmost end of this wall of rock is higher than any part of the contiguous line, on which a little fort is built, commanding the passage either of boat or ship as they come over the bar into the harbour. On the starboard side, that is the main, after you have entered a little way stands another fort, a pentagon, that would prove of small account, I imagine, against a few disciplined men, and yet in these consists all their strength and security, either for the harbour or town. They have begun indeed a wall, since their removing from Olinda, designed to surround the latter, but the slow progress they make in raising it leaves room to suspect 'twill be a long time in finishing. The road without is used by the Portuguese, when they are nigh sailing for Europe and wait for the convoy, or are bound to Bahia to them, and by strangers only when necessity compels. The best of it is in 10-fathom water, near 3 miles west-northwest from the town. Nigher in is foul with the many anchors lost there by the Portuguese ships, and farther out in 14-fathom, corally and rocky. July is the worst and winter season of this coast, the trade winds being then very strong and dead, bringing in a prodigious and unsafe swell into the road, intermixed every day with squalls, rain, and a hazy horizon, but at other times serener skies and sunshine. In these southern latitudes is a constellation, which from some resemblance it bears to a Jerusalem cross, has the name of Croziers, the brightest of this hemisphere, and are observed by, as the North Star is in northern latitudes. But what I mention this for is, to introduce the admirable phenomenon in these seas of the Magellanic clouds, whose risings and sittings are so regular that I have been assured the same nocturnal observations are made by them as by the stars. They are 2 clouds, small and whitish, no larger in appearance than a man's hat, and are seen here in July in the latitude of 88 degrees south, about 4 of the clock in the morning. If their appearance should be said to be the reflection of light from some stellary bodies above them, yet the difficulty is not easily answered, how these, beyond others, become so durable and regular in their motions. From these casual observations on the country, the towns, coast, and seas of Brazil, it would be an omission to leave the subject without some essay on an interloping slave trade here, which none of our countrymen are adventurous enough to pursue, though it very probably, under a prudent manager, would be attended with safety and very great profit. And I admire the more it is not struck at, because ships from the southern coast of Africa don't lengthen the voyage to the West Indies a great deal by taking a part of Brazil in their way. The disadvantages the Portuguese are under for purchasing slaves are these, that they have very few proper commodities for Guinea, and the gold, which was their chiefest by an edict in July 1722, stands now prohibited from being carried thither, so that the ships employed therein are few, and insufficient for the great mortality and call of their mines. Besides, should they venture at breaking so destructive a law as the above mentioned, as no doubt they do, or they could make little or no purchase, yet gold does not raise its value like merchandise in travelling, especially to Africa, and when the composition with the Dutch is also paid, they may be said to buy their negroes at almost double the price the English, Dutch, or French do, which necessarily raises their value extravagantly at Brazil. Those who can, purchase one, buying a certainer annuity than South Sea stock. Thus far of the call for slaves at Brazil. I shall now consider and obviate some difficulties objected against any foreigners, suppose English, interposing in such a trade, and they are some on theirs and some on our side. On their side it is prohibited under pain of death, a law less effectual to the prevention of it than pecuniary munix would be, because a penalty so inadequate and disproportioned is only in terrorem. and makes it merciful in the governor or his instruments to take a composition of 8 or 10 moidores when any subject is catched, and is the common custom so to do as often as they are found out. On our side it is confiscation of what they can get, which, considering they have no men of war to guard the coast, need be very little, without supine neglect and carelessness. I am a man of war or privateer, and being in want of provisions or in search of pirates, put into Pernambuco for intelligence, to enable me for the pursuit. The dread of pirates keeps every one off, till you have first sent an officer with the proper compliments to the governor, who immediately gives leave for your buying every necessary you are in want of, provided it be with money, and not an exchange of merchandise, which is against the laws of the country. On this first time of going on shore depends the success of the whole affair, and requires a cautious and discreet management in the person entrusted. He will be immediately surrounded at landing with the great and the small rabble, to inquire who and whence he comes, and whither bound, etc., and the men are taught to answer from Guinea, denying anything of a slave on board, which are under hatches, and make no show, nor need they, for those who have money to lay out will conclude on that themselves. By that time the compliment is paid to the governor, the news has spread all round the town, and some merchant addresses you as a stranger to the civility of his house, but privately desires to know what negroes he can have, and what price. A governor may possibly use an instrument in sifting this, but the appearance of the gentleman, and the circumstance of being so soon engaged after leaving the other, will go a great way in forming a man's judgment, and leaves him no room for the suspicion of such a snare. However, to have a due guard, intimations will suffice and bring him, and friends enough to carry off the best part of a cargo in 2 nights' time, from 20 to 30 moidores a boy, and from 30 to 40 a manslave. The hazard is less at Rio Janeiro. There has been another method attempted of settling a correspondence with some Portuguese merchant or two, who, as they may be certain within a fortnight of any vessels arriving on their coast with slaves, might settle signals for the debarking them at an unfrequented part of the coast, but whether any exceptions were made to the price, or that the Portuguese dread discovery and the severest prosecution on so notorious a breach of the law, I cannot tell, but it has hitherto proved abortive. However, stratagems laudable and attended with profit, at no other hazard as I can perceive than loss of time, are worth attempting. It is what is every day practised with the Spaniards from Jamaica. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.